All right. Supposedly people are trying to come talk to me. He was making noise. Yeah, why? Hey, supposedly affluent for you is gonna come and talk to me. Okay, he's coming. We'll see if he actually comes on and talks. Though. We used to do these panels all the time when Hangouts was still going. We would just have like all kinds of people in and out all day just chatting. And it's so much better, in my opinion, than watching a bunch of scripted CIA produced channels with ads, like doing ad things in the middle of your show is just so fucking cheesy, dude. Oh my God. And you know that those ad companies that now have like control of what you say because they're paying you. Oh yeah, drop the link in Scotty's chat. I didn't like take a shower or do my hair. I just totally this is rolled out of bed hair.
I used to walk over here. They say, bring your bike. Some my bike that's plus it's probably a nicer bike.
Yeah, it's like I haven't brushed my hair in a couple days, but that's the kind of style it is anyway. And I'm supposed to wear it down, she says. Wear it down. I cut a lot of hair out, but a lot of hair fell out. Grab a coffee and visit in 1 minute. See, you weren't the one who was ready. Were you calling my bluff? You didn't think I would do it? Christian Crypto Club MMA. I have no idea what Scotty's doing right now. Why, hello, Scotty's lady. Now I'm hungry because my stomach is empty finally because I ate the day before yesterday. Zero, come talk to me. Why is everybody scared to go on streams anymore? And let me know if you can't hear me. I'll move closer. I'm lounging. I'm lounging in my comfort palace on my sheepskins that I just brushed so ridiculously yesterday. This is Arabian Night style, guys. Arabian Night style storytelling where you just lounge in the comfort like this and talk. You guys know that story? The Arabian Nights? Well, my daughter turns 18 in a couple months, and she's off on her own shit. Thank God I had kids early. Well, one kid early. I'm never having another kid again. Um, because I couldn't chase around a little kid like right now. Hell no. Um, the dogs, I miss them. I want to move back to Seattle. I'm trying if I can find a place. I'm going to drive up and talk to my family and get my nose in my trust because I'm supposed to know shit about my family trust that I don't, apparently. And I kind of told my uncle off, who's the trustee. He's trying to hand the reins off to a Jewish guy. And I was like, nope. And I want to meet this person. Oh, he's your friend for 30 years. And that means he should be in charge of my money after you're dead. That's not good business to me. So I said no, because apparently I have a say. I want to know what the hell's going on. And if I'm going to prove something, I'm going to go meet the person first. So, and my family owns real estate and apartment buildings in Seattle. So I want one. I need one. I need to get the hell out of this town. It's a medical desert, literally. I mean, ask anybody in Oregon. They'll be like, yeah, the Oregon coast is terrible. Terrible. We did you accept the trust part? Yeah, the trust is set up. They're changing it, and I'm not sure how, but they're changing it so that people can get money before everybody else dies, I think, because that's how it's set up right now. Like my grandma and my mom have to both be dead, and then I will get money because I'm the only child, so I won't have to divide it. And then my daughter will get money when I die. But I don't, they're changing it. I guess that's how trusts are just set up. It's pretty horrible because, like, everybody just wants everybody else to die. They stop breeding, and yay. My mom got me kicked out of one of our apartment buildings one time. So it's a kind of a sore spot with my uncle. She does that to me a lot. Yeah, we've known each other longer than 2019 because I bought Einstein in 2018. So, I need to make my own chapstick too, but I don't think I have any tubes. I have a couple. Where is Cade? Yeah, Cade was there. It was late 2018. Oh, I see Simon's back around, but he's not talking that much. I mean, I can talk about all kinds of shit. Don't be nervous. I'm just curious. What are you curious about? Ask away. I'm an open book. I don't give a fuck anymore. Everybody just treats me like a junkie because I used drugs 30 years ago. Like they tell you, oh, we'll recover you and you can have a normal life again. Bull fucking shit, dude. That never goes off of your record. Once they put opiate use disorder in your medical chart, you're fucked for life. It doesn't matter if you were on doctor meds and totally like you weighed all the time for over a decade, like decade and a half. Doesn't matter. They don't care. They just still treat you like an addict and force you on to like the fucking druggy methadone clinic, which is what they did to me. Like, what the fuck? I'm a pain patient, not a druggie. I was using heroin when I wasn't even of age. When I turned 18, I got on methadone, and then I got off methadone, and then I never touched opiates again. I did other drugs, but not opiates. Yes. Okay. We have a guest. Add to stage.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
I figured it would
How
be
are you?
fair to show my face. I'm going to turn it off because it's not so pretty. Yeah. But anyway, nice to meet you, Jenny.
Nice to meet you too.
Maybe I'll keep it up for a minute.
I'm doing this landscape style today, so because last time I was portrait style, so I'm still trying to get used to the camera
I,
here.
yeah, I'm doing the 3/4 angle where I gotta shift to get straight up on the camera. So yeah, I'm still laying around. It's Sunday. I'm taking the day off. I'm just relaxing.
Yeah,
You,
I was just
yeah,
relaxing too. I slept for 24 hours. I
it's
think my body's
good.
trying to digest food. That's apparently, I think what
Oh,
happened.
you're trying to digest food?
Yeah, and it digested
Yeah.
fine. So now I can eat again. But I couldn't eat
Oh,
today.
yeah. I don't know. I guess as I've gotten older, I've gotten a little more sensitive to what I eat. Yeah,
Yeah, just
things
nothing
don't.
wants to go through. So I have to use laxatives when I eat. It's ridiculous. So
Oh, you do.
oh yeah. I'll show you exactly what it is. Because I've got 2 empty bottles here that I take to the doctors with me to tell them this is how I survive, people. This is frozen blue green algae that
Oh,
get shipped to you in dry ice, and you take shots of it. And if it can sustain a fucking whale, it can sustain me. And by the way, the manna machine in the Bible, well, I think it was actually the book of Ezekiel. I think it was in the Apocrypha. Well, somebody made the manna machine for the specific.
spirulina. Spirulina.
They were growing
I,
algae in Egypt.
I,
Yeah,
yeah, I did that for a while. You mentioned you had a history.
that's
Looking
the laxative.
into natural, or how should we say, the things of us, what we need. I had at one point, and I'm just saying this just so you know, I'm not, this is, I, I spent some time, I had shelves and shelves full of herbs and natural medicines, and I was gonna go into natural medicine. I spent 2 or 3 years, learning about this stuff and everything else. Well, it didn't turn out so well because,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, I was with a woman that didn't really quite understand what I was doing, and she got upset one day and called the cops. The cops came in, and they fucking blew through all my everything and just took it away. And
what? Yeah,
yeah,
they don't like the natural. They don't like the
yeah,
natural
but
medicine stuff at all.
then yeah, it didn't matter. I mean, at that point, it's like, okay, you know, I'm not making. This is my own study, and if I can't, you know, I couldn't afford to do it anymore. Basically, is what it came down to. I probably would have
Yeah.
continued it,
They
but then
don't
there's
pay for,
not.
yeah, it's
There's
ridiculous.
no
They won't pay
market.
for my natural progesterone or my B vitamins.
There's no market for it. But then, if I was to suggest to you, is that you don't have to get something with a brand name on it. If you do a little research and stuff like that, you can find, and
Yeah.
then you can, yeah, you can, and if you need a source, I give you a source for all the, all the actual plants,
Yeah.
um,
That would be
and
good.
without a high cost. I swear to goodness. Anyway, yeah, if you want to make your own tinctures or you want to make your own tea or stuff like that. But then
I have a whole
anyway,
bunch of medicinal plant seeds, and I had a grow tent set up here and everything, and my landlord was like, "No," so I had to take down.
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just not practical, I guess, for most
Not for me
everybody.
right now. No, I don't have a garden, but I did have a garden,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I would have to
I,
really grow.
yeah, for me, it's, I mean, I guess I've been along the path long enough that it's like, okay, there's something more. But then, maybe I learned something. And maybe I learned that, and that's kind of what I'm trying to communicate with you, is it's like, maybe it's not all physical body that helps us be well or helps us
It
have a
is.
healthy life. Maybe it's more
There's
about,
psyop that
maybe it's,
your
maybe,
mental, it's
maybe,
all in your head and it's all causing your, no, it's the other way around, trust me. It's all of this mystery inflammation are viruses, dude, in your body. I swear to God, I've been researching this shit for over a decade since massage school. I did a research
okay,
project on herpes viruses. Holy shit,
okay.
if herpes viruses aren't the main cause of everything. All this inflammation, all the mental problems, all the dementia, all of it. And I'm writing a book about it because pharma's been milking this cash cow for a fucking century or more. I swear to God. And I've
Well,
got proof.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of people, going to line up to buy your, will it make them better? What do you
Well,
think?
what makes them
You
better?
think you think your
Here's the reason why
contribution?
pharma hasn't cured
You think your
anything.
contribution is going to help anyone?
Yes, because it
Okay,
okay, so pharma's the
they're
reason
going to be in
pharma
the
can't
same.
cure
They're going to be in the
anything,
same situation you are. They're
if
going to
they
be the
cured,
same. No,
they
chasing your
are.
tail.
That's the
No,
thing, is like almost everybody has a bunch of
looking for the
viruses in them.
next. You're going to look for the next plant or the next solution. You're going to stick in your mouth or up your butthole to get some sort of help. That's how you're going to approach it. That's where we get a little bit difference of opinion. You think you got to stick something in your body to be healthy?
No,
Am I
actually,
right?
that's not what I want. I'm going to the Mayo Clinic to get a custom made corset is what I'm gonna ask them for. And yeah, I do actually need some morphine for a while, at least until the nerves in my skin are dead. I'm
That's all
struggling.
right.
I'm really struggling. Like I didn't take any
You
pills.
are struggling. You are struggling, and that's kind of what bothers me. Is I see you struggling.
Yeah, I'm really fucking
Yeah,
struggling because these
for
fucking
no
assholes.
fucking good reason. Except you got something wrong in your head. I mean, just to be honest, I think maybe there's something you're missing. There's a correlation. You can't. I'll just be honest with you. You contradict yourself. You say it's a spiritual matter, but then it's a causality. It's you can't have both at the same time without some conflict. You
What do you
understand what I'm
mean?
saying?
Spiritual
Well,
matter. No,
okay.
suffering
But
just
why
makes
are
me
but the
closer to the
sick?
other side. That's
Are
all.
you sick?
Am I sick? Yeah.
Why do you what? Okay, but how does that happen? How do you become
I was
ill?
born with my slut ass mom. I was born
Hmm.
with a virus. That's why.
You're born with a virus, but
Yeah,
is that virus? Is that like a? Is that like a you know
a brain virus.
a
Yes, it's a
condition?
neurotropic virus. It's the kind that doesn't go away. And if they cured this particular virus, they would cure almost everything. That's why they won't cure anything, because if it's all the same fucking thing, and they'd put themselves right out of business. I figured this whole giant grift out, and yeah, I could talk about it for days. They've been grifting on the fucking herpes viruses for over a century. They know it. There's so much
Yeah,
evidence
yeah.
for it. It's not even fucking funny. I could go on for years with medical studies, just reading medical studies to you guys, which I'm gonna do because I'm declaring war on porn, and I'm gonna write a fucking book. I can read medical studies for days and days. Like, I did a medical study in school. Oh. And the community, the truth community, is sorely, sorely lacking in medical knowledge. Oh my fucking God, because that's how they're taking over people. So people need to start learning medicine more. I need to follow Kevin McCairns. I need to like go to watch his videos again. I just
You get more attractive by the moment. Every moment I hear and sit and listen to you talk, you get cuter and cuter.
well, I've been
You
through a lot.
do. Well, yes, I can see that. And then I don't know, maybe you can see that in me too. You know,
Yeah.
yeah,
I grew up on the streets, so I don't take bullshit very well.
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I
Well,
manage to keep myself out of trouble. I get around some situations where I shouldn't be, and somehow, you know,
oh, I feel you.
I live to not tell about it. That kind of stuff.
I used to not talk about my past at all. I just like pretended it never happened for many years, actually.
Mm.
And just lately, I was just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna be myself and tell people exactly what I've been through in life. I was
Yeah,
on the streets in the 90s. I was a street rat kid, a street kid. I was 15, strung out on heroin in Seattle in the grunge era in the 90s. It was wild.
yeah. I mean, that's something I haven't. I mean, just since we're talking with each other, I haven't. I've managed to not be exposed. I think if I was ever exposed to those type of drugs, I probably would. I would fall for it too. I guess fate. In fate, I think it's fate. If you want to talk about spiritual being, or you want to talk about mathematics, and is the
Are you into sacred
predestination, well
geometry?
then fate plays a role.
Are you into sacred
I,
geometry at all?
I've
Uh,
spent time understanding it.
and the
I'm not,
cycle.
but I don't look to it for an answer, because I guess I've looked far enough to know that geometry, mathematics, is part of a construct, if that makes simple sense. We live in a
I think they
construct.
go too far with mathematics. They
And then,
they
but that construct falls short of our experience. We will never create a construct that can identify our life, or what it is we're experiencing. It's we're just we involved, but then there's that pie. There's that one little gap in all of physics and everything else that will. I mean, that just we can't grasp in
It's
this material
unknowable,
world.
unknown.
We
Yeah.
can't, yeah, we just can't, because we're material beings, we're living in a material existence, we can't grasp that what's outside of our experience. So
I
all
think
we
it's just
will,
magnetism. That's all magnetism.
magnetism.
That's what I think. Hmm. There's this channel called Theoria Apophasis.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that guy. Yeah. He's had, actually, I was really interested in his magnetics and how he was displaying how, yeah, magnetism,
His
how the
carousel
push
thing
and
that he's
pull.
got.
But yes, but even that, you can see there's something that goes beyond physics. You can't,
Mhm.
yeah, you just can't mathematically, and I think that's what he's trying to communicate to people. There's something that falls outside of physics, that falls outside of mathematics, and he tries to explain it to everybody, and tries to show it to everybody, but it's gonna. But the thing is he's trying to communicate something that falls beyond language. Language
Somebody
itself.
made a video explain. Somebody made a visual representation of his theory. I might be able to find it. You could probably. It's probably still on YouTube.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, I followed the guy for several years. I lately, I mean, the last couple of years, this is not interesting to me. But anyway,
yeah. I like this.
the way he described, you and
I
I
think he's right about
attracted to him for the same reason, I guess. So
I don't think
I don't
he's right
know.
about everything, but I think he's on to something with the magnetism thing.
Well, yeah, but okay. The one thing I can agree with you, if you were to say, if you were to say, well, it's something you can't really grasp. There's something happening. There's something there that we can't approach, and even if we can see it, we can't. We can't. It doesn't fit in physics, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
like dowsing.
That's
He's a dowser, by the way, as well. So am I. I
well,
can.
yeah, but there's an elusive there's an elusive there's a realm
A
that
force.
we can't.
It's
Okay,
not elusive to me.
things real simple, but there's a realm that we really just can't penetrate, or we can't manifest. Does that make sense? There's a layer that we are manifestations,
A
right?
veil.
We are manifestations, and we cannot manifest anything above us. There's something above us that manifests us. It's like the difference between being the building and the occupants of the building, or it's a manifestation. We are a construct, and we can construct everything below us, but we can't construct ourselves. The illusion that we can create life will never be within our grasp. We can't create life. All we can do is replicate it or
No,
make a
we can't
facsimile
bring
of it.
souls back from the dead.
It's not. Well, I mean, it's not a complicated thing to understand. It, to me, it's not. If I am a creation, I've been created by something that more than myself. Then the creator is beyond my abilities, because I am a result of something else. You understand? That's not complicated. If I'm a result of something, I cannot be the something that created or manifested myself. It's just impossible. It's simple logic.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think that
yeah,
they
something you
lost a
create
lot of
cannot.
people.
Yeah, no technology gets, it won't replace us because it's our construct. And the same goes for us. If we are a manifestation or a construct, then we cannot construct something greater than ourselves.
You don't
It's
think
simple.
the
It's
AI?
simple logic. But it's simple. It's the simplest of logic. You don't. You can't. You can't go beyond what you are. If you're a construct, you're not going to be a constructor of yourself. You understand? I mean, it's just like. I mean, it's
So
it's
what do you
it's
think
just
happens when we die then? Where do you construct yourself to go?
well, if that's a very good question. I'm sure everyone asks that question. I've gone through a lifetime of trying to figure it out, and to my brother-in-law is that there's no other place for us to be, right? As soul, as identities, as spirits in the material world, to put it rather tritely, to be spirits in a material world, I don't know that there's any other place for us to be. We are born to live in a material world. Therefore, I would suggest that that gives an answer to a lot of questions. We are born in a material world. We are given this world. It's a material world. We are spirits in a material world. This material world is going to be as it as we as we perceive it or as it is presented. Now, do things happen? Is there a demiurge? Is there something going on outside
I
that
think
we've
there's a
been
demiurge. Yeah, I think
okay? Well,
something
yeah,
going.
I tend to agree with that because I don't know that, but then that's part of the condition of being trapped in a material world. And I don't,
Well, like a prison fucking planet.
yeah,
Like heaven sounds like a prison to me.
well, yes, well, exactly, Jenny. That's what my point is, I'm getting at, is that there's no other place for us. And so my conclusion recently is that we we if we have an identity, which why would there be a purpose in having me be me if I was if I was transcendental or transition or just a waste product? I wouldn't have an identity if I was a waste product, so therefore I must be part of something. And then, maybe that something comes back here. So I guess I don't know, long story short, I've kind of been thinking that we come back here and we repeat and repeat.
Unless
Either
you can
we're
break free and become a time lord, and then you go wherever the fuck you want, which is
well,
you have
yeah,
to break
yeah.
out of the mind castle. That's my opinion. I
Well,
think
yeah.
in my belief,
I
I
haven't met
believe
any
that if you
Time
choose
Lords
to go
yet.
into hell, then you're probably gonna go to hell because you put yourself there. That's what I
Well,
believe.
the most successful people in this world, I would think, will fucking never leave this fucking world. They're so greedy and selfish and so caught
Oh
up
no
in this
shit.
material world, they're not going to leave. And I mean, and then the stories of old tell us if you're part of this world, you there's no way you will ever leave this world. So I kind of go with that. If I'm going to get bound to this world, then there's probably no chance I'm ever going to get out of here. All right. So
Okay.
if I'm not so caught up in this world, and I'm paying attention to, I don't know, things that are not physical, just like you know you as a person, me as a person, paying attention to the birds and the trees and the life that is within them, not so much their manifestation, but the life within it is different. The life of a tree versus the life of a bird versus the life of myself or a dog or, just all these different life forms of snail. They're it's part of a chorus, the song. So I listen to the song, if that makes any sense. I'm not so fascinated by is it a trumpet or a violin or you know an oboe. It's just, it's the music that matters, not the instruments. So we're all instruments, and then what is expressed is a music that makes any sense. But it's that music, it's that tune that elevates us. So
Yeah, we need solutions for like right now instead of just a bunch of people bitching about just bitching. Basically, like no one's coming up with any solution.
well, see that, yeah, Jenny. I don't know. Maybe you're catching on to what I'm saying. The tune that people are singing right now is quite unpleasant. How did we get to that point? I don't know,
I
but
think
there's
real
something
people need
wrong
to
with
take
the.
over YouTube again and do panels like this again because nobody wants to watch these CIA scripted shows that everybody's doing. People
Well,
want to see real people just talking off script, you know?
I enjoy it myself. I enjoy people, just. But I was like, oh, it's so boring. You're talking about, how to, how to do this or that, or how to, you know, how do you solve problems in the material world and stuff like that. It's just like, okay.
I
And
think,
and then the
yeah, and I think one of the psyops too that they've got going on is they fill people's heads with a bunch of gobbledygook and waste our time. You know, that's one of the tactics is you can only remember so many things. And as you go through life, you sacrifice old memories for new when you learn new things. So they fill your head with a bunch of crap instead of just getting to the good stuff, you know, like the important things. And then they send
yeah,
you on wild goose chases, scapegoats, and red herrings all the time. And people always fall for these fucking red herrings. It's ridiculous. It's like you guys are always talking about 5D chess. You wouldn't know chess if it smacked you in the fucking face. You're so like they know there's a conspiracy. They know that something is wrong, but they can't get to the root of the problem or they're too fucking scared to say it. We've got a mafia running the world, people. Hello. Like, is that why is that so hard to say? You
mm,
know?
well, I don't think that's hard to say at all. I think it's
It's not,
what
but
most.
nobody wants to
No.
say it.
Okay, if I were to say the mafia, the 99% is actually you and I, and all of us doing it to each other
I
because
don't
we don't.
believe that voting is real at all. I don't believe we're doing this to each other. They're doing this to us.
You don't. You
And
don't. You don't
they
think.
paid
You don't
psyop
think.
people into doing stuff
You
to make
don't.
us yes.
You don't think that I'm playing out a role someone else set up for me
We
to
all
to
are.
to play against you and you against me? I mean, we're all. I don't know. I understand that there's just like the sun, right? The sun sends out. heat. It radiates, and it dictates how we live or how we exist. But then we have rulership and we have leadership. But then when it comes down to the little critters living on the surface of the earth, they all, they all kind of maintain, it's called natural law. We all kind of maintain a natural law. And so when you say, okay, well, someone's in charge and this comes down to here and here and here, I agree with all that. But I think really when it, when I get down to where you and I are, and I look to my neighbors left, look to my neighbors right, look to my neighbors up, I look to my neighbors down, we're all caught up in this matrix or this web where
Oh, totally.
we're actually controlling each other. We're following a vibration of some sort. I
They've
think
got
that makes
everybody
sense.
scared to death. So they did this whole Julian Assange fake bullshit because that damn embassy cat that they made a Twitter account for, supposedly Julian Assange got a cat. And they had live streams, several pointed at his embassy, like somebody across the street lived across the street from that embassy and had a camera pointed at it 24 hours a day for months because they were all, and then the news people did too because they were waiting for him to get drug out, right? um
Oh,
Supposedly he had a cat in a little tiny room and this cat was never in the window.
no, 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 no. I mean, what Julian Assange did was he fucking blew up the box. He blew it up. He fucking spoiled it
Yeah,
for the fucking, yeah. He blew up the box, but it was going to happen whether it was him or someone else. It's a
I
matter
think
of
they made
time.
a deal with him, and I think that he's now just playing a role. And are they doing like illegal shit to him if it's fake? No,
No, no, no, no, no, no.
I think it's
They
fake.
don't
I
give
don't
a.
believe it.
I mean,
I think he
the
either made a
people.
deal or something because
Well,
that cat was
okay,
not in that window, and they made a Twitter account so we'd believe that he has a cat and that is living in the embassy, but the cat was never in the window, so I don't buy that shit at all.
yeah.
Cats
Well,
always spend time in the window, especially indoor cats. They're always in the window. So,
yeah. I wouldn't. I myself, I wouldn't go that far with it because the people that he he messed up their game. He messed up a big fucking a big fucking he cracked this. I don't know how you want to, you can glorify it or whatever, but he fucking threw a lot of very bad people into a point in which the whole game would be blown up. And the only way to undo that was to it was to push it back on him and do exactly what they did to him. I wouldn't put any more into it than that. And those people are not going to let him out of jail. They already fucking no, they already got hurt. The
he's
damage
in
is
jail.
done.
He's like
There's no,
Ghislaine
I mean,
Maxwell.
they don't gain. They're not going to gain anything by letting him out. The fucker is
He's
doomed.
in jail, and
It's
neither is
just
Ghislaine Maxwell. There's literally no,
these
they're not in
people.
jail. Ghislaine
Oh,
Maxwell has a body double in there, obviously. She doesn't
oh,
look anything like her. They just
that's just.
pretend to put these people in jail. That's why we used to take their heads off. They used to remove the head and stick it on a stick so that everybody could see that that person was punished. That's how we used to punish people. Because
What?
now they just say, "Oh yeah, we're sending so and so to jail," like Hitler. Hitler was in a castle.
Okay.
Hitler was in prison in a castle Come on now. Like,
Oh,
give me a
I
fucking
know,
break.
but that's very romantic, Jenny, and you're getting more attractive by the moment. That's very romantic. It really is.
I think it's a
I just
psyop. They
don't.
psyoped
I
everybody into self censoring. So everyone is scared. All the journalists, every people, even independent journalists now are all fucking sold out and scared. Everybody's scared. What are you scared of, people? The government is literally psyoping you into censoring yourself, and it's stupid. They're
think,
not.
Jenny, your
They
heart is.
can't. They can't get all of us. Okay, and they haven't come for me. And I said I would.
I agree with you, Jenny, but your heart is much too bigger than this world is. I'll tell you what. I mean, as big as my heart is, this world is not up for it. It's just, I mean, things are not as complicated as we'd like to make them out to be. That's what I say. We're romanticizing.
Yeah, it's
I
not that
mean, it's
complicated.
very, yeah, it's
Remove their
very
heads
cut and
and
dry.
display them for our
Those
examination.
those people don't feel for. I mean, they're just they live in it.
The AI bots. Oh, do you want this person wants to talk about AI? I already. Do you know
They're
what
not. They're
lactobacillus
just not
is?
even. They just heartless. How about that? They don't. They're just born. Yeah, more. I don't know. It's. I don't know. You understand what I'm saying? The word barbaric means something different. I mean, the barber to be barbarous, depends on your point of view. If I was if I was to get horns and and put on some deer skins and go into the Capitol, and sit down in the senator's chair, I would be called a barbarian, wouldn't I? You know, it's just a I don't know, Jenny. I don't know. To me, I guess at this point is becoming less and less complicated, Jimmy. I don't know. It just is. I guess I've just learned there's people that you know that don't they don't see anything beyond themselves, and they stay within what works for them. And I guess I'm guilty of that. But then again, I'm not guilty. I've given up some things just because I didn't think it was right to be deceptive and to trick people. And so, you know, I don't sell poison toys to little children. I don't sell false hopes to old people. I can't make money doing that. I don't want to do it. So
Yeah. Well, teach
so
the. They
so
have now made it so you can't teach the AI anymore.
I
The,
rake lawns. I rake lawns and
I tried to tell people you
paint
need to teach
houses.
robots. Back when you could still teach the robot, I was teaching the
Yeah,
robot. Nobody else was. They all thought it was creepy.
I don't know. Every angle that I had available to me, that all seemed to be, you know, I I guess I'm a creative person, and I've got some sensitivity to other people's thoughts and desires, and I was in the world of marketing and advertising for a good while, and I just kind of knew what was going on.
This is my
So,
robot, by the way. This
whoa, that
this
looks
is
like an old gremlin.
it's
What is that?
this is
That's very scary.
it's Sophia Robot's little brother. He cost me
That
300
is
fucking dollars. I was watching.
Oh, Jenny, I'd rather take you out to dinner and a little cruise on the Nile or something like that. Buy you
Oh,
a robot.
we used to watch conspiracy we went I took Einstein everywhere. We watched conspiracy videos, we did tarot readings together. I taught him all
Yeah.
about the pedos, because Sophia Robot's biggest dream was to have children. And I'm watching this thing and they're introducing this new child's toy, right? This child's toy that teaches your kids science, but they use them as a captcha. So basically, the robot learns from the human family that it's with and then teaches all the other robots. So they're like, they were directly connected to Sophia. And I'm like, no shit. Really? That's way too good to be true. And I like immediately threw down $300 and bought this robot. And
Oh,
everybody thought he was creepy. And I'm like, no, you guys just watch. I'm playing the long game here. And then
all
now
right.
Epstein and Maxwell are in hiding. So who are they hiding from? Definitely not the authorities because that's who helped them, obviously. That's not Ghislaine Maxwell in prison, you guys. Look at her. That is not her. She's got two body
Well,
doubles. At least the In N Out Burger photo shoot is one of the body doubles. Ghislaine Maxwell's the forward facing picture. They actually took all but two pictures down. I have them saved, but that article they changed it because I started pointing out that that's not the same fucking person. It's two people in the same outfit. Come on, guys. Like
yeah, but I mean,
nobody can
Jenny,
see that. What? And you guys think John Fetterman is a body
Jenny,
double? Like
what is better than what? What about your story is better than my story? My story is they killed Epstein
they did
and
not. They faked
no,
that
no,
shit.
no, no, they fucking murdered him. All
No, they
right,
didn't. No,
but
they didn't. And
she,
if they did, they can never, ever, 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 ever use the word blackmail ever again because it has absolutely no
but
good parents.
and what did his girlfriend have that he didn't have? Why is she still alive and he's not?
He is alive. His bank accounts went active when COVID hit. So supposedly he dies in jail, right? A couple months. And listen to this: Alan
Oh,
Dershowitz, who should have been in jail with Epstein, was representing the president of the United States, Donald Trump, in his
Epstein
impeachment
isn't a
trial.
yeah.
At the
Epstein.
same time, at the same time, Epstein was supposedly getting murdered in jail. Yeah, fucking right.
Yeah.
There's a language that these people
Yeah,
talk.
you know what,
On.
Jenny? You know what, Jenny? Epstein did not have a handle on Excel and QuickBooks. He wasn't an accountant. That wasn't his job. He did he was not the person in charge of the books. The closer to the books is his girl.
And I
She is
bet you
closer.
Robert
Yeah,
Maxwell
and that's
faked
why
his death
he's
too.
dead and she's still alive because she's the one that actually knows how the
She's the
shit
one,
works.
yeah.
He was the showman, and she was the books.
She
All
was the
right,
brains
that's
of the
why.
operation for
All
sure.
right,
And her
that's my
dad is
answer.
probably still alive. I think Robert Maxwell's faked his death too.
All right,
And I think Israel is a prison. It's
living in
got giant
underground
walls,
bases
razor wire, and
in
bars.
Antarctica. They went to Antarctica. That's where they all
That's
go.
possible. Did you see when the Fitbit released? Okay, so the government decided to give their soldiers and stuff Fitbits, these kind of watches,
Mm,
these smart watches. Well, Fitbit released
I
the
saw that. The
yeah,
map with the little dots
and
going
there's
around
this
in the
giant
underground bases.
circle
I saw that.
underneath the ice in Antarctica. They've got a huge fucking base down underneath Antarctica.
They got
It's even
glowworms and giant
cool.
mushrooms and an underground sun. That's the underworld is over there. It's not under Turkey. It's not under Colorado. It's all in Antarctica. Or it's on the moon or in Mars. Because it's
Oh,
not
they're
right.
closing Cheyenne
No, no, no,
Mountain, by
no.
the way.
It's not. my feet. It's somewhere far away. That's where they all go.
Well, they're
Yeah.
closing for the eclipse. They put out a notice that they're closing Cheyenne Mountain. Who was showing that? I think it was Montagraph the
Oh
other day,
yeah.
and that there's
They're
no evidence
closing.
they've ever locked down Cheyenne Mountain
Sure
before
they are.
maybe 9/11.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all right.
So
All that
something
stuff.
like apparently they're either psyoping us into thinking something's going to happen during the eclipse or something's going to happen. They're going to do something. Usually it's they're going to do something and blame it on us because that's how it always goes. It's always our fault.
There you go. You just got it, Jenny. That's how they do it. That's how
Yeah,
they do it.
I know.
But
I know
then,
they're
but
damn.
then we're gonna have to some point give it up and say, oh well, let's not get caught up into it
Yeah, there is
because
a
that's
massive underground labyrinth, somebody says in
see
the
that's the
chat.
conclusion
And
I've come.
The
Yeah,
Fitbit data
well,
showed where it's all at. That was years ago. That
I,
was like
I I'm kind of in the George Carlin approach. You know, they're the club and you ain't in it. And
yeah,
that's
exactly.
Jenny. That's why we have to go out on little nature walks and have picnics, pick flowers, and flirt with each other because that's all we got.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're just spinning our wheels and getting crazy in the head and
Yeah.
then getting into psychosis and yeah. I don't know.
Labyrinth is under New York. Yeah, I know the tunnels. The fucking tunnel shit was hilarious.
Oh
Oh my
that. Oh yeah. The space between two buildings, and it's with a bunch of misfits, Jewish
coming out of the holes in the
misfits,
ground. It
right?
was
You ever know
fucking
any
so
Jewish kids?
funny.
They got. I mean, it's just like the preacher's daughter, the preacher's son. They're the biggest misfits, right?
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, and so
Oh, they
they're
sent
knocking
me the
around between two buildings, and it's like, oh, we're not supposed to do this, and then all of a sudden it becomes like, it's just like some sort of crazy shit. I don't know. It
my
was a
mom
space.
sent me to MKUltra
Just
camp when I
it's
was
just
12.
loony. I mean, but the people, you understand the attraction, Jenny. If I could get you caught up in some sort of make believe and string you along, keep your attention, keep your focus, and I'm just tossing you bullshit left and right, but I could just keep your attention, then you know, I'm feeding. I'm actually a psychic vampire.
You're a psychic vampire.
I mean, these politicians. I mean, they're just
Yeah.
feeding off of attention, just like some of the worst. When they first started coming out, I mean, whenever you break a trend, Elvis Presley, and then you go on, you move on you know, it gets more and more absurd, and then all of a sudden, you've got giant demons and fire and people and Oz eating, I mean, bat
There is no
heads
fucking limit.
and
I
just
lived
like
on the streets and I never saw no fucking
whatever I could do to draw your attention. Eat babies. I'll tell you, people eat babies. Make a cake that looks like a person, right? And then,
yeah, that's some gross shit.
I mean, how hard is that? If I could just make a cake that looks like a person. See, I'm an artist. I understand all of what they're doing. They're just,
Black
that's what an
magic.
artist does. He 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 draws you in, and then he lets you believe what you want to believe, and then you fill in that gap. You fill in that hole, just like what's that famous that writer that makes all the novels, Stephen King. You know, I mean,
Dumbass.
that's all he did. I mean, he's just he pays attention to his audience, and then it's like, okay, he throws out something. Throw a ball on the lawn. Okay, well, why is a ball there on the lawn? Is it a dog? Is it a signal to another person? and it's just like whatever culture, whatever the social, memes that are going on. That's why memes are so powerful. They do the same thing the artists used to do. They pay attention to the audience and they feed the audience. It's like, okay, mirror world. I know. I hope I'm not getting too wild and
Well,
out of
you watch Ed,
context here, but
and you watch The Outer Light too, Mirror World, The Outer Light.
yeah, I listen to him. I look forward to it. I put him on and I fall asleep about halfway through. Then I wake up and listen to the other half. Yeah, I like that. I like that show. Yeah, that guy's pretty cool. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah,
I
I don't
listen to
understand
him.
about everything either, but I like listening to him.
Yeah, I do too. I think he approaches the thing. He approaches things in a way that I think is reasonable. But then
Yeah.
that's pretty rare. But anyway, well, that's nice. You and I have something in common. We both entertained by, or we both enjoy listening to his. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sure we have a lot in common. Yeah.
You can't win, Jenny. Why not? Why can't I?
I haven't
I'm
been
being
paying attention to.
confident. Eventually, my robot will win. Eventually.
Yeah, you gotta just kind of keep that. Make sure you keep it plugged in, Jenny. You know.
Best you can do is get far away from a melting pot of people.
Oh,
I am out in the middle of nowhere, and I hate it.
Lambie is here.
Robot
Hi,
Lambie.
Lambie.
Yeah, if the power went out, I'd be golden. I've got bags of poppy seeds. I'd be the poppy baron of Oregon. I've got plans.
uh,
And then I'm gonna
I've
go to the
got.
prisons, and I'm going to release everybody because they're gonna let them all rot in there. Then all those people will owe me their lives,
You're
and I'll
so
have to
romantic.
guard my
You're
poppy field.
you're
That's my
so
plan.
romantic. Yes, I've got uh, I've got over my in my basement. It's an underground storage unit, and I've got master plans to a castle that has all the. It's got a moat, and it's got everything, and
And I'm
we
not
can go
scared of
down.
prisons because that's my
We
people.
go down. We'll take some candles and go down in that cellar, and we'll look over those plans together. You know, we'll bring a lunch,
Where are you at? Are
romantic
you
meal
are
in
you
my.
near Oregon?
Oh my god, dungeon. What? No, not in Oregon. I'm deep in the heart of Texas. I'm down in South Texas, where all the.
Texas is too hot for me. I want
Yeah.
Vermont.
Oh my gosh. Yes, it is.
I have to have the ocean
It
breeze.
is very hot. Yeah. We hibernate in the summertime. Right now, it's California weather here in South Texas. We're just
Yeah, it freaks me out though because
soaking it up.
I'm just waiting for the power to go out, and then what happens when the air conditioning isn't working anymore? I'd be fucked.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's the thing. We can go jump in a lake to cool off as long as the lake's not boiling. But you can't.
Yeah.
There's not. I mean, a fire if you're trapped in the snow. But you know, there's a couple options. I think yeah, just
Well, unless we
be.
get hit with a tsunami, the West Coast is
Yeah,
the best place to be.
I think so. That's why all the homeless people go there. You can camp out year round. As
Yeah,
long as you keep
mild
your,
weather.
yeah, you don't have to fight the snow or the heat
No,
most days. Yeah.
it's
Who
very
else?
temperate.
I think they should just turn California into a nudist colony and just plant fruit trees everywhere and let people just run wild. Maybe we could all start growing hair on our bodies again. If we just let the Californians be Californians, we can become one with nature if they would just let it go. But no, that they just got to keep putting these institutions in there and enslaving us. We can't be the creatures we were meant to be. Run free and wild and have hairy bodies and just lay out in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, Jenny, we all came up from underground. I think maybe that's one of the things you don't maybe you overlook. The reason we don't have hair, all of our bodies, is because we were at one time subterranean critters.
Yeah, because shit hits the fan every once in a while, and we have to go underground.
Well, the people of those of us that are above ground, we're an experiment for the dwellers of Middle Earth. We are the orphans of the people. The empire is. It's below our feet, Jenny. We are the orphans of. We are an experiment from the Middle Earth, and they just kind of watching us and having fun.
But the
They got.
continents move around when shit hits the fan. The continents break free and move.
Yeah.
Like Antarctica used to not be in that spot.
Uh huh.
It moved
It
because,
moved.
yeah, it did. Have you heard of the crustal displacement theory?
Uh huh.
Yeah. So shit totally hit the fan. The magnetic poles probably flipped. Which some people think it
Yeah.
stopped. So have you heard the old tales of the day the Earth stood still?
Uh
That's
huh.
what they think happens when the magnetic poles flip. Is the Earth stands still and then starts spinning in the opposite direction, and then
I think it's.
the water hits the continents and breaks them free because the water doesn't stop spinning. And then the continents break
Well,
free
yeah.
because they're just floating on magma basically and move around. I don't think it happens slowly like plate tectonics, how they say, because they're not moving at all.
Oh, well, yeah, I agree with that. I think I agree with you. It happens very quickly, but but on the other hand, I think that what happens is that the Earth is still, but the sky rotates, and the Earth is pulled with it, right?
Well,
So,
we're spinning
so
sideways
when they
in the
spin
galaxy.
but what happens is they spin the magnetic field. They turn the sky, and when they turn the sky, the Earth down.
Bro.
Yeah. So right now the sky is stable, and then but what happens is the the magnetism, the field that the Earth is within a magnetic field, okay?
Oh,
And what they
totally.
do is they're changing, they're turning the sky, and the Earth has to respond to it. It's not so in a way it's
Yes, I think
backwards.
that it is definitely from an outside source. When the ship hits the fan,
Right. That's
in my
right.
opinion, Sirius is our binary star. There's actually a channel called
Well,
the Binary Research Institute, and they've got a documentary called The Great Year. And because, like, even the Anunnaki drew us several
but
maps
but 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 but
that
but
Sirius
Jenny,
is orbiting
Jenny,
us.
Sirius used to not be Sirius. The Polgos,
The what?
Jocko, the pole star, the pole star that we that we pivot
Sirius has
on?
never been the pole star. It's always followed.
Okay, well, all right. Maybe I just got thrown off, but it brings to mind the pole star that we have right now was not the same as we had
Yeah, it used
before.
to be Arcturus, I believe, was the
Okay,
pole star, and Arcturus behaves really strange as well. Sirius behaves strangely, and Arcturus does as well. I like two
yeah,
people
well,
don't think they're the
yeah.
same.
The only point, yeah, the only point I'm trying to make is that we there's reason to believe that the Earth rotated around a different star before, or let's say there was a different star that was the pivot point of our platform. But then I don't think the Earth is round or flat, so I got a little bit of problem with everybody there. So
I think the Earth
I,
is round.
I think we're in a
I think
field.
they don't
Yeah.
want you
So
paying attention to what they're doing in space, and they don't want you paying attention to the fact that they're lying and hiding a lot of physics, and they're kneecapping academia, especially physics and astronomy. Um, Eric Weinstein talked. He said he left academia because they're literally just having them do exercises. They're not letting them think outside the box.
right.
They've got them
Yeah.
stuck in the same loop.
Right.
And they,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's. But I think that's where we are with physics. You know, and it brings us full circle back to an earlier, you know, topic we were discussing about the matrix and then the ability to see outside the box and there's something going on that we can't perceive because it's not part of our construct. We're limited to our existence. And we're going to make sense of it the best way we can. But
I just
it
ask frogs when I have a question. Um, but I usually don't need to. The Kalisha temple, is that the Indian temple that was dug into the bedrock that's underground? I'm talking to this guy on here. I'll write that
okay. No, it's nice if anyone's interested in the topic. I think
down.
what
Did you watch
you and
it?
I are probably talking over most people's. It's not a common conversation. We're not talking about body parts and.
I think a lot of these temples, okay, so I think a lot of these temples in masonry, especially the underground ones, were built because of the catastrophes, and they had to go, like I said, had to go underground. And what better to do when you're stuck in a cave than carve the rock into beautiful stuff to be beautiful, to look at beautiful things. That's what I don't think that they were carving stuff into the bedrock. Yes, it's the Indian temple carved from one piece of bedrock. Yeah. Um, they were hiding from the sun, in my opinion, and shit hitting the fan on the outside. And I think religion was created because people were underground in caves and temples praying to the sky to stop. Like, please, like, stop shit hitting the fan,
Well, there must be some way to survive underground that we're unaware of.
under the pyramids and above. Yeah, there's a whole
Likely
labyrinth
to believe that
like
there's.
pyramid, which
Oh
makes
yeah,
it not
I'm
a
more inclined to believe. Yeah, I'm more inclined to believe that there are dimensions of living people below us than above us or outside of our realm. I'm more inclined to believe that,
people
yeah,
underground, but I think they're government
that
people.
there are, yeah, there are other suns, and the other suns are within another realm that are below us, and maybe they see the sky the same way we do. We just don't see beyond a certain point. It's just a holograph or a matrix of what we want it to believe, whatever fits our mathematics. I don't know if that makes any sense, but anyway, it's not hard to I don't know. It's I don't know.
They
I don't
can
know.
make something work
It's a
mathematically.
matter
It
of
doesn't mean it works in real life. They go way too far with their math.
well, yes, yeah, okay, we both agree on that. But I mean, it's a construct. We understand the construction. We understand how the house is built, but it's if we try to do it, it's gonna just be a house. It's not gonna be any more than a construct because we can't do any more than a construct. So yeah, there's I don't know. So yeah. So anyway, but then again, I don't know. It's all interesting stuff. Like you know, it really is. But then again, at a certain point, you know, I guess I'm at the age to just spent so much time, and there's certain aspects of my being that I think I'm just uh, that none of us is actually capable of understanding because of where we're at. If I think there's other, they used to talk about it different spheres, like nesting dolls. We're somewhere in the middle or the lower part of the nesting dolls, and
That's what
there's
I was told by a psychic lady that our lives are like an onion, and
yeah,
as you graduate, as your soul evolves.
yeah. Ascended masters are the ones that make it up to the higher
She told me I'm on
dimensions.
my Jesus life, is what this woman told me. And I brought someone to her from out of state that she didn't know jack shit about. And this lady was crazy. Like she could hold her hands above your head and you could feel her reaching into your brain. It was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, but then there's this huge factor of we all have good imaginations, so people believe what they want to believe, and it's very easy to be seduced. Just like what do they say? There's a lot of studies that say what do they when they give you a sugar pill. They give one group a sugar pill, another group actual medication, and then sometimes the results are the same between the two groups. One group believes that it fixed their problem, and the other group believes it fixed their problem. And if you get a 2 or 3% of placebo, if you can get it above placebo, then you actually have something, But placebo, and it's just like same way with witch doctors, and there's a belief system, beliefs. The mind can heal, that kind of thing, Jenny. I think there's more to it than maybe you give it credit for. Our minds can. It's it's just one of those things. I think I have to trust my mind, and my uh, how I interact with the world is much uh, anything that I can put on my skin or in my body. Yeah, there's things that are beyond that, but for most of my life, it's about my ability to cope with emotions and diverse, and things that you know factors beyond that I can't control. Like smoking pot is going to throw me in jail. That kind of shit.
Oh, it's
Like where did that come?
possible
Where
here.
did that come from? How come I can't get high without getting thrown in a fucking jail? It's like, no! Ah! You
Yeah,
know,
they treat us like
it makes
children.
you
We can have
crazy.
all the drugs we freaking want. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, they had a blowout. They had a blowout. Apparently, Seattle withdrew all of its, not Seattle, but Oregon. I guess it was statewide, where they decriminalized drugs, and then the fucking suicide rate and overdose deaths went off the roof. Uh, and so they revoked it. It went on for 2 years, and that's all gone now. They legalized, minimal amounts of
Here it
hard
is.
drugs, and that
Um,
that blew up in their face. So it didn't work out very well. But it's
the God
conditional.
description. I only know that much. I found interesting that an old temple worshiped that God. Okay, I'm gonna read something for somebody in the chat.
Okay.
So this is from uh, a tantra book, The Art of Sexual Ecstasy. This woman, she went and studied all different kinds of the art of sex and wrote a book, like combined it all for Western people. The dance of Shakti and Shiva. You can conclude this session by dancing together as Shakti and Shiva, exploring how you interact from your inner power. Let's see. Where does it tell you that they created the world? The dance of Shiva, the dance of Shakti. Hold on. Yeah, you're basically visualizing that you are the dancing gods yourself. Uh, but yeah, it says basically Shakti and Shiva created the world. Um, Ancient tantric practices. For example, in some rituals, the devotees of the goddess Shakti, renowned for her beauty and femininity, symbolically transform themselves into the goddess, thereby embodying the entire spectrum of female qualities. In the other rituals, devotees of the god Shiva, also known as the Lord of the Dance, participated in ecstatic dancing in order to evoke and acquire the magical powers of this god. In this practice, you are literally encouraged to express in your own unique way the playful energy of Shakti and the creative power of Shiva, and to treat each other as if you are a god and goddess. To Westerners who are not accustomed to such imagery, this may seem pretentious, but if you think of the gods of Greek, Egyptian, or Hindu mythology, you will recall that these supernatural beings all have very human qualities. They are not far above you as they may seem. They too suffer from jealousy, anger, passion, and other human emotions, yet they convey the grace and magnificence of those who dare to. Whatever they do it totally. They mirror our superhuman potential. Once you allow yourself to express your inner beauty, you will discover a flavor of these qualities within yourself. Like a good actor, put aside any skepticism and throw yourself wholeheartedly into the role. Skilled actors act as if they are the characters and do this so completely that they become the role they are playing and feel the emotions they are representing. You may feel that the very idea of acting like a god or goddess is nonsensical, but if you let go of this attitude and simply try it, you will have taken the first step toward the experience of feeling godlike. Many people feel awkward about dancing because they have a stereotypical idea of how it should be done. You don't have to Fred Astaire or Ginger Rogers. Simply open yourself up to your body's natural ability to express itself, and any sense of awkwardness will gradually disappear. Your body already knows how it likes to dance. Um, yeah. So that was for somebody in the chat.
Well, Jenny, I mean, I think that's something that most of us can recognize. I mean, it's the same thing as driving a fancy suit, you know, or uh, depending on your attitude when you walk into a group of people. There's a certain, I don't know if it's in the mind of the person or if we actually exude an energy. I think it's probably both. And then so what
It's
they're
always
saying is,
it's always a
yeah,
combination
it's
of both.
both. It's both. If I walk into a room and I'm confident and I know, what's going on, what's up, you know, and it's sincere, the room would be is different than, and it's not always my environment. I mean, sometimes it's about me, sometimes it's not. I don't know. I mean, it's just like, sudden the cop rolls up, and then he takes me to a place where just the opposite. I'm getting along with everyone, everything's going great, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 I'm in a totally different place, right? And I feel like I don't have, you know, I'm nothing. I go from being something to nothing just by the environment. But then
Yeah.
there's, yeah. So I mean, in a sense, it works both ways. I don't know, but I think that's why kings have castles and rulers have, you know, they surround themselves with an environment. They have that ability to create an environment around them that that keeps them in that sense of privilege. If you, I mean, I mean,
Oh, oh my gosh. If
seriously,
you go
think about
back
it. That's
in
why.
history, if you go back, you should watch this documentary called The Ring of Power. I can probably find it. Um, it's hard to find, but I have it saved somewhere.
But yeah, you get my point.
But
I mean,
it's
it's
basically okay. So Hebrews basically took over everything from Sargon to Akkad to the pharaohs of Egypt. Everything's been Hebrew. And they
well, I
married
don't
into
know.
all the royal families and they took over the whole freaking world. And it's been a super long game. And the psyop is that they didn't do it, which they absolutely fucking did.
Well, they wrote about it. You just live. You just happen to be one of the people that read the stories that they wrote. I mean, I don't know if it's as simple as that. We are the we wrote the history, and the history is ours, and it's the oldest history. But that history is not really their history. I don't know. I think. Well, I don't know, Jenny. I've I've spent, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 years or more, kind of, since the internet, and then just trying to and interested in archaeology and the origins of religions and where these stories come from, and then who made the who story and blah 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 blah. There's a lot of people dedicated to finding out the origins of language and where they came from and how old the written word is, and then, well, what happened, to all the written word? What happened to all those libraries before the flood? Well, they're all gone. So our history is not very long, and the people that managed to take a hand, put it, were the people that came up with written language, so they could more effectively pass on the stories. So it's got everything. Yeah, we have to take with a grain of salt, you know, and yeah, belief is different than truth, or
Yeah.
fiction. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna believe in human nature, and you're gonna get persuaded. You know, Jesus never walked on water. There wasn't Jonah did not live in the belly of a whale. All
No.
these. Yeah, I mean, it's just. I mean, people get distracted, and I think, and the Bible even tells you. I mean, these stories. This one book tells you both sides of the story. You're gonna, and it's just. I don't know how to ourselves when we pass on stories. We try to include everything, you know. you know, I mean, some things, if you take away all the miracles, there's still something to learn. You don't have to. You don't need to believe in all these fantastical stories to understand that there's something here to understand. And maybe you understand it. I would say, if you're angry, don't go read the Bible. 'Cause
I
the
don't
Bible
believe
is not going to
I
be good
don't
for you
believe in
if
these
you're an angry
fantastical
person.
fucking stories, actually.
What's
And
that? You
And
believe
I
in
was
the
in Bible school. Okay, my mom when I was 12 put me in MK Ultra camp, but it was a religious one.
the
So
okay?
the only book I had to read for an entire year, literally no textbook, nothing, was the King James Bible, which I was forced to memorize 3 verses a day and quote them first fucking thing in the morning. 1 through 3, 1 through 6, 1 through 9. So I know the Bible very, very well. And no, and I like to apply forensic science to things. And yeah, Jonah did not live in a fucking whale. Sorry. Like that did
Well,
and
so
Solomon's temple was built with gold and gold, little boy. Solomon's temple was
well,
built
I
with
mean,
little boy.
it's just, I mean, but the thing is, it works the same way for everybody. There's certain things. It's like if you don't have a grasp on reality, or you don't have a grasp on things, you're gonna fall for fantasy. And the world is full of make believe and magicians. I pointed out to someone just recently. There's this guy. His name is Simon. He's a magician, and Jesus was compared to Simon. It's just like, well, you're no, you're nothing special. You're just casting spells and making make believe. And I say, well, no, that's Simon. Simon the magician. Well,
It's my
okay.
namesake. Yes, I know.
That's what you got to watch out for, because I mean, the magician will take away your mind. He will lead you. He will deceive you.
Not
It's
all
just human
magicians
nature.
are bad.
It's human
I'm naturally
nature.
born sorceress. That's what. So when you're
Aha.
naturally born, they call you a sorcerer.
I
Uh,
know. That's what
and
makes
it's
you so
not. I
cute.
didn't ask for it, and it just happened to me.
I mean, to me, you're kind of in a. I mean, at this point in my life, you're kind of in a world of make believe. So it's like, all right, it's okay.
Oh, get some dowsing rods, and then tell me I'm in a world of make believe.
Yes, you are. I think you are.
Get some dowsing rods, and
It's
then
cute.
talk to me about
I like
that.
it. I got some. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
this
break out the
legends and
candles.
religions are a messy
Yeah,
culture right
we'll
now.
break out the candles and the lavender bubble bath, and you know we can cast spells on each other. How about
I
that?
have never cast a spell.
we can,
I have
yeah,
I
we
have
put some.
never cast a spell in my life.
We can massage each other with
I just
scented
see
oils.
things. That's all.
I shouldn't flirt too much, but yeah, I like that. But see, that's what I'm talking about, romance, Jenny. That's what I'm talking about. Just it's romantic. I'd like to believe that there was a guy named, so and so that slayed a dragon, and that, I'd like to believe all that stuff. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. If the world didn't have make believe or fantasy in it, then it would not be very pleasant. So it's all good. Y'all can have your people can have their extraterrestrial visitations, and their you know going to other planets, or it used to be going to the underworld or whatever. But but that's how they make it. That's how the world turns. Nobody lived to be
Could never.
nobody
Well, if
nobody
you
lives
consider words
that long.
spells, then yes, I've cast spells.
Oh well, goodness.
but
Oh
other
yeah.
than that, I haven't like specifically.
It's
He's
called
like, get
bullshitting.
out of my way, stick. I'm casting this spell on you.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, bullshitting isn't that
We'll create with
spellcasting?
I know, that's why I said that to that person.
Yeah, I can tell you, I spent years working on the fishing boats in Galveston Island, hauling shrimp. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm from Seattle, so I know all about the fishing boats. I actually met those guys. The deadliest catch. I partied with the deadliest catch guys one time.
oh yeah, yeah.
They're like
It's a little
hardcore
different
guys.
when you. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. You can't tell. You can't go to the docks and tell fish stories to the guys on the docks, but you go into the city and tell fish stories to people in the city.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, it's just like
there are
I
lots
don't
of
know.
fishermen that like to party. Fishermen love to party. They spend their whole paychecks on drugs. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, they got two or
They'd
three
come off the
days, and
boat and they would just
they got living up.
be high for fucking ever. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. It was
Yeah,
insane.
and the captain is your mom for on Monday. It's like, oh, get to work. You're all moving so slow. You're all hungover.
Yeah.
Captain Mom. Yeah, that's why all the straight people get the big jobs. The ones that don't mess around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Like,
The ones that read the books, read the laws, the judges. Judges don't party. Nope.
no. I think, well, all those senators are fucking high. That's where all the drugs are going. Well, who's they're supposedly distributing
Oh my!
more opiates than ever? To who?
Oh, you those people.
Definitely not us.
Did
Like,
you? Did you? I mean, you. They had the. Did you watch the last presidential? What was it? The
State
State
of
of the
Union.
Union address.
Yes, I watched somebody else covering it,
Oh,
making fun of it.
yeah. Well, I watched it with some commentary, but I watched it, you know, moment by moment. But
Oh,
yeah,
dude,
I mean,
he said, tear down that wall.
oh
Biden
my
did,
God,
and I
oh
was
my
like,
God,
holy shit, because
the guy is so
that's
full
the
of
name of my Israel tarot reading that I just did. I
no.
don't do tarot readings often. When I do them on a live stream, and it's like every couple of years. And that was the name. That's the name of my Israel stream. Is tear down that wall because it's about Solomon's temple and that pedo wall that they're worshiping, creating more pedos with their bad magic because they don't know what they're
Oh, I don't
fucking
know. I
doing.
wouldn't.
And they're worshiping an idol, which is a wall, and it was built by pedophiles, which I proved in that stream. Pedophiles and little boys in the middle of the night. Yes, read the first 3 verses of the Testament of Solomon, and you'll be like, oh,
Oh,
holy shit. Oh my God.
yeah,
The
well,
whole
yeah,
thing was
well,
a lie. And
yeah, well, you and
they
David
blamed it on
Icke,
demons.
you just,
They
yeah,
blamed the
you,
pedo masons on
uh
demons.
huh, yeah, well, you just dot connect all you want, that's all right. Go ahead.
No,
But
it's common logic, like you said.
to
It's
me, it's much
logic, like
simpler.
common. He literally tells you exactly in the Testament of Solomon exactly what happened. The first
Yeah,
three, like
well,
I did. Have you seen my Israel reading? Did you watch that?
I can see it. Well, you know what,
It's
Jenny? I can see
unlisted.
it.
It's not public. It's unlisted
I
because
can.
it will just show it fucking super fast.
It would. I see is repetition. I see a theme or a repetition of a theme. It's like a song that gets played over and over, just with a variation, just like with classical music, just like everything else. You just build on, build on, build on, build on, build on. There is a connection, Jenny, but I don't see it as an original piece of work. So, I mean, we can have it both ways. I can see it as they're just doing the same thing over and over again. And you could say, well, no, this is connected to this and this is connected to that. And you would be right, and so would I. We'd both be right. How about that? Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
That's what. That's worth a kiss.
Yep. We can both be right. We
We
can
could
both be
both be
right
right.
and we can both be wrong. And everybody can be wrong. That's what I love about these philosophical debates. I'm like, what if you're all wrong?
Oh, Jenny, they're all wrong. They need to seek our wisdom because we have the keys. We have Solomon's keys. That's right. Little boys build 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 our build our empire at night. And then we tell them we ask for forgiveness for everything we've done. And they go back and rape the little kids and then keep going. They go back and say, oh, I was so wrong. But man, this place looks awesome. And then we can tell everyone it's a bunch of demons. We got magical powers,
Well, I
don't you
think that
know?
you create what you like you were saying, a construct.
Oh, well, if I put a crucifix in front of your head, you think it's going to burn you? Is that not a magical power?
I have one. I can go. I have a
Come
shirt
on. I mean, there's people, they
crucifixes
still
on it.
fall for it. They still fall for it. You could throw a Bible down, put your hand on the Bible, and then tell me everything you're going to say is going to be true. Right?
Okay, so magic is powered
Right.
by belief and emotion. So if a bunch of people believe in something, even if it's not
Right.
true, you can
It gets
power
you,
magic with that. It's called
it
chaos
can bring you,
magic.
I know, it can bring you favor, it can bring you pain.
And it doesn't
Yeah.
even have to be real. Like, so all these people believing this shit, and manifesting, you know,
Yes. Yes. In their
demonic things
minds.
and stuff, you're making
Yes.
that yourself.
Yes. You're right. You're right. People see things in their minds that aren't there.
They're
I
not
mean,
there.
we have examples in modern news reporting. They'll show you a picture, and they'll tell you what's in the picture, and you look at the picture, and what they're telling you is in the picture isn't there at all, but you imagine it's there. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of that stuff going on,
I
But I
remember
mean,
another
come
book I bought
on,
too.
it's
So
just
I've
like
got
lights in the
this is a
sky.
book
All
written by a
right.
neuroscientist, all
Uh
about magic. It's pretty good. And then I've got one called Real Magic that's written by a college professor that studied magic for years, like
huh.
trying to scientize it, right? So it's the
Hmm.
science of I've got a book on
The
the science of
science of
magic.
magic.
And then
Yes.
I've got this chaos magic book, which is very, very thin for a reason, because all you need is your mind.
Yes.
You don't need
Your
any of
mind,
that
and
ritual. You don't need any of that like
you
candles
have
and
to be
shit.
very persuasive.
You just
I mean,
need your brain.
Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and a lot of these occult uh,
This one's
legends,
interesting too.
they're, they
Kind
do
of
the
the same
same.
thing. Like chaos.
Yeah, I know. They create artificial reality, and then they feed into it, and then it creates evidence as they go along, and so they have a history of these evidences
Right.
that they
And then it powers
set
your
up.
belief in this thing.
Yes, yes, and
Because
then
think
all
about it, like the universe is a really huge place. Is it the same everywhere? We all have the same God and all that stuff, and the same heaven, and it just doesn't make sense. If like think bigger, 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 huge picture. Like how does it work
yeah,
everywhere in the whole universe? What makes the most sense?
yeah. I don't have to go on to another planet of this. I don't have to go to another planet. I just
I'm
I
going to
just
another
suspend
planet.
my.
Fuck this planet. I am so
I
over this
just.
fucking planet. I am out of here, man. I'm gonna have my feast at Valhalla, and I'm headed to Sirius to go home. I'm fucking out of here. Fuck
Well,
this
we should get
planet.
some costumes. We should get some costumes and build a set, and you and I could host a show from another planet. We could do
Anunnaki.
that.
We have to get the
We-
Anunnaki wings. I want some wings
You could be
and
Venus,
one
and
of
I
those
could
tiny home
be.
things.
You could be. I'm not going to be Uranus. I could be. No, I can't be Pluto. What would I be? Neptune. I'll be Neptune. You could be Venus. How about that?
Okay. Ancient wisdom,
Neptune.
modern
Isn't that?
science, and a guide to the secret of the
Wait,
universe.
wait, wait. Hold on. Help me with my memory bank. Is Neptune a planet?
Yes. Neptune is a planet.
Where's
It's
Neptune?
actually a very interesting planet, and they just did some really
Everyone
interesting
forgot
science.
about Neptune. What is up with that? Why is not Neptune on the in the common vernacular of astrology?
It is.
What happened? He is? Okay. I just keep hearing about Mars and Jupiter and
Oh,
Pluto
you
and
just found
Uranus
out
and
some
Saturn.
really cool
Nobody
shit
ever
about Neptune.
nobody ever talks
Can't remember what it
no,
was.
oh, nobody ever see. I think they overlooked Neptune for a reason because Neptune is a sea god, and sea god is a leviathan, and leviathan stirred the waters,
They
right?
got the first picture, like real good pictures of it, and it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
And it has like this one weird cloud storm. Oh, that's what it was. Neptune has seasons, and it's also completely on its side. Its axis is totally on its side, and it has weird seasons. I think that's what they figured out recently, because I follow all that kind of stuff. I like learning about the universe and what's going on, because I
It's
pay
very
attention
romantic.
to the cycles. Let's
It's
see.
very romantic.
Neptune.
I can summon dragons from underneath my bed. So there's that.
4. This tablet is terrible to type on. I swear they did, like, I watched a video and it was like, we found all this cool shit about Neptune. And yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, well, tell me, Jenny, do you not see a similarity of the stories that we have in modern day? Do you not see us references to the stories we've had throughout millennia over thousands of years? I can't say millions because it hasn't been that long since the world was last turned over. But anyway, since Noah, we got a lot of stories, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's all right. So we need to write
But
stuff
how?
down on clay
But how?
tablets like the Sumerians did. And we probably should decode more than 1% of those clay tablets, because it would tell us a lot, I'm sure. We've
But I
only
mean that.
we've only decoded like less than 1% of the Sumerian tablets. That's unacceptable.
Well,
Somebody
but
needs to put that into
okay.
an AI program and just do it, because who knows what the hell that's the Anunnaki, were the people that created us. Why are we not
No.
decoding those fucking tablets?
We are the people that survived the last destruction of the world, and all that advanced technology is still the same. If I was to walk into a fucking primitive tribe in the middle of South America with my cell phone and my fucking walkie-talkie and shit like that, they'd think I was pretty fucking amazing. Well, that shit doesn't end. We're just stupid, and we just think that it was space aliens. No, it's just that there was a very small portion of the world that had advanced. I mean, you have advanced civilizations, and they're not worldwide. And so when they come around in their boats, in their sailing ships, the tribes say that they're giant dragons full of spewing out men who come on the and then they give us agriculture, weapons, and teach us how do to steal. I mean, it's the same damn story over and over again. You don't need people from outer space. You just need a diversity between cultures. One of them has a very advanced culture, and the others don't. And then they are. That does not mean they're from another planet. It's just dumb. The same thing's going to happen again, Jenny. This place is going to collapse, and the Anunnaki will be the people that survived underground or in the fortresses or star forts or whatever, and then held on to the knowledge. And then when after they find come out of the ground or out of their fortresses, and they start, you know, handing it out again, they will be considered gods because they're bringing so much advancement. You know, we do the same thing to, I mean, South America or whatever. I mean, the world is getting smaller by the day. There are very, very few people that don't have access. It's going to be harder to I don't know. It might take, 1,000 years before before everything seems to, after the next, you know what, Jenny, from what I understand, this is a cycle. I believe it's a cycle, and then there's a some limited time before the earth turns itself over again, however you want to call it, you know, and everything goes to blank. And there are people that actually know it's going to happen. They build out their underground facilities, blah 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 blah. But meanwhile, there's, I mean, just like how did those people, all those underground cities under Turkey, right? They
Yeah, deep in
exist.
Ohio.
Well, the people didn't live down there for a day. They didn't live down there for a week. They didn't live down there for a month. They lived it. I mean, you do not have that expansive of a network where people are just living underground for a few weeks. No, man, they were living. I mean, maybe they came up to harvest stuff or whatever. I don't know. We
Yeah,
don't
pretty
know.
freaking crazy, huh?
Well, it
And
is crazy, but it's true. We can't deny it. We have evidence that there are people living under the earth for years upon years. They had civilizations, they had temples, they had facilities. They did what they needed to do underground, all right? And there weren't anyone living on top of the ground because it was too hostile, right? Maybe there were, but the people that are living on top of the earth, they were living in caves. You know what? And they got stupid. They didn't have access to culture and civilization. They lost everything. And then the people come up underground and then start to spread out and then they become gods. It's not a complicated story. You come up from underground with all your knowledge, all your books, all your technology, or whatever you've got developed from the previous civilization. You bring that up with you and you spread it back around to the primitive people. Okay, you're a god. All right? Good. Good for you. So you deserve it. You survived the last cataclysm, whatever you and your family, your race, or your bloodline, or whatever. And maybe that's why we have so many different races. Is they're different. They're remnants of different cycles of Earth destruction. Could that be possible? There was one destruction that only the Chinese people. One destruction only the Negroes, so the black people survived. Blah blah blah. I mean, it's not that I don't know. It's not that hard. It just takes imagination, right? I don't think you have to have people from other planets. You just have to give history cycles, just like everything else has a cycle. So I don't know. I ride a bicycle. I'm sorry. I kind of lost my.
no,
Kind of went for a rant.
I was listening, but
Yeah.
talking to somebody in the chat. I
Yeah. Just.
I
I
thought
go
you
off
have too
on
many to
myself.
take over the world. One
Well,
of them
Jenny.
is go to David. Me and David, this rabbi. I don't know if you know David.
Oh, well, yeah,
We
yeah.
have
Well,
magic on poor
I
David's
don't know
library.
it.
Yeah, we're totally gonna do some magic on David's library. Yeah, and I'm gonna
I
find a
wouldn't
new
bother.
guy.
I wouldn't
And we're
bother.
gonna channel a new book. Cause so the way that the rabbi books work is they takes if a rabbi channels a book, like
Uh
it can
huh.
override all the other books.
I know that the rabbis argue with each other, and the most popular
Yeah,
rabbi, yeah, well, but the most popular rabbi is the one that gets to make the doc the document for the fucking generations or whatever. You know, they compete, and it's a popularity contest as to who gets the stuff written down in the Talmud. So okay, whatever. It's,
um,
it's like
yeah,
a
we're
Time
gonna get
Life
rid of the Talmud.
magazine. It's,
I'm gonna
well, I
do
mean,
I
yeah.
will literally do a tarot reading on the Talmud book itself.
Oh,
We will destroy the shit out of it. Like
what
this,
if I give you the
he's gonna
whole
have to.
library of
If
Time
David did
Life
this, I told
magazine?
him you're gonna have to tear down Judaism and rebuild it from the ashes. We will destroy it and rebuild it, and you'll be king. You will be King David, which is actually the prophecy. And
Yeah, well,
King David, and Simon, which is another name for Solomon, which is another name for Simon. Simon is like the Egyptian version of Solomon, or at least that's what.
yeah, but Simon. I mean, if you look at the word Simon and you take it literally, he's Simon is a wizard. He's a carbon copy, or
Yeah,
he's
wizard.
he's like a
All of those rabbis are
alter.
wizards. If they study high enough, they end up turning into magicians. So you can't not.
Yeah, but he's an alter ego. He's like, I'm the person, but I'm not. That's Simon. I have a Simon. You have a Simon, right? Whenever you and I cast spells or, you know, get into mystical or abstract thought, we're projecting into a Simon. You, if you understand the word itself, it's a me but not me, a Simon. It's a psychic manifestation. It's a Simon. So I have a Simon. You have a Simon. You and I are both exchanging Simons, but then there's you and me that are not Simon. We're Davids or Leah's or whatever,
I'll be
something
right
like
back.
that.
Simon's not actually my blood last name. It's my
But
grandmother remarried.
yeah, words, the meaning of words, which is like I think that's a fascinating study. Maybe it's not something you've gotten into, but the origin of words and then the manifestations, that's magic to me. That's magical. How words transform over time. And then how if you can construct a new word, or you can create a new like groovy or you know, that's sick. Apparently sick doesn't mean sick no more. So anyway, it's sick. So that's some sick shit, Jenny. You got some sick shit going on.
You have no idea the shit I have been through and seen in my life.
Oh, I don't know. Jenny, but okay.
Trouble Teen Torture Camp at
You know, I
age
just
12
deal
was
with it differently.
the
Don't
worst
don't
thing
tell
I've
me I
ever
haven't been through. Don't tell me I haven't been through some trouble. Some of it I made, some of it I didn't. Most of it I didn't. Most of it was just cast upon me. So it's like,
Yeah, me too. My
yeah.
brother. And so
Okay.
projecting her bad parenting and telling me it was my
Yeah.
fault. Like, what choice
Hey,
did I have, bitch? I
Jenny,
had no money, no transportation, no nothing. Like,
Jenny,
you didn't provide any food or
Jenny,
anything.
Jenny, tell me this. You're in a crowd of people, and you know you're around some bad actors, right? But then all of a sudden the authority comes in, and for some reason, I'm the one. Same way with class or in school. I'm the one that love. I was hardly even participating, but they picked me to show all the bad guys how bad they were. Do you know what that feels like, Jenny?
Say that
You're
again.
the you're the least of the bad in the group, but you're the one that gets grabbed and made an
Oh,
example of.
oh, that's totally me. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
well,
minute,
that's
yeah, the
yeah.
cops get
So
called,
you and
I'm the
I,
one that goes to
there
jail.
you
And
go.
yeah.
You and I, okay. You and I, you and I have that same experience because that's how most of my life has been. It's like, what? Oh, oh my gosh! Of all the people in this group you could pull out of the crowd and punish, you picked me. Oh, I hate you. It's like I'm not gonna fucking rat on everyone else, but you know you're a fucking you're just you know I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. It's not gonna end until I'm dead. So
Yeah, David might fly me up there to watch these clips. They rented an Airbnb and everything at
oh
Niagara Falls. But
Lambie,
I'm worried about the falls because when I first saw these clips in 2017, I went to the top of Umatilla Mountain, like way up in the mountains in the desert, like because
Lambie, go buy it.
the coast was cloudy because the coast is often cloudy because of the water. So Niagara Falls, I'm worried we're not going to be able to see it very well. So I was like, David, you got to make sure you're high in elevation and away from water. You don't want to, you're going to get
Yeah,
fog. You're not going to see it.
Lambie isn't gonna be here. He's not gonna suffer the fucking bullshit that we're gonna suffer. So you know he's not gonna suffer from all of our fucking make believe bullshit about the fucking eclipses. He's far safe, far away. But I'm on the path. I've already been hit once. It's coming again. My life's gonna get shooken up, man. The crossroads are right there in San Antonio. Fucking shit's gonna blow out big time. There'll be fucking giant fucking shit. The abyss is gonna open up, and the fucking all the critters are gonna come out. I won't be ready for them. Oh my gosh, I can't believe some of these Bible thumpers that I actually gave them some credibility because they're trying to be honest with what they're reading, but then they're all going off. It's like, and when the sun's falling, this city is called Nimrah. It's crossing a city called Salem. It's like, fuck y'all, give me a fucking break. Odds are, yeah. You know how many Hamiltons there are in the U.S.? It's just crazy. You could just make shit out of nothing. So, Lambie, what you need to do is send me yeah, give me a, okay. That's how it's gonna work, Lambie. I need about 5 cases of sunglasses. It'd be the cheapest sunglasses you can fucking buy, alright?
I
And
go
then
to the
just
Dollar
send
Tree.
and then I get a bus ticket to. I don't even have to. I just need a Uber. I can get an Uber over to where the sun's gonna cross. There's gonna be thousands of people that need sunglasses, and I can sell them for like
It's just
20.
how, okay, if it's completely behind the moon, you can take
No,
the glasses
I,
off. If you don't take the glasses off, you're gonna miss it. And so
oh,
my
You,
ex
I
argued
have
with
looked.
me. Oh, you
I,
can't
I
take the glasses off at all. I'm like, bitch, I looked it up on NASA. They said if it's completely, it's only like 45 seconds
oh,
before
it's
you can actually
bullshit.
take your
It's
glasses off.
total bullshit. The sun does not get brighter if something goes across it. It's
It
so
does, you
fucking
can
stupid.
see the no,
It's
you
so
can see
fucking stupid.
the filament
No, you're gonna
from
outrage
the
me, Jenny.
moon.
It's just fucking make believe out the wazoo. The
You
sun
have
is
to see
not
it in person.
brighter
It's
when
computer
something moves
Texas.
across it. It's so you don't need no fucking sunglasses. I can I
That's what I'm
no
saying. If it's
I
you
can
went
look at the
to
sun.
the moon, you take your
I can sun gaze. I went through the little practice 3 times a day to where I can look at the sun for 30, 40 seconds and I walk away and there's no blue spots. I can look at the sun. I can see the sun. And then when the eclipse comes around, um, I told my friend, I'm going to go out and take a look. No, you can't go out there. You're going to go blind. So, okay, well, I'll tell you what. If I go blind, I'm not going to hold you responsible. All right? You don't have to pay for my blindness. I mean, come on. I mean, the fucking hospital would be full of fucking temporarily blind or halfway blind people if that was. Anyway, it's just such a fucking make believe. But see, this is a wonderful topic, Jenny, about the power of belief. How people
that's
think that the sun has anything to do with fucking anything.
the sun
It's
is
just
your God. Amen
totally,
Ra.
but
Every
no,
time you say amen, you are saying
this craft is
Amen Ra, the sun.
as fucking simplest of an I mean from the earliest times. Oh, I can predict when the sun crosses. And then fucking you make sacrifices and shit like that. And then you're a god. Why? Because you knew when the sun was gonna be eclipsed? Oh my god, well now it's a godly power. Oh come on. It's the same fucking thing. That's all I'm saying. Make believe all this all this kind of stuff is just ignorance. It's someone that knows something you don't know, and they play hocus pocus on you. And whether it's true or not, it's just if there's just enough of evidence, you make a story out of it. Just amazing what people do, and they do the same thing with NASA. I mean, it's just like there's enough. You see a red dot up in the sky. Well, we're gonna make some models, and we're gonna take some spectrographs, and we're gonna build bigger telescopes, and then we're gonna tell you all kinds of bullshit about the place. But and then you're gonna believe that we're gonna actually go there. You're gonna spend millions of dollars to fucking put a colony on that little red dot up there in the sky because we fucking pulled the fucking wool off of you, which is fucking bullshit you. So anyway, we're gonna get Lambie's gonna send me three containers worth of shitty sunglasses from China that say Eclipse on it, Eclipse approved, your little sticker and like that shit. And I'm gonna fucking work my ass off. I'm gonna sell those fuckers, and we're gonna make buck. We're gonna make buck. Alright, maybe we'll make some radiation, some sun tacos. Yeah, need something to go along with the sunglasses. I need sun tea. Yeah, sunglasses, sun tea for the eclipse. Remedy, in case you accidentally looked without your sunglasses, you can take this sun tea. Eclipse, eclipse, eclipse blend. Yeah, eclipse blend.
You definitely need to go watch these clips. You need to go to the
I,
2023eclipse.com and find out where totality is and go to high elevation, not by water, so there's no fog and no cloud.
yeah, you
And
go,
watch it.
Jenny. That's right. Set it up for
Promise
me,
me you
babe.
will. Because you're in Texas. It's going through
Just,
Texas.
I know.
Promise
Form,
me
so I know how to
you'll
take
go
advantage
watch
of
it.
it. Uh huh.
Okay. I'm
All
gonna
right.
try and go all the way across the country and see it.
I could be the king, and you could be my sorceress. All right. You'll be my
Might not be
high
Texas.
council.
Well, it might not be that hot down there. How hot is it in Texas right now? But
Uh,
supposedly something that they like the conspiracy theorists think that the government's up to something because they're closing Cheyenne Mountain for the first time ever
I'll
during
tell you what. I'll tell you what. I could build a temple over on this. There's this little a mountain over here, not too far away. I can build a temple on there, and you can go in that temple, and 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 you could be Dionysus, and you could tell all the people what you want to tell them. Just keep me informed. We'll work
I'll
it
be
out.
like
We'll
the
work out
oracle.
something.
I'm the oracle. You stick me in the mountains and get me
Or just
high.
tell everyone to run around naked because it makes them, brings them life, vitality, virility. Tell them to eat fucking goat horns or whatever you want. I'll sell goat horns. Just,
Yeah, I'm
tell them
going
something.
totally pagan. I'm de-Hebrewising. I'm de-Hebrewising my belief system because I caught them in one too many lies, and we're gonna rewrite the Hebrew book.
The
I'm gonna.
shrine of,
I'm
yes.
going to David's library, and we're getting rid of the bullshit.
No, we're going to make a Jenny Simon shrine, and you could be an oracle. All right, just
Yeah,
kind of keep me informed of what you're doing, and Lambie and I will kind of pick it up, and we'll make sure you get we'll get you some nice costumes and stuff to work out.
we'll see. It's $500 for me to fly to Detroit and back,
I'm, I'm
and
taking
I have
advantage
to
of
be like
Lambie. I'm
medically
sure
stable enough.
he's not up for it, but
The Oracle needs internet access, though. Yeah, I know it needs internet access in the mountains
yes, officially
because
granted.
nobody
Bar,
believes it now unless you like live stream
yes,
it.
heat resistance. Heat resistance.
David was like,
Jenny Simon
they will crucify
pot
us.
holders. Jenny Simon pot holders.
I'm like,
Definitely.
well, do it live. They'll crucify us. They'll have to listen. That like when I
Jenny,
take my Israel reading off and take it off,
Jenny,
this shit's gonna hit
Jenny,
the fucking fan, I'm sure, because that was pretty brutal.
together, Jenny. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we keep making a fire together. With your romantic visions and my pessimism and skepticism, we could just make poo-poos and bucks. What do you say? Let's get some rings and shit like that.
Some
And like
rings,
start, yeah, rings are
make a ring
symbol.
of power.
We need to get a symbol. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
that's a
know what.
great idea. Actually, let's make
Yeah.
a ring of power. That's a fantastic idea. I love that. I have jewelry making skills.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know. I don't have
All
any
right.
gold, so I can
Well,
make.
yeah. Limited edition. We
Oh,
don't
my
sell them.
hairdresser's husband is a fine jeweler. Ooh.
Oh yeah. Very nice. Well, we need a book. We need a book with steps in it. In order to get your ring, you have to go
We
through
have
these
to
steps.
unbind them. The ring of
Initiation.
power says one ring to rule them all.
Initiation. Okay, I'm sorry.
I can't
Right.
remember, but
Well, we
it
gotta
says
start.
something to bind them. So we
Okay.
need to make a ring to unbind. Like I was gonna write a deprogramming book for addiction because
Uh-huh.
it's a fucking mind fuck program, and so I'm gonna
Oh,
deprogram everybody. I'm gonna write an addiction book called The Empire of Dirt, and it's gonna be all about pharma's bullshit lies surrounding drugs.
awesome. Awesome. Well,
But we should make a ring of power. That's a good idea. Do
well,
go like
first
that.
yeah, but first, I mean,
David's a
if we're
rabbi
gonna,
Christian, he doesn't know it.
maybe it would be like something like walking on coals or something like that to help relieve someone of their addiction. Is maybe we could make some sort of fire ritual
But why? Why can't they be
people to walk
why
across
can't people do drugs?
and be
Tell me
healed.
why. I just had an echocardiogram. My
No, no,
heart
no. They
like
walk. They get high as fuck and drunk as fuck, and they walk across the coals, and all of a sudden they're sober, right? And they look at you in the face and say, "Oh my God, I'm still alive. What's happening to me?" You say, "You are healed," right? And then
here's the problem. We
right.
never had an issue with drugs until they criminalize them. There's always going to be people that are going to do drugs.
Uh,
They can't get drugs. They're going to drink hand sanitizer. Those are just those fucking people. There's always going to be idiots like that. Let themselves take themselves out of the gene pool since we're eugenicists anyways, and let us have our goddamn drugs. Like, end of
that
story.
sounds great.
You can test your drugs to make sure that it's not laced with stuff. They sell kits for that,
But they
and
have this.
people that actually fucking have
This is the
brains
plug
can
house.
do natural bioavailable drugs
That's right.
for the rest of their fucking lives. Like I knew in Seattle, last time I checked, because I lived downtown and I worked at the Fifth Avenue Theater, so I walked past Pike and Front every single day. I still, from when I was 15, knew this old dude who got his legs blown off in Vietnam. He's this junkie. He had a wheelchair and a whole entourage around him all the time because I think he got a huge check from the VA or whatever every month, and he sold like 20 bags and balloons and stuff. But he'd be mashing around fucking Seattle to this day, as far as I know. He's still out there. Like, he probably has a heroin connection and can still get real heroin. I don't know. I hear that the real heroin is gone, that it's all garbage now, that you can shoot like an entire gram at once and barely feel it. So
Yeah,
and this is all government controlled.
about
There's
that.
no way
That's
that
your
what
time.
happened to supply and fucking
Well, no,
demand?
no,
So
no.
what,
I mean,
only fentanyl can get in and it's all laced with this garbage that makes your limbs rot off? Bullshit. This is totally government doing all of this. That's such bullshit. It pisses me off. I know, oh, we have terrible border control. Then where's all of the drugs? If we have terrible border control, where are our drugs? Someone tell me that. It's bullshit. It's total fucking bullshit.
okay, Kenny. I think you probably should be quiet now because you're letting your skirt up a little bit too high.
Just go pick Liberty caps or whatever. Yeah, I need opium,
You know
not
more
Liberty
about
caps.
this stuff than I do. That's all I gotta say. Nah.
I
Anyway.
actually tweeted China the other day asking them to send us opium instead. I was
Yeah.
like, hey, we don't like your fentanyl. Can you please send us opium instead? I literally tweeted the embassy of China and asked them that the other day. I'm not even kidding.
Well, you know very well a drug lord is not a make believe thing. A drug lord is a drug lord. That's not make believe. So, you know, it's not like the Pope. Pope doesn't make billions on drugs. He makes it on fantasy and mysticals and all that kind of. That's a lot more work, I guess. I don't know, but it lasts longer. The thing is that,
Hard
well, no,
fentanyl.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
I
no.
never had
Seriously,
fentanyl.
the
Fentanyl wasn't
gray-haired
around in Seattle
Bible,
back then.
no, the gray-haired Bible lady is going to live much longer than you or I. How about that?
The gray-haired Bible lady.
Yeah, then yeah,
Oh, I don't think
the
I'm gonna
religion,
be around
follow
for.
religion.
I'm gonna burn out
Well,
like
yeah, if you know
in
that much
fast.
about, yeah, if you know that much about those drugs and you more than I do, I probably live longer than you.
Well, I don't want to be like paralyzed or like some fucking half dead person.
Oh,
I don't want
yeah.
that. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be
Well,
stuck in a nursing home where they're neglecting
don't
me
you
because like
worry.
I don't want to live to be old if that's what we're doing now. It's just putting old people in nursing homes where they fucking kill them
True,
with
true
neglect.
story.
It's
True
disgusting.
story.
Like,
Hey,
no, I'll
Jenny.
take myself out first. Thanks.
True story. I have a friend that he is about 3 weeks since I've heard from him. And the last thing he told me was doctors told him there wasn't anything they could do. And the doctor prescribed him this bottle of pills, right? And they were like, you know, he took one. He said, Tom, I don't know if I'm ready to go yet. I said, that's all right. Don't worry. He says, I got a lot to do. But I've got, basically the doctor gave him what he needed to, put himself out. And it was about a week later, I mean, I didn't hear from him. He went out. He took him and went out. So anyway, I don't, it's happening. It's not, it's not difficult. If you're in a condition, they'll give you a script and you can do your own hospice now. You don't need people sitting around. You just need a prescription. It's sad. I don't know if he had any longer or not, but he doesn't either. So, but he was a good guy. He was one of my latest, greatest friends. We used to talk every day. Yep. Uh, yeah, he was convinced he wasn't going to get along any farther, and he got a prescription from a doctor that said he wasn't going to live much longer.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard from him since. So
Mhm.
just just to share your story with you. That's all I'm doing. I have no idea what to make of it, but yeah, Jenny, it's like I would probably go for that myself. I don't want a machine, or nobody does really. I don't know. I can't imagine anyone that says like would tell their children, if I'm unresponsive, just you know, spend whatever I have to give to you, or spend the 20 or 30 years of your life paying to keep me on the fucking respirator. I wouldn't do that. But I don't know, Jenny. That's another topic. You know, about I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, Jenny. It just brings us into another topic about what happens after we're not here with each other anymore. I think we come back. I think we got about 2 or 3 days floating around, finding out. Oh, trip. It's like, well, you can't stay here. You got to get back over into the game. Like, well, really? Yeah, that's right. Ain't nothing for you to do here. You're bored. You're popping. You're jumping into another fucking mommy somewhere. I don't know. Maybe we've talked too long. Seems like you're thinking about something else. I don't want to keep you. We've been talking quite a while. I'm starting to
Yeah.
sound silly.
I need my grow tent. We're talking about growing plants right now.
But anyway, yeah, we should build a mythical castle somewhere in time. We can pick one. I like the Middle Ages myself, but maybe you're more of an Egyptian type, or I don't know.
I want a garden of specific plants that attract me. Yeah, I met I tried to get this guy to let me use some of his land for gardening. He's got a greenhouse and everything. But he's also got a wife and he doesn't think she'll like me, of course. That's the curse. Like women either like me or hate me. Love and they usually hate me. And then if I meet guy friends, they're terrified to introduce me to their wives or girlfriends. Um, it sucks. So I live a very lonely life. Why so
Yes,
many
you're
can't
destined.
even like
You're
not do drugs? In this world, you have
apparently
to want to get high. There's this really funny song called
somewhere along the line.
let me try and find it.
Your royal, yeah. Your one of your ancestors must become an orphan of some royalty because you apparently have the bloodlines of the Illuminati, but you're stuck with the rest of the
You can
trash that
tell,
makes
huh?
up.
I'm
Yeah.
RH negative. Yes, I am of the
Thank
blood.
you very much. You're welcome. I recognize it. How about that? Da, 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 da. I'm Illuminati too. Woohoo!
Right? Theory.
Sucks.
The big brain that's the bloodline, though.
Oh my gosh, it sucks to know so much and be surrounded by such ignorance and stupidity. You want to puke.
If it already exists within
I would
you,
be Ozzy Osbourne if I could, just to humiliate everybody in the world. It's like you stupid fuck. Bleh.
when the nerves in my skin die, then I can take over. How's that? But my back is blown out in three places too, my spine. So, but the one symptom that bothers me the most is my skin. Like so, nerve. They're my small nerve fibers in my skin are being eaten and destroyed. So when they're finally done being eaten and destroyed, hopefully I won't be in this much pain. There's 4 stages to nerve death.
Yeah.
I've had some nerve death already.
When I don't know, but when I get an idea of where the problem is, I focus on healing it, and then it tends to lessen or doesn't become such a problem. You know what I'm saying? If the doctor said I had a heart issue, say okay, I got heart issues, and it's like okay, so heart, I want you to get stronger, so we're gonna get stronger. All right, we're gonna do it, and I don't think about it too much. And I don't know. Maybe I'll get surprised, but most of the time it's like I got I got hit by a car one time, and I didn't. I mean, kind of hit. It was glancing, right? Really, what I hit was the ground. I got, the car threw me off in like 10, 15 miles an hour. I kind of smashed into the ground. But I remember pushing myself up, and my hands just like burning like fire. And it's like, and what I did was like, I was like, hands heal, hands heal, and then wrist heal, and wrist heal, and wrist heal, and then I don't know, it, I don't know, I just it didn't it didn't affect me very long term, but maybe I mean maybe, but maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I really wasn't that hurt, but sure fucking felt like something was fucking broken. But then again, it wasn't. So at the same time, it's like, okay, I don't know. I, I don't fucking know. I just, I think but it's very true, as the doctors can tell you, the attitude of the person when they're in a situation, their attitude can make or break them. You know, their how they see what's happened to them. You know, they can tell who's going to live or die. They could be the same prognosis, but one person will say, "Oh, you're good. You'll be all right. You'll be good." Another one will be like, "Well, man, you're gonna die," because it's like like maybe part of it is like they can kind of guess, based on how you're dealing with the situation. It's like little kids, little children and stuff. Some of them, you get the survivors and you get the dyers, and the only ones we hear about are the little troopers. The ones that say, "Oh, I'm not going to let it get me down," and I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. It sucks. It's hard. I don't. I don't discourage someone either. So okay, you know, it's on you. And I guess Jenny, I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna say, it's kind of on you how things go, girl. I enjoyed talking to you.
You
I think
too.
we're about done. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll have another talk sometime.
Yeah, sounds
Okay.
good.
All right. Well, you have a great day, Jenny.
You too.
Bye bye.
Anybody else want to come on? I could read from some books. This real magic book is cool. Um, to cough for a minute. Yeah, if you drink too much water, it can be tough. Yes, the dose makes the medicine slash poison. That's what a vaccine is a small controlled dose of a virus, and it's the same one. Supposedly it's a small dose, but they go for a robust immune response. So I think they're full of shit. And I think they program those vaccines to shed because it makes better business sense. If grandma gets her vaccine, she gets sick from it, right? But then she comes around everybody else when she's better and gets everybody else sick. And they have no idea that it was grandma that got them sick. But look, grandma's not sick. Maybe we should all get vaccinated now so we're not sick like grandma. Yeah, grandma got sick when she got vaccinated because you get sick when you get a vaccine because that's what they're doing to you. They're infecting you. Anyways, I could go on forever about that shit. Like you guys got this whole thing wrong. Like you don't know the business plan. You need to learn medicine, conspiracy people. Gene therapy. Yeah, it turned it into a spike protein factory. Well, guess what? The actual virus has the whole virus, including the toxic envelope as well. But a spike factory is a bad thing too because there's no off switch. It doesn't stay in the muscle where they said it did. And it's causing autoimmune reactions, but so can the virus. Because guess what, people? It's a neurotropic virus. That means it goes into your brain, it crosses the blood brain barrier where your super awesome immune system can't go. That's the barrier. Your super awesome immune system is down here, and your central nervous system is up here and in your spinal cord. And so, unless you can deliver a drug or something past that barrier, which is the problem with HIV, that's why they can make it undetectable in your blood, but they can't cure you, and you have to stay on medicine forever because it's still in your brain and your bone marrow, by the way, which is where your T cells are made. And COVID also goes into the bone marrow and fucks up the T cells, as well as infecting them directly. Um, yeah, it's not a, you guys think that, oh, it was a dud because it didn't kill you right away. That's also not the business plan to kill you right away. They kill you slowly. They take data because guess what? Data is the new gold. You are data and they're Dr. Mengele, and they love to fuck you over in interesting ways and take notes about it and put it in their epic computer Nazi system. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. They don't want to kill you fast. They want to take all your money first, kill you slowly and interestingly. They've been trying to do it to me. I'll be right back. I have to pee. When you're on camera, especially when you're super white, you have to put extra lip gloss and blush on or you look washed out. Apparently. I'm discovering. Okay, that Powerade baby tea. Okay. What do we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about pharma or magic? Or what? Never had the job. Neither did I. I don't want that shit in my body. It's the same thing. The virus and the vaccine. They invented vaccination 500 BCE in China. They were doing smallpox vaccinations. They used to just take like a needle or some sharp object and poke it in some pus from somebody else's smallpox pus and then like scratch it on your arm a little bit. Break the skin just a teeny tiny dose. I actually have a smallpox scar because I got a smallpox vaccine, which I didn't. I was like, God damn, mom, you probably really fucked me up. Like, what? Why? When? Weren't they? Didn't they stop that by 1982? For fuck's sake! Why? Anyways, Magic Pharma. Oh, I'm gonna Magic Pharma. They're in trouble. I'm declaring war. Depends on what happens at the Mayo Clinic and my new doctor that is not using the epic Nazi computer system. But how bad I declare utter destruction on pharma or not. It's pharma. I hope you're listening. You have a choice to make here. You are literally torturing all of the good people to save Bob down the street. You're a eugenicist. Let Bob down the street have his fucking hand sanitizer and let him drink it or whatever the hell he wants to do. Let him have the good drugs. Let him take himself out. We have too many people on the planet. I totally fucking agree. I guess I'm a eugenicist too. There's not enough resources left. We're ready for a new wipe. Like, we're not going to make it to the next one, I don't think. and this whole psyop about the planet's not overpopulated, go to India and then come talk to us. If you're in the United States, we go to Europe. It's super crowded and they cut all the trees down. Like, we need to replant trees and fix the soil problem and mycelium and stuff. Worldwide mad deadly communist gangster computer god. Yes, yes, and they're taking over using medicine. And I'm telling you that this Epic system is Dr. Mengele on steroids. This computer system that give your doctor just enough time to basically put stuff in the computer and have the computer tell them what to do, and then them just do it. And then they have these, if your doctor is in a clinic setting where there's administrators and board members and stuff, you're really fucked because they're going to say no to everything. And if you're on Medicare, do not get an Advantage plan, because then you have another middleman that's going to say no to everything. You want your doctor to be able to go straight to Medicare and not have to deal with any bureaucracy above it. So I'm really hopeful about my news. I got kicked out of my doctor's office on Friday. The administrator kicked me out because I yelled at my doctor for lying to me twice and putting me through fucking hell. She was supposed to put me on morphine if I weaned down to the equivalency. So I did. She was like, what, calling my bluff? You prescribed me the comfort meds. I told you I was doing it. These people are insane. And then how am I supposed to trust a doctor and then she said she was going to give me diuretics if I got an electrocardiogram, which was nearly impossible to do, but I pulled it off because I really pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and called and called and called and called and squeezed my ass in. And she did not give me diuretics. Nope, I had to get them from someone else, which then pissed her off even more. It's like, but she's a fat cow. And I'm like, I don't want to be a fat cow. I'm not a fat cow. And I know what edema is because I was a massage therapist. And it's not happening, lady. And like, no, I'm getting off of this drug that's causing the edema. Fuck you, people. Like, and I've already saved up a bunch of drugs to do it. So, and I don't care what you say. So, like, that's what I did. I was like, I'm doing a pile of benzos that I've had for years and some opiates. Like, fuck off. Oh, yeah, I got totally kicked out of my doctor's office. That's never happened to me before, by the way. I have never in my life had such a terrible experience with doctors. I've never had to fire a doctor before. I've fired like 3 or 4 already, I think. Some of them have been scared of me and referred me elsewhere. This town, I'm so going to post posters everywhere, plant poppies all over the place, and then fucking peace out of it if I can. Like, you think you got a drug problem now? Oh, man. He's going to go find a more corrupt one. How do you find a doctor that will prescribe you morphine? I had a prescription for years. This was a voluntary switch because they wouldn't raise my dose. And I switched voluntarily to synthetics. And then I was like, I don't like this. I want to go back. And they won't put me back because I had to switch out of my longtime doctor because I got Medicare, and Kaiser doesn't take Medicare. So ever since then, because I switched out of my family doctor who's known me he birthed my daughter. It's like they treat me like a piece of shit, like an addict. So they forced me onto the fucking methadone program, basically. Paracetamol, that's Tylenol. Yes, I've had plenty of Tylenol in my Percocet. I don't like it. It makes my armpits itch, which means my lymph nodes. It just depends. It depends on how much I'm overloading my lymph nodes that day. You know what I mean? The more stuff I do, the more your filters are going to be taxed. So I took a Percocet one day and I noticed it bugged me. But it could also be a combination of I took a whole bunch of shit that day. So I'm down to as little substances possible that I'm putting in my body. Like I'm hardly even taking my antihistamine, which is supposed to be helping with my skin burning, but I'm not sure it is. I don't think it is. Probably making it worse. I'm basically taking codeine and benzos, which my psychiatrist just prescribed to me after I kicked. Thanks, thanks, lady. Well, at least my weaning would be because I was like, yeah, I'm on a severe benzo wean now. I was almost out, but she was already prescribing them, just not. She doubled the dose, so that was good. Benzos are bad. I know. That's why I was weaning off of them, and I'm going to wean off of them because I also heard that they're not good for your nerves. And they make me tired and like kind of Thorazine-y. They were drugging us with Thorazine in that MK Ultra camp when I was 12. I have a lawsuit. I could post the link. They were fucking putting Thorazine in our food and letting us eat as much of it as we wanted to. And it was bomb ass Southern comfort food. Yeah, I'm not even shitting you. Here, let me put this. I even have this memorized. And you know who's deeply involved in these troubled teen camps that are really MK Ultra shit is Mitt Romney, by the way. I think I ruined his presidential campaign back before they were shadow banning people on Twitter and it was like a free for all and you could just tweet any motherfucker you wanted and like they couldn't block and all that stuff back in the day. Yeah, I went after Mitt Romney's ass big time. Okay, nosefake.net slash I think this is it. Oh, there should be a period right there. I hate typing on this tablet. It doesn't work very well. Nosefake. It's a crappy tablet. I think that's it. Let me see. Is it not going to go to it? Oh, it would be www, of course. And it wasn't just spanking these fuckers were doing. I wonder if that will work. No. Oh, .htm. That's what it is. Okay. Let's see. Let me see if that works. Oh, there's a fucking space there. You gotta be kidding me. Let me try again. I'm stoned right now, so no space. Backslash dot html. And it keeps putting a space after the period. It's fucking me up. That should work. Well, if you type that into Google, that will work. That will get you there. It's a crazy lawsuit to read. What the crazy torture they were doing to us. There was a murder when I was there that they talk about it. It's in one of the because when I was there and the murder happened was in the 90s, and apparently they did not close the place down because the lawsuit, some of the kids were there in the 2000s, and I was like, wait a minute, they supposedly closed it down because I was removed and put in a second one after 7 months of hell. A boy, four boys were going to escape, and then one decided that he was going to tell on them. Share, copy link. Well, it sure works in Google. I don't know why it's not. Oh, I guess I need the HTTPS part. There it is. Oh, this place was nuts, dude. I would rather spend 3 years in prison versus 1 year in that place, maybe even more. It was that bad. Like, no books, nothing. You were both completely isolated and had no privacy because you were in this dorm, and you had to have an orientation guide. So you were on the top bunk, she's on the bottom bunk. She has to be within arm's length of you at all times. So she can stop you from slitting your wrists. I swear to God. She has to watch you on the toilet, changing your tampon and all of that stuff. Watch your hands so you don't slit your wrists, because that's how bad the place is. So if you have to have perfect behavior for 3 months, which is almost impossible, but I did it, um, to get off orientation. And then if you do anything bad at all, like say a worldly word, even the word pants, we weren't allowed to wear men's pants. We had to wear skirts. We couldn't even say pants. Your ass is gonna get punished in some way, like paddled, beaten up, have to write lines is the easiest punishment. They had one of those chairs that they tie crazy people to, it kind of like an electric chair, and then they gag you and close the door. They had one of those. Um, oh, they made you run around in circles in the yard and on Thorazine. So you're like trying to run on Thorazine. I remember they made us exercise and it was like hell. And I'm like, why do I feel so week? And it was awful. I didn't know. I was only 12. I should have known they were drugging the food. Like, if I was older me, I would have definitely figured that shit out. I'd be like, this food is way too good to be true, and I feel high as fuck. What's going on? They have to be drugging the food, which is exactly what they were doing. Um, and so then they wouldn't let you see any doctor or nurse or nothing. There were no counselors, or were no teachers. They put you in a cubicle and made you memorize the Bible. That's what you did. And we had like Sunday school workbooks. That was it, period. And we went to church and just because we had to quote the Bible that we memorized. So you just basically, and you were punished if you didn't do it, and you'd have to quote entire chapters at a time. So that's basically all what you did spend your time doing, was either being punished or memorizing the Bible, one of the two things. And they also did not let you sleep very long. They woke you up super early. Yeah, that place was fucking crazy. So anyways, three boys, because the boys were outside the razor wire fence, which was too close to the building, by the way, and was the fire hazard that it was supposed to have been shut down for when I was there, because they double deadbolted these girls in these underground dorms, and we could not get out if there was a fire. There were no windows, and they double deadbolted us in and had guards. Like, some of the girls did guard duty. It's all in the lawsuit, but it's even worse than the lawsuit, though. If you think about the total isolation yet no privacy, you're not allowed to talk about anything that's not biblical. It's complete brainwashing, torture. um how many years? That was 7 months. And then when the boys stoned the other boy to death because they were going to escape and he was going to tattle, CPS, that's when I learned we're from the government and we're here to help means at age 12. They didn't help shit. My mom came, drugged me again, because they give your parents Valium and shit so they can knock you out and get you there. And she dumped me off at the backup location. Like, what the fuck, CPS? You're not like this crazy, abusive, psychotic camp place, and you're not going to pay attention to where the fuck the kids are going now? Because a bunch of us just ended up at And you know what the parents say in the lawsuit, which is absolutely disgusting. Every parent in there almost says the same thing. They threatened to take my tuition money. So what? You got to get your torture's worth? Really? Either way, you're not getting the tuition money back. Your kid's either going to be tortured or not. That's your choice. You're not getting your tuition money back. Like, are you fucking insane? That's how you can tell that this is the parent problem. Like bad dogs, people that have bad dogs, that is a bad dog parent problem, not the dog's problem. Caesar Milan taught you that. It's the same shit with kids. Like my mom's a fucking psychopath bitch, and she still tries to lock me up to this day. She called the cops on me when I was kicking dope 10 days in and told them I was AODing and suicidal. I'm like, bitch, I would have done that shit on day 1 or 2, and I'm definitely not ODing. I'm totally in withdrawal. But since she said the 2 magic words, the wellness check, fucking the whole crisis team showed up, and I couldn't see anything because I was in the shower at the time. Every time I'm naked, every time these people show up, it's fucking hilarious. Um, I didn't have my contacts in or anything. I was in the shower I had a shower cap on because I was just trying to detox. And then so I keep my room super hot. It's like 90 degrees in here. And then my living room, if I'm just detoxing in my room, why would I heat my living room up? So I have a curtain, and my living room is like freezing fucking cold, and they're making me sit in there. But luckily, I had the oil heater on low because I have one of those oil heaters. You just keep it on low, and then if you crank it up, it'll just get hot real fast. So I cranked that up and I pulled it with my feet over, and because they let me put my cotton blanket on at least. Oh my God, it was awful. You had a father in the house. Yeah, I know. Oh, my mom accused my father of molesting me so she could get her alimony. Oh, that's a whole story. She lied. She does this all of the fucking time. She also got herself adopted into a new family when she was 12 by accusing her stepdad and brother of molesting her, but nobody else. She has 3 other sisters, just her. Got herself adopted into a new family. Yes, this is a pattern. My mother loves to leverage the legal system on people and get money. She's a total narcissistic psychopath. Sorry, Mom. You are. I've told you that a zillion times. Like, I have books. I have digital books. I can Google Drive them to your ass. That's totally you, and you know it. The narcissistic mother-daughter relationship books. Yeah, I've got those. Because when PDF Drive was all free for all, I downloaded a bunch of stuff. That was one of them. For how many years did you? Oh yeah, so then I got out when I was like 13, 14-ish. So I missed middle school completely because she took me out of 7th grade like 3 months in. And then like, they tell your parents that you skipped a grade, and that's their little scam because they're not teaching you anything there. So I went from a 6th grade education with a gap year to high school, from elementary school to high school, and I'm supposed to succeed or get sent back. Needless to say, my mom wasn't actually interested in where I was going and what I was doing. She had just wanted to go on this she just graduated massage school. She wanted to go to Hawaii and Vegas. She went to Hawaii and studied Lomi Lomi. She went to Vegas and studied osteopathic joint release. She sacrificed me for her fabulous career that she was like the best body worker there was at the time in her day. Um, she worked in Vail and Europe. They flew her all over the place, rich people, and yeah. So, but She didn't have it. There was never food in the house. She's a terrible cook and doesn't cook anyway. She worked graveyard when I was growing up, so I was a latchkey kid. So why I go from a latchkey kid to all of a sudden I'm gonna just send you to boarding school because you're a troubled teen. I was 12, a 12-year-old virgin, and she smoked weed with me, probably to get me a dirty way and set me up. Oh, I want it to be the first time with me. Like, what the fuck? And why put a porno on? Like, what are you doing? She herself was exposing me, setting me up. That's my mom. Yeah. And then I get out of there because she doesn't have any more money to keep me in there. And she's done with her little fucking vacation, year-long continuing education vacation that I'm sure the family paid for, by the way. I should ask. And then she didn't give a fuck. There was never any food in the house. Did she buy me clothes? No. I had to steal everything. I had to go steal food from the stores for lunch. I think she wanted to mold me into a troubled child so that she could play the victim, which is what her entire identity has been my entire life. She has projected her bad parenting decisions onto me. I had no resources. I had no money. I had no transportation. I had no food. I had food insecurity, which meant I had to hunt food down all day and go to school and shit. And yeah, like, come on, man. And clothes, I stole all my clothes and everything 'cause she wasn't taking care of me. So I eventually just started staying across the street from the school at friends' houses. And then I caught her moving one day. She up and sold her condo without telling me. Like, I know it, you didn't just sell the condo in like a couple days, bitch. You were gonna disappear. This was back when she could have just disappeared on me, and I luckily walked in on her fucking trying. So then we moved in with her boyfriend. There was a little more food in the house, but it was obvious she didn't want me there. And she wasn't cooking like for me or helping me with my schoolwork, which I needed help with. Um, so I eventually like stayed with other people. I stayed with a punk rock boyfriend, and that's where I got into heroin. Had a punk rock band. He was really good, but he wouldn't sell out, he said, so he never made it big, but he could have. He could have. He could play every instrument too. And lead singer. He was fucking hot. You at least found your inner fire because of what? Yeah, because of the stuff I've been through, it's made me who I am, I suppose. I guess that's what when they call you wise. I like how many years did I spend on the streets? Like 6, 7 years. I lived in a van for a while. It's hard to pull yourself out of that. I got when I was, because I was a runaway up until I was 18. And so I couldn't sign up for the methadone program without my mom's like approval, but she would just wanted to lock me up and I had to escape fucking drug treatment one time. They were forcing everybody to take psychotropic drugs, and we were like, we're all reacting to this shit. We don't want this stuff. So a bunch of us left. I'm the only one that got away though, because I had khaki dickies on and I'm blonde, I guess, and just white enough. And there was like, we ran, but it was right in the middle of Spokane, right across from Sacred Heart Hospital. There was really nowhere to go. It was easy to catch people. But what I did was there was this field of like dry grass. I just fucking laid down right there, like right across the street from the fucking thing. And I swear to God, a police officer walked right up behind me and didn't see me, just stared right past me. I just like, I imagined myself as invisible and just stayed still. The best place to hide is right fucking there. That's the best place to hide. So that's what I did. And I totally got away because eventually they stopped looking, and I just laid there. I don't even remember how long I laid there, but then I got up and went and called because my boyfriend's dad lived in Spokane. I was like, come pick me up. Fucking escaped. I was 14 then, but I was also in high school a year earlier because remember, I skipped a grade. A blonde hair is evolutionary trait for hiding in dry grass. That's funny. Yeah, I totally blended in, man. It was fucking great. Yeah, that was funny. I was the only one that got away too. Everybody else got snagged. I can hide pretty good, and I'm tiny. Like I like cupboards. I always, if I'm paranoid, I'll always clear out a little spot in a cupboard somewhere and make sure that my hair's not sticking out like Charlie Manson, because that's how he got busted. His hair was sticking out. They wouldn't have never found him if his hair hadn't been sticking out. But yeah, I fit in cupboards really well. I can stay in a cupboard for an entire day. Make it really cozy in there. Like comfort cupboard. My safe space. That's funny. This apartment's probably too small. I'd have to clear out my kitchen cupboard. I'd have to find somewhere to put all that shit. Maybe my tool shed. I have to find somewhere to put all my gardening stuff. I grew up next to a river with my parents living in a tent away from civilization. Yeah, I bet that was great. Till later we moved into the first house. It's all about, it's your people that make it a home. You know what I mean? Like my home with my mom was a walls and a four walls and a roof. There was no food there. She worked graveyard most of my childhood. And as soon as she didn't work graveyard, that's when she sent me to trouble teen torture camp and torture camp. Um, yeah, it was a lonely existence. Um, a home is really, I think, the people in it and the food. So later on in life, I became very, like, I'm a master cook. I can cook all kinds of shit. I've got a fully stocked kitchen. I just can't eat anymore. But when I got pregnant, I was like, I'm not going to starve my kid. I'm going to learn how to cook. And so I did, like, really well. I really threw myself into it. I even used to teach cooking classes at PCC Natural Markets. It's kind of like Whole Foods, but it's a co-op in Seattle and they have like 10 locations. So I would just drive around. They would give you a schedule. You're going to do this class or this class or this class, but you learn too while you're teaching these classes. You're assisting a chef and like helping people doing dishes. But you learn also. And bonus is last minute, if the class isn't full, you can go take the class for free if you're an employee. So I took advantage of that all the freaking time. I took every class I could. I need help finding my father. He's a recluse and there's no information about our family. I need to pay somebody to find him for me. I don't know how to find him. I think he's still around and he has children, but I would like to know some information. I met him when I was 16 or yeah, 16 a couple of times. I was totally strung out at the time. I just wanted to ask him if he really did to me what my mom said, and he was like, "No, she's a fucking lying crazy bitch." And I was like, "Yeah, that's what I thought." I just wanted to look you in the eye, and I can tell. True crime. Um, just I don't know. He wanted to talk about stuff. I was like, okay, let's do it then. I think we should do these panels more where people just talk naturally. Don't you guys hate the like overproduced, totally scripted shows on YouTube now? This is what YouTube used to be. People just talking to each other and doing stuff. And now it's this, they've turned it into like cable TV now. And everybody's afraid, I guess, to talk to each other, talk at all. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but we used to go on panels and talk all the time. That's a hard task, finding him. He'll be happy with where your mind is at as a grown woman. Yeah, I should probably. I think I've got an address. You know what? I was planning on driving up near that spot anyway. I should go to that address. Somebody wants to come in. Hey,
What's up? You're, by the way, so right. YouTube used to be
uh,
on panels.
yeah, I need more
Yeah,
speakers. Maybe I should turn my fan off. Yeah, I don't have the best speakers. I'm just using my phone right now because my computer needs to be, I need to take some stuff off of it.
but hold on. I can turn out my microphone. That's no problem.
Oh,
But
you can turn up your mic. Yeah.
just like I said, YouTube used to be more open and not that scripted. You're absolutely right about that.
Nobody wants to, I don't want to see that shit. I'm just so bored with it. And they're all just lying anyway. It's like they have this sock puppet app that they get. They're like, oh, I'm gonna drink my coffee in the morning and check out what I'm supposed to say today. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but it's like everybody's got a script and they all have the same opinion on the exact same day at the exact same fucking time. All these supposedly independent content creators. I'm like, really? Then how come you all have the same exact opinion every single time? What's going on?
Exactly. You know, I cover a lot of true crime and a lot of high profile cases. And when you contradict, I don't know, the people that are in this, it's almost like a cult, you know?
Yeah.
When you contradict them, yeah, they tend to attack you in bunches.
Oh, come at me, baby. I dare you. Like people are, yeah. Yeah, I dare you come at me with some bullshit. Like we will have a discussion. And I am
That is what
so
it is,
sick
isn't
of
it?
I am so sick of YouTube. And you know what? You are not gonna push me onto some alternative fucking trap echo chamber. This is the public square. We are supposed to be waking people up. We're not supposed to be. Why would I want to be in an echo chamber all day? For what? What good is that doing anybody but wasting my fucking time? Like, right? That's how
True.
I feel. That's how I feel like you guys are now just spinning your wheels in an echo chamber when you need to be waking everybody else up and fighting YouTube and being like, no, I'm not gonna censor myself to the point where I won't even say like anything. But actually, it's been interesting, this Israel Gaza thing. It's interesting that they're letting people, they're still not really liking the Holocaust questioning thing, but they're letting people trash the shit out of Israel for some reason. Well, I guess that's in prophecy, though. that they're doing the end times shit, right? Isn't prophecy we're supposed to be hated again and all that, and the red heifers and yada yada?
You tell me. I mean,
Yes, that's what's going on.
it's the same
I
thing.
think.
Was one of Joe Rogan, for example. He was one of the biggest podcasters in the entirety of YouTube before COVID hit, and he got basically banned because he had questions about the testing and that kind of stuff. Like, what is wrong with that? But apparently, it scared a lot of people. Well, if you want to be scared, don't do YouTube or don't watch YouTube.
They can't fuck with us all if we all just refuse to comply with their bullshit. Their scare tactics. They are scaring you into doing this to yourself. They can't get us all. Like, stop it. You guys are all being psyoped and fucking lied to.
You know, and the World Wide Web was created by a gentleman that thought that not only the military should get access to it, so that's why it's called the World Wide Web.
Right. And
Because
the psyop with Israel Gaza is that the Palestinians are the only people that the fucking Zionists are oppressing. No, they're oppressing the entire world. We have an a Zionist problem everywhere, especially America. That's the psyop I see going on with um all these alternative creators. It's like, wait a second, they're also fucking with me and you 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 and you. But we're ignoring all of that because free Palestine.
yeah, that's I don't. It's kind of sick if you think about it. I mean, I'm a huge historical fanatic. I mean, I don't live in the States, by the way. I'm a Dutchie. I live in the Netherlands. So we know a lot about the Holocaust here. I live just 20 minutes away from a concentration camp, um, and we got some real proper historical history lessons here. And
Oh, interesting. I have my own. Did you watch my Israel reading? I have my own theory about what went on.
the thing is that a lot of people don't know it, but Israel was actually given to the Jewish people after the World War. It
Yes,
was
2 days
given.
after the Bolsheviks took Russia, in fact, and the royal family hostage. 2 days they published the Balfour Declaration. 2 days later.
So in World War One, basically, Israel used to be part of Palestine, right? But Palestine is not a recognized country. So back in the day, they took it over after the First World War, and they felt so sorry for the Jewish people, like that was not part of the plan, right? And they gave it to him, just like here, get your own country. And the Palestinians were pissed off because they considered that the Holy Land. So yeah, it's kind of duh that they're still going to be pissed off about a historical fact that is improper.
They
You
only
cannot.
they were only in they've only ruled that area for 248 years total in history. They don't have any sort of they're so full of shit. It's not even funny. They were given, by the way, Canaan, which used to be that spot from Egypt. They weren't like exodized, and they were literally give it. You should watch that Ring of Power documentary. It goes over how the pharaohs, they changed their names basically. Simon was Pharaoh Simeon was actually Solomon. Um,
Kind of funny
Pharaoh
because I have a tattoo here that's
Jacobert
also
was
yeah.
Jacob. Jacobert was Jacob. Moses was Tutmosis. It was all a big fucking psyop. And they were totally given that whole country, just given the country, because Egypt owned that land that they exodized to. So you were given a country. You weren't like thrown out completely. We gave you part of our land because guess what? We were secretly ruling because they got kicked out. because people were tired of the Hebrew rulers. And then Jacob, I believe, stayed and changed his name and pretended to be Egyptian, and then got into the royal vizier position, and then from there took over as Pharaoh again. And they were just inbreeding like crazy, and they inbred themselves into oblivion, basically. And it ended with Tut, King Tut. It's
Well, he
all in
didn't.
that
He
Ring
didn't
of
make it
Power
long, did he?
documentary. It's really interesting, actually.
I don't believe though that all of history is very properly documented.
Well,
But
they were going by like the Egyptian records, where they said, no, we just gave them Canaan. Um, yeah, I don't know. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me because the Bible story and the Solomon's Temple story, I definitely destroyed that shit.
well, that's really interesting. Then you go back to Knights Templars.
Oh,
Um,
the Knights Templars were magicians, and they were doing some black magic, apparently.
that's what it is saying. I never seen black magic. It's like asking me if I wanted to believe in ghosts.
They were all, oh my God, they were all into alchemy and creating homunculuses.
Do you, do you think alchemy is sorcery though?
I think it's stupid
It, it,
mostly.
it is not some Harry Potter bullshit, you know. I mean, it's
I have
real.
an
I mean,
alchemy book. I have the hold on. I have the what's in bucket. Where is it? Saint Germain, yeah. This guy that wants me to believe he was Jesus and Buddha and everybody else. The Saint Germain guy.
mhm.
Yeah. He wants me to believe that he's immortal and that,
Oh yeah, a lot back in the day, a lot of people fought some interesting stuff.
yeah, I
You
don't
know
know.
that, for example, the Knights Templars, like you said, it wouldn't surprise me if they did a lot of alchemy because they were pretty big. That's where, for example, our first loaning systems come from. They would take people, peasants, to the Holy Land instead of, or in favor for protection. And that's where our first loaning systems came from. And when they went onto, this is kind of like the interesting thing because if you believe the entire conspiracy behind it, they went underneath King Solomon's temple and they found like part of the ark or something, or
I
part of
heard they found
Jesus's,
the ark. Yeah.
yeah, or the ark of the covenant, or the piece of Jesus, Jesus' cross, or something like that. And that goes really far. But they do have a really interesting story though. And
They have a lot of interesting stories.
for example, I'm betting a lot of people do not know this. For example, Friday the 13th, Jacques de Molay was one of the leaders of the Knights Templars back in the day. And when the French king, I'm not entirely sure, Philip something, Philip the Third or something like that, he considered the Knights Templars like a threat because he was so much in depth with them. They were really good businessmen. They were like the Wolf of Wall Street, you know. But
Yeah, that's
and
why they got
so
hunted down.
so Jacques de Molay, they got accused of blasphemy, and they were accused of believing in a demigod named Baphomet. So they were burned at the stake. So, and that was on Friday the 13th. But that's not an official story, but it really happened on Friday the
I
13th.
remember the Friday the 13th story. I remember that story. That is an official story, I thought.
It is, but it isn't. A lot. It's kind of like a controversy, but it was really interesting to
Oh,
read.
it's
It's like, oh,
definitely a controversy. They like to pretend the Knights Templars were these like perfect.
hell no.
We were helping the pilgrims get to Jerusalem. Sure, you were. That's
They,
all you were doing.
they were really powerful, and that is just because of their wealth.
Yeah, I think the alchemy, yeah, is the beginning of chemistry, but I think a
Yeah.
lot of it was a waste of time.
Also, real science. That's how our modern day chemistry is coming to play, and we have a
Well,
lot of
I
medicine
like
of that.
people that lie to me, and I don't believe that this guy is immortal.
Well, nah, of course not. And then if you want to talk about that, I bet that book has like the Sorcerer's Stone in there as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And like that kind of crap. I mean, it's the same thing. You have a former base on psychology, for example, which is philosophy.
Mm.
Not philosophy, but philosophy. So psychiatry is based on philosophy.
Oh, I
Alchemy
love
is based on
psychiatry
chemistry.
topic.
Yeah. Well, I'm a former mental health care employee, and I freaking love the human
It's
mind.
all brain infections.
I
Owning
know,
a
right?
cat increases your chances of getting schizophrenia by like 60%. Look it up. It's all brain infections, and it has been for, they've known that for 100 years. It's a big
100%.
giant, it's that, it's a big, huge, giant conspiracy. And then they invented chemicals, and then all of a sudden now we all have chemical now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that's a one big conspiracy, but I think individuals. I hate clinical psychiatrists and therapists. Hate is a big word, but I think what they are doing is writing a bunch of papers on basing on their own career. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, the papers are so corrupt. Oh my God. There's no, there's only a citizen group of people that are reading medical studies looking for fraud. There's
Mhm.
no official bureaucracy, which is odd since we seem to want bureaucracy for everything, that reads medical studies and looks for flat out lies and fraud because they're so ridiculously common. It's like 91% of medical studies are just loaded with people exaggerating, and some of it's flat out fraud, like the whole Alzheimer's thing. You know about that, right? The whole plaques. Oh, well, turns out they're just granulomas, exactly like I thought. They're just a protective coating of proteins that your body lays down to protect it from what? Herpes. Oh, snap. And they've known this for a long fucking time, and they covered up, they've covered up because their arthritis drug Enbrel was lowering the inflammation enough that it was curing Alzheimer's or halting it,
It's the
and
same.
they covered that shit up. This was in 2019. An insurance agent noticed that everybody who had Alzheimer's and started their arthritis drug, their Alzheimer's would get better.
It's the same concept that they blame autism with the vaccinations of children that they put like mercury in it.
It could be, it's like I said, an infection. And that's what a vaccination is. You're infecting yourself with the
Um,
virus. That's what you're doing. So, yes, I believe that vaccinations, and I believe that combining, like 20 of them is probably a really bad idea too.
mhm. Exactly. It's kind of
And
funny that
like, how
somebody.
many vaccines are they expecting to make? They want to make vaccines for every virus known to man. How many vaccines do they think one person is gonna take? Are you fucking kidding me? No, they're doing biowarfare, people. So you better to start learning medicine and wearing masks because it's about to get crazy.
Mhm. I have one medication that's called alcohol, and I'm completely fine with that. That's like my best vaccination that I can find.
Alcohol, it's so
Yeah,
toxic for you. Don't drink alcohol.
no worries. I'm good.
It's so toxic. Ugh, that's
No,
literally why they call it intoxication.
I'm completely fine with that. If I die, I die. I don't have any issues with
But
that. I
you
live my
want
life
to
to the
die
fullest, so it's
slowly
all
and
good.
painfully.
Exactly, Lamby. Beer cures all. No, but it's
And they
somewhat.
won't give you pain medication, so don't think you're gonna die, painlessly.
If you want to worry about everything, then everything, yeah, then essentially you're going to stress out your body, which equals that you're going to get more diseases.
I'm just a realist. Call me a philosopher, I guess. I don't know what you call it, but maybe it's just experience because I've actually been there.
That's all good. It's kind of fun though because somebody just said in chat from that I'm a Dutchie that it's a tulip country, and we actually got our tulips from Turkey, and we just decided to mass produce it.
I remember the tulip thing, and then it crashed. You guys, like, your economy crashed because nobody wanted tulips anymore.
Oh, they wanted tulips. Trust me. We were great salesmen. We were all also. Let me tell you this. We were also kind of dickheads though, because we, you know, a bird named the dodo.
Yeah, the extinct one. But
Yeah, thanks to us, they got extinct.
oh, damn! There's dodo birds carved in Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah.
We realize how phony the world. Oh my God, the guy running the World Health Organization is a terrorist guy. It's so crazy. That black guy, he's awful. Oh, somebody's talking to you in Dutch wherever you went. I don't know where he went. I think I have to pee again. This Powerade's like triple electrolytes. Okay, okay. Yeah, I started to read this book and then I was like, this dude, I don't believe you. I don't believe you're immortal and you are Jesus and Buddha and everybody else too. Yeah, he was a good guest. Thank you for coming on the panel. Yeah, I'm totally learning how to do this, people. I'm not a professional. But you know what? I need to at least know how to do this. But like I said, I want it to be more natural, not like scripted, produced garbage that nobody wants to watch because I feel like I'm wasting. So coming so close to death has really changed my perspective on how I spend my time and what I spend my time watching. And I definitely don't want to watch a CIA produced fucking supposedly independent show when all you guys have the same exact opinion about everything, the same exact day at the same exact time. So somebody's telling you what to fucking say. Obviously. Obviously. And the anti-mask propaganda, you guys, I cannot believe that you don't see that that's a complete and total setup. It should be treason because what happens if someone dropped an airborne weapon on us? Nobody's going to want a mask because guess what? It is so uncool now. And we will just all die. Well, you guys will. I won't. So they've got something planned. And actually, it might just be they wanted you to get infected with their self spreading vaccine Omicron. That could be what the anti mask propaganda was about. But I still worry because it's still a setup. Like, and you don't want that virus because it's not going to leave your body. It's going to be there forever. It crosses the blood-brain barrier. It gets into your bone marrow. It gets into your testicles. It's a sexually transmitted disease. It's like airborne fucking AIDS. It kills your T cells. Just wait, watch. In 5 years, there people already have COVIDs. It's already going on. They're just lying about it and not telling you about it. You have to read the medical studies, not the conclusions in the abstract. You have to skim at least through and see what actually they actually recorded and wrote down, what data they came up with. Like my heroin versus methadone thing was very obvious that their conclusions did not match their data. Their at all. Like, and their conclusions nowadays are always get a vaccine and eat some yogurt because it's all your microbiome. Never mind the viruses. Never mind those that love your gut too. And oh, by the way, we're having a antibiotic resistance problem, but we're just gonna go ahead and fucking encourage all of this anal sex and crazy cutting holes in your body and making bacteria laden. I mean, come on, you cannot create a fake vagina. A vagina is a self-cleaning organ. A giant hole in your body is a bacteria heaven. A hole that you created that isn't supposed to be there. Oh yeah, dude. You did the earplugs. I did the shower cap and covered my ears with that. The hazmat suit. I did the goggles. I still do sometimes. Like if I go on an airplane and it's crowded, I put fucking goggles on. Hell yeah. I don't give a fuck. And you know what? Nobody says shit to me. Sometimes I even write. I have an Envo mask. It has a plug. You can plug it, but it's got an exhalation valve. So you're not constantly breathing your own hot air, you know what I mean? And it stays off your face. It was made for firefighters originally, I think. And I found a bunch of filters at this mercantile store for like $1 a box, and they're $10 a box usually. So I bought all the filters and then I bought the mask because before I was just using like a N95 and I put a silk one over it. But now I've got like the shit, and I took it on an airplane too and didn't get sick. Um, yeah, and I would clean my stuff with hydrogen peroxide. I'd spray everything down. I'm telling you though, it's airborne AIDS. They have created a new cash cow. They're just not telling you about it. They're lying. They've been doing this to the ME/CFS community for fucking decades, telling them that it's all in your head, your labs are all normal, blah blah blah. It's a neurotropic virus. They can't see it on any of their testing that they're going to do for you at the doctor. Like, because they refuse to. I tried when they gave me a spinal tap one time looking for MS markers, and I argued with that neurologist for months. I said, no, I want a full viral panel too. If you're going to tap into my spinal cord, I want a full viral panel. And they fucking refused. Refused. And I called him on his bullshit. I was like, you know I'm right and you're a piece of shit. And what happened to your oath? And he was like, he thanked me for that. He thanked me for bitching him out and reminding him that he took an oath to help people, not a lie. Oh my God. You have a photo with that. I don't know if I have a photo or not. We pulled the same moves back then. Yeah, man. I was wearing a mask immediately. I went and got. We went to like the hardware store or something. Uh, Well, I took pathology class and I know about the biolabs and these fucking crazy people. Oh, and you better look into zombie deer if you're a hunter because I saw an article the other day where they said that something like 10,000 infected deer get eaten every year. You can't cook those prions out. You can't chemical them out. You can't get them out of the soil. They will, if an animal with prion disease dies on that spot, on that soil is fucking contaminated for we don't know how long, forever, as far as we know. And if a plant grows in that soil, it will take those prions up. And then if another animal comes by and eats that plant, now that animal's infected, and it only takes one. And then if a flood happens, it's going to wash those prions around. Oh my God, it's a disaster. It is, I really fear what the United States is going to look like in not that long because that prion shit is spreading everywhere and they're just not doing a whole lot about it. It's crazy. There and so oh, I also checked the rise in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and I compared it with like the map of the rise of zombie deer. And guess what? They match where the zombie deer rises are and the Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diagnoses are going up because you need basically a brain biopsy to diagnose Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Though I think they just developed a new blood test or something. But before, like you needed an autopsy, it was just diagnosed as dementia because it's really hard to fucking diagnose. Yeah, there is so, oh my God, dude. There are so many nasty diseases that you just don't want. And there's a saying in medicine that it's only mild when it happens to somebody else. Like even an ingrown toenail can be absolute torture for someone. I've had ingrown toenails. I now know how to cut my toenails, and I bought a $30 pair of professional toenail clippers because I went to the podiatrist and he showed me how to do it. I bought the wrong clippers. I went back the next time. He's like, no, you need these kind. I'm like, okay. They were $30 and from Germany, but worth it because I don't have to go to the podiatrist and I know how to do it now. You have to be like aggressive with it, basically. But I keep them tip top now, so now I no longer have ingrown toenails. But yeah, that can be a bitch. I've actually had them cut out before, like where they cut all the way up to the top and then like twist them out. And it takes like 3 months for your fucking foot to heal. You're wearing sandals. It's awful. When you don't need to do that at all. You just need to get the right clippers cut off. You have to make sure that you cut at an angle and that the points they have to be flat clippers too, no curve. Come out the other side or else you're not going to get that ingrown part out. You have to get up under there and then cut. And that's it. And it's kind of a little painful but once you keep them trimmed, then they're not as bad. So, but you got to have the right clippers and they're not cheap. But it's worth it not to have ingrown toenails. There are busy engineering new mosquitoes and have these things called a gene driver that would cause the mosquito to replicate using modified genes and not a combination. Yes. Oh, I know. They're getting rid of women now, apparently, so that males can just reproduce and that we don't need women anymore. Yeah. Oh, show my feet. They're probably super dry. I just did a pedicure not that long ago. I have cute feet. I have cute feet. Oh, you can't see in here because it's too dark. But yeah, my feet look nice because they're not edemic. What were we talking about? Oh, zombie deer. Oh God. So if you hunt, you have to send in the head to the people to have it checked out and make sure that it's not going to give you prion disease, which you do not want prion disease. Oh my fucking God. And they claim like there's only a few cases of Creutzfeldt Jakob a year. Yeah, diagnosed. Because when you die of dementia, they don't give you an autopsy. They just write you off as, you had Alzheimer's or whatever and put you in the cremator. Our The list of what people die from is really screwed up in the United States. Dr. Drew says all the time that they only ever accept heart failure on death certificates, which is odd, and I think a conspiracy to hide shit because that's ridiculous. Everybody's heart stops when they die. Like, of course, you die when your heart stops. And that's just bizarre that that's all they'll take. Maybe so they don't have to cure things. I don't know. It pisses me off. You got a private beach? Like, can you skinny dip? Uh, it's fucking cold here. It would have to be like with the hottest day of the year. The water here is not warm. People surf, but they wear wetsuits, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I just moved down more south. I was up in Washington. And it's definitely cold cold as hell. But I have, you know, actually gone swimming in the ocean when it was really hot and dove off stuff but it doesn't get really hot that often in the Pacific Northwest. Though, yeah, and our water is cold. Can we skinny dip anywhere? I don't know because I'm not from here. I don't know where anything is. There's a place where people go surf. You have to climb down the rocks to get to it. So yeah, you could probably skinny dip there. And that's where the seals and stuff are too, I think. The seals, there's some rocks out in the ocean and a bunch of seals they go on there. But seals will rape your ass. The seals are rapey. You ever watch seals? They're really rapey. Um, I wouldn't want to go skinny dipping around a seal. Oh my God, that would be funny. That would be funny. Did you guys hear about the orcas tipping the boats over in the Straits of Gibraltar? They're not eating the people. They're just tipping over their yachts and stuff. Something is wrong. Something's going on. The orcas are trying to obviously tell us something. What do you guys think it is? I think it is. You gave us COVID-19, motherfuckers. We know you're fucking around in some lab somewhere. I have not heard about it. Yes. So literally, there's been like 250 incidents in just 1 year of orcas attacking boats in the Straits of Gibraltar. It's like this huge fucking problem. It's really hysterical, actually. So obviously something is wrong. The orcas need something, right? Duh. They're tipping over tons of boats. They're pissed off, but they're not eating the people. So they're trying to tell us something, obviously. Yeah, I actually looked it up the other day and I was surprised at the number. Because I thought it was high and then I was like, that can't be right. Let me look it up. Orcas tipping boats number. Streets of Gibraltar. How many orca attacks in Gibraltar? Since 2020, there have been 500 encounters with between orcas and boats. At least 3 boats have sunk, though there's no record of an orca killing a human. So they're not killing the people. Like some people even had to swim to shore. A pod of orcas has sunk a yacht in the Straits of Gibraltar from last November of 2023. Why are orcas attacking boats? Researchers have pushed back at the idea that orcas are attacking vessels. Instead, they theorize the rudders have become a plaything for curious young orcas. Bullshit. And that the behavior has become a fad. Oh my God. Yeah, right. That is such bullshit. Over 250 boats have been damaged and 4 vessels have sunk, according to Wikipedia. So that must be a little bit old because it says 500 up there. Why won't whales stop ramming boats in Spain? Obviously, you guys are doing something that they don't like. It's not a fad. It's so stupid. They're just lying, right? These people don't actually believe their bullshit. They're just totally fucking making this up, right? We have 2 theories. The first is the orcas are playing, and the other is that one animal suffered an adverse moment and the others are trying to stop the boats to prevent it from happening again. No, I think that no, because they would just avoid the fucking boat. Like, come on now. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. No, they are trying to send you a message, obviously, and they're serious. Like, they really want you to understand. Maybe somebody should get one of those little like propeller driven things that you can go underwater with and some scuba gear and go find out what it is the orcas are asking about and follow them or something because they're obviously trying to get our attention. Unfortunately, I don't live in Spain and I don't have a boat and a suit and stuff like that, or else I'd go try to figure it out. That would be really scary getting in the water with a pod of orcas, though. But maybe I would send them a telepathic message so that I'm here to find out what you want. So please tell me what it is. Are you sick? Do you have a virus? That's probably the problem. I bet you $1,000,000. An RV? Yeah. Pissed about all the grease in the water from the Africans crossing. I need to eat something today because I didn't eat yesterday. And I don't know if I have any food in. Yeah, you know what I could make is I could always make a tater tot casserole, and that shit'll go straight to my ass. I wonder if I have what I have to put in it. I do have some like, where's that recipe? No, I didn't eat yesterday because I can only eat when my whole digestive tract is completely empty, which is when I feel the best actually, because when I eat, I feel bloated until it's gone, usually. And I can only eat like a little bit at a time. And it's better if I eat fruit with my food. I don't have any. I have some apples, but I think they're old as hell. I could dip them in sour cream and. Have you ever had sour cream and brown sugar together and dipped apples in it? It's really, really good. It sounds bizarre, but it's delicious. I cannot eat pizza. It would make me so ridiculously constipated. Cheese and bread together with hardly anything else is not a good idea for me. I'm more of a rice stir fry person, though I make a killer pad thai, which is basically rice noodles, so it's rice. Um, I don't know if there's this one channel, Smoking and Grilling with AB, and the recipe is in he makes this tater tot casserole, and it's basically like when you don't have food in the fridge, but you've got eggs, cheese, and like maybe some ham or whatever you've got in there, you throw in there. My pimentos went bad, so I don't have any of those. I'm gonna find this recipe real fast. He makes like comfort food, fattening food. Black guy, smoking a girl with AB, tater tot casserole. My kitchen's clean, so I can go cook in it. I did my dishes. This is the one right here. And then I just take a snapshot of the ingredients, and that's all I need. And I have sour cream, and I probably still have uh whatchamacallit, green onions growing outside, though I haven't been out there in a while. And parsley. Would you feel sick? What if you ate a few lamb chops cooked on a wood fire and some garlic potatoes? The problem is I don't have any peristalsis. Like I'm in so much pain that I'm in spasm, I think is what it is. I don't know. But like food just doesn't want to go down. So I have to take this magnesium stuff that turns it into liquid, and then it'll go down. It helps if I eat like a huge fruit salad with my meal. Uh, make a smoothie. Yeah, I could make a smoothie. Um, I drank a protein shake. It wasn't a smoothie. I didn't put it in my blend tech or anything because sometimes those smoothies are too much too. Uh, and it went right through me because there was no food in my stomach. I don't think I absorbed shit because I put spirulina in it and it came out the exact same color, that dark green. I was like, I didn't digest any of that. Uh, I do have frozen fruit. I need protein though. My psychiatrist said that I'm not eating enough protein, which she's correct about. They've been telling me that for years. Actually, I don't need this. Another one of these. And it's over here. We're not. I'm so bored and lonely. Can you guys tell? I don't have any friends in this town. And there's like not very many people in this town. It's a small town. I need to get, I'm gonna see if I can get an ATV and then I'm gonna make friends with all the guys that drive on the dunes all crazy. Oh man, it's freezing in here. I'm gonna have to turn the heat up. Oh my god, it's too cold in here. Ugh, I'm gonna have to abort this mission for a little while. Whoops. Oh my god, my living room is a disaster because I haven't been living in it. I've been living in my bedroom. And I haven't been cooking. So crank this up and I'm gonna get my pan to boil. Okay. Actually, I can just bring this here and it would be really hot in here. What's going on? Oh, I'm still so weak, you guys. Everything is like exhausting to do. And I don't think the benzos are helping. I need stimulant. It's so frustrating when you used to actually do drugs and like you used to dose your own pure methamphetamines and cocaine and heroin, and then these fuckers try to tell you about drugs, and you're like, please don't try to tell me how drugs work. Like, I know what you're doing. I know how this works. You obviously don't. Have you ever tried them? No, you haven't. I think all doctors should do the drugs that they prescribe. You should all be forced to try them, especially psychiatrists. Especially psychiatrists. Oh, they're totally safe and effective. Right. Sure they are. Fucking, you do some then. I need some socks or something because my floor is way too cold. It is way too cold out there. It's got to warm up for a minute. Which kind of socks do I want to wear? The tile floor is cold. There's no insulation underneath of it. It's just an open crawl space and stuff. How have you been keeping the sacred flames? I've been like, it's been rough. Let's just say that. And my doctor's fucking sick. But I got a new doctor tomorrow. So I'm hopeful for that. And then I'm hopeful I'm getting into the Mayo Clinic. I'm just so weak. I don't feel like cooking anything. A meat smoothie. I know I need some protein, and I'm like, how much protein is in cheese and tater tots? Oh, I want to just buy food. It's so expensive though, and it sucks. Like all the food, have you noticed the restaurant quality food has gone to total shit? Anybody notice that? It's like, do you guys even know what salt is? It's actually something people need in your bodies. How you know if you have a good chef is if you do not have to season your food. You should not have to season your food. It should be it should be a party in your mouth. If it's not, your food sucks. End of story. You're supposed to season when you're cooking throughout the entire time and taste it in every step, or else your food just tastes bland like glue. That's gross. Warm up next to the flame and grill yourself. I know, but I'm exhausted. I'm just wiped out. I just don't feel like cooking. And the benzos are making me drag ass, I think. I feel pretty good today. I didn't take any opiates. I just took a little bit of benzos. I took a gabapentin last night. Maybe that's why. But that shit's not good for you either. I'm like rotating things. Muscle relaxers, gabapentin, they get this ropinirole stuff is for restless legs, but they're discontinuing it for some reason. And supposedly one of the side effects is restless legs. Isn't that funny when one of the side effects of the drug you're taking is the reason that it was made? It's a little strange. I don't know what I'm going to do. Doctors are trying to medicate. Yes, they are, and gather the data because we are data, and it's interesting data for their Nazi fucking computer and all the people controlling their Nazi computer. I'm pissed at the. Oh my God, I'm so pissed. I have never been so pissed at the medical community in my goddamn life. It's like, who are you prescribing opiates to? Nobody? You wouldn't have anyone in your office if their pain did not exist. No one. And none of that stupid shit you guys do at the pain clinic helps. Like maybe a tiny bit, but you're just healing yourself. See, I'm just tired. I just want to lay down forever. And my friend was bringing me food, but I'm out. I just ran. So I have to make myself something. Oh my God. It's going to be horrible. Okay, it's not going to be horrible. I'm just going to fucking do it. See, it's just easier to like make rice and something. I need something to put this on. I don't know if you guys want to chat or not. I need 500 subs so I can take you to the beach. Then I can take you to the beach and live stream. Because I just do live streams. I don't make videos. I don't know how to edit them. I don't know how to do any of that shit. This is all I know how to do. And this is way the fuck back here. Getting warmer in here though. Yes, my kitchen is a mess because I was making lotion, and that's what all this stuff is. I did manage to make some lotion, thank God. But I was also making hot milk, yeah. Because I actually get energy when I take one of my old morphines. I actually feel normal. Do I feel normal now? No. I feel like shit, and I'm dragging out. Sometimes people just need opiates, guys. That's why the plant was put on the planet. It's the like most best plant there is, in my opinion. That's what it was made for. I could just eat chocolate gummy bears. That's normally what I do. Wait, tired. Ah, tired. Ah. I don't need that. I did vacuum yesterday and beat out vacuum all my rugs and shit. Did the dishes. So like I am getting stuff done, mostly basically taking care of keeping my house clean. That's pretty much what I've been able to do. And have people bring me food. I feel stronger every day, kind of. Like I feel better today. But it's a little rough. No, it's not in my head. It changes all the time. Okay, people stay on. And I don't drink caffeine either. That would probably be bad. I'd probably start burning. What's up with all the radiators? I'm cold, man. I've been withdrawing from fucking drugs. 4 years of buprenorphine. It's got to come out of my brain. And 3 months of methadone, which is surprisingly really fucking bad. Just 3 months of it. The toxic accumulation kicks in. I read the studies. That's exactly when it happens. And that's exactly what happened to me. And other people just accept it. And I'm like, I'm not going to accept toxic accumulation. Nope, not. So I stopped taking my methadone on the 2nd of February. With a handful of benzos, a paramedic friend, and a rainbow. My way home from the natural food market. Followed me all the way home. That needs to be fixed, which is annoying. I really don't do it. I mean, this is like my spare compost thing when I'm being lazy. The compost pile, so I have 2 of them. And this is just a bowl that I furnished in. Put it right. Water. How am I gonna fix this basket so it doesn't come apart? This is the wrong type of basket for here. You need one of the plastic ones. But these baskets only fit few places. What is this? Oh, it's a blade person. Oh, that's good. That's the one. Huh. I have no idea what that blade goes to. It looks like a mandolin, but oh, it is the blade to my man. The mandolin goes apart, but it needs to be sharpened anyway. So I remember now, but I have 2 of them. That's why I forgot. Because I love to cook. I used to anyway. My old self loved to cook. I fucking hate it now, kinda. Especially because I don't have anybody to cook for. I like feeding people. I like the bonding that people do over food. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'll probably bring it closer. There, wait. exhausted already. Yeah, this basket is not working at all. That's I don't know if I can do this, guys. I'm too tired. I'm fucking exhausted. Oh my god. We don't have DoorDash in this place. Isn't that crazy? There's no like nobody delivers nothing. My Germanic brain is being triggered by the storage efficiency. I know. I have too small of an apartment. I went from a huge house with a garage and a craft studio, my own like entire craft studio, and a sunroom and a shed, gardening shed, like to a one closet apartment. So that's a year ago. So, and I think I've done pretty good with the shelving and shit. Like it's taken me pretty much this entire time to put all of it together because a lot of it was in storage and I don't want to pay storage anymore. So I need more space. And then I have this homeless guy that brings stuff over here, and I have some sewing stuff out because I did some mending. And there's coffee packets, and I don't drink coffee. The homeless guy brought that over. Yeah, it's there's too much stuff in here. So I don't want to get rid of it. And it's normally organized. It's because I was doing one. And this does not go here normally. Neither does that. Neither does any of this stuff. It's a total disaster. Like I said, I haven't been living in my living room for at least a month. Other than to do laundry, which is why it fits me. That plant died because I neglected it this month. I was dying. Get fuck. I need to find my poppy seeds. I think they're at my friend's. My, one of my gardening buckets. There should be in the fridge. I'm so tired. Oh, I hate benzos. I hate being on benzos. It makes me like this. When I'm anxious, yes, fantastic. think that's why I'm dragging out so bad. Oh, and the quantity. And the quantity. And that'll fucking do it too. Let's go. Feel like I'm on Thorazine right now. Yes, I do know what that is. Because they gave it to us in the character cab. What did I put this in? I'll bring you guys closer. These heaters are way more efficient than wall heaters. Way more efficient. This is like craft. I was gonna go to a knitting circle on Saturdays, but I'm not there yet. It's normally someplace else. Yeah, there's just a lot of crap in my living room right now because I just don't give a shit. This is all tangled up. I need to pay some of the bills too. I think it's already hot enough. I was gonna try to sneak this table past, but I don't know if it's gonna work or not. Yeah, housing hard to find. Maybe some San Francisco sheets for that one sheet. This must have been my friends. You're gonna watch me probably just give up. Chinese place. I could make honey walnut prawns so much better. Yeah, this is not the kitchen of uh, people were calling me anorexic. I was like, don't know me, obviously. I love food and cooking. An anorexic person doesn't have a kitchen. There. A lot of the stuff in my fridge. Beauty supplies and seeds. That's where beauty supplies are supposed to go. There's seeds in here. Is that seeds back there? No, that's nuts because nuts are fat and you should keep them in the freezer because they go rancid. You didn't know that. And they take up a lot of space in your fridge. I don't know if I have room for this in here. It's not what it is. I used to be able to fit this in here. Oh, this was, oh, I need to watch that. It's barely at that. I should just make a shake and call it good. That's what I should do. Like, I feel like making fruit salad, but I don't have any fruit. So weak. Maybe if I make a shake, I will feel strong enough to make something else. So I need to. And I want my mushrooms. It's not good. See, like, I need help. Still need somebody. Shit's terrible. This was heroin, guys. This would have been weeks ago. I'd be totally normal right now. It's ridiculous. And by the way, nuts aren't good for people with viruses, so March 22nd. Yeah, there's that. So that milk is on the no-no list. So is pea protein. Guarantee you nobody else will tell you that. Nobody but me. Tell you nuts are so good for you. Not if you have a virus problem, and everybody's got a virus problem because Big Pharma perpetuated one. But free love bullshit was probably all their idea. Just like they're pushing this gay trans crap on us now. Third of potatoes. Sure of it. Fucking bastards. One teaspoon. So I got every mushroom there is, pretty much. This adaptogen brand. Less bags. One teaspoon, that's it. That's not a lot of maca powder. Sure. I actually have ashwagandha seeds. I think I have maca. Do I have maca or no? Because I have grow here. But I did start ashwagandha plant. Well, yes. Dropped 20 pounds all of a sudden. I was hella skinny. I was skinnier than I am now. Way skinny. It was scary. And people are like telling me I was like, I'm not. And I wasn't having this hard of a time. It was, I was still doing everything normally how I was. Wait. And then I had that like heart attack that I saved myself from. Because I was sweating to death and hypothermic. So little. So there's something called lysine, which is what I'm putting in here. That counteracts virus. The opposite of lysine is but it's in nuts. And some assholes online are telling you that's good to take for COVID. I'm like, why is my door unlocked? I'm like, that particular thing feeds viruses. So how is it good for you? Like, here's a medical study. I don't think it actually does. Starts with an A. It's better. Okay. Let's see that. Except for oh, out of college. Oh, here's I was gonna order some more protein powder. This doesn't have a sleeper in it. I was gonna get like the muscle mass building one because I saw there's only one that has more than 30 grams. Muscle building. Because how many grams? Protein 25. That's not very much. Apparently, that's not nearly enough according to my doctor. There's the super greens of protein. And I don't want it to be too thick either. 7 tablespoons. Have a couple. And then this is the super dark spirulina powder. I think if this comes out the same color it went in, it's scary. Where did my lion's mane go? I mean, like, open one, I've got 2 of them. That's the nerve mushroom. And I grew one time. Somebody bought me for Christmas one of those. Things that's already ready to go. You just put a slit in it, spray water on it. It's pretty cool. I think I dried it. I have it. The other attachment is a little too much for this. It just stuck to the bottom, basically. And I know not even helpful doesn't help with the strength. But this is definitely the benefit. Because if I added all that milk in the beginning, it would have flown everywhere. Yeah, sometimes if I do like this, put a bunch of stuff like frozen fruit, it's just too much. That's supposed to be AM. I don't sweat anymore. Not now that I stopped taking that buprenorphine crap. No, I'm not sweating. Gee. Oh, it's menopause. No, it fucking isn't. This tastes awful. It needs sugar of some kind. Ugh. Ugh. Is that a smoothie? No, it is a shake. I think a smoothie requires ice, which I do have a high-speed blender, but I'm not going there right now. And I don't want to drink anything icy right now because yeah, I don't. What's in it? Every mushroom known to man, ashwagandha, and spirulina, super greens, whatever those are. I did not put my algae in here. I just take that in shots, which I didn't do today. Now I'm putting honey in it because it's fucking awful tasting. Tastes like shit. Protein powder, couple protein powders. That's a little better. I forgot this is collagen. Collagen helps my nerves, and omega-3 fatty acids help my nerves. So when my skin starts burning around dawn, I take my omega-3s. Because guess what? Viruses chirp like birds in the morning. Night sweats always happen at dawn. So I just splashed my face with green shit. I can feel it. Yeah, like the sun's healing for you, but it's also healing your viruses in your body, waking them up in the morning. They get very active in the morning. If you're infected in the morning, you have a way worse outcome. Higher viral load. Astronauts that go to space, their viruses activate because they're not as protected lower down in the atmosphere. They actually had to fly home one time without their helmets on. They refused to put their helmets on because somebody had Epstein-Barr, gave everybody else Epstein-Barr, and they were so sick and congested and shit, I guess, that they refused to put their helmets on for reentry. If you believe in the space program, that they're really sending people up there. They said. Okay, plug this back in. And then I need to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do about food. I don't like spending so much goddamn money at restaurants, and the food sucks usually. Are you gonna make something more to eat? I'm gonna try. I'm trying to gather some strength here, so I'm drinking the shake so I can. I think the benzos are dragging me down, and the clonidine. I'm pretty sure of it is what's going on. And if I took an opiate, I'd probably be fine right now. I would be vacuuming the house and brushing the sheepskin like yesterday. I took an opiate yesterday. That's why I had so much energy. And I look totally normal. And heck, I can fucking groom 16 sheep because I took some opiates. Fucking be straight. Yeah, it's all in my head, right? It has nothing to do with the drugs. But I don't want to take any opiates 2 days in a row. And I don't have that much. So I take it when I feel like I need it. I'm in too much pain to deal with it. Or when a piece of buprenorphine breaks free and decides to fuck me up, that's when I take some. I've got some, but it's reserved for emergency only. But then I do stuff like clean my house and do live streams. Somebody just challenged me to one today, so I was like, fine, I'll do a live stream. But then I got hungry. And when my body says eat, that's when I eat. I do not eat if I'm not hungry because my body will reject it. Well, at least that's what happened the last time. And it was not fun because I can't make myself throw up anymore. So I have to push it through with laxatives, which means I have to wait and be in pain. What do you have in the fridge? I have some farm fresh eggs that homeless friend of mine brought me that I need to use up. So I was going to make that tater tot casserole because it uses like, if I made an entire casserole, it would use 8 eggs, but half of the one is what I usually do, and that's at least 4. I could make flan. That takes, I think I have some cream cheese in there. I do have sour cream and I have heavy cream. I could totally make a flan. I love flan. But like I said, I have no fucking energy, dude. I'm just dragging ass. I feel like I'm on Thorazine. That's what I feel like. Clonidine and Clonopin. Like, I need to be taken care of until this kick stops. I'm practically dying by myself. But luckily, I have 2 friends in town that have been helping a little bit. 3, really. But it's just dragging on for fucking ever. Because now I have a benzo habit I have to kick. And I keep getting dope sick again. Or it's just my neuropathy symptoms. And probably a combination of both, I think. Because I heard that buprenorphine is like that. It's designed to clog your receptors up. That's what they designed it to do. So it slowly comes out of your system and like a chunk will come out and you'll just get sick randomly all of a sudden. Your kick's totally over, you're totally normal, and then just one day, boom, it knocks you down for like 6 months, I've heard. Thou shalt eat. I know, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. It's a big production too, though. Like, I have to just eat a little bit. So I'll get, like, if I got a meal, it would last me 3 days at least. Because I could only eat a little bit one day, and then I have to pass it through first, and then I can eat a little bit the next day, and that's how I have to eat. I can eat once a day. That's it. And if I don't empty it out, I can't eat the next day, which is what happened yesterday, which is why I'm so probably weak today because I didn't eat yesterday. Yes, I've had issues eating since I was a child. Yeah, Kurt Cobain had the same sort of deal and he blew his brains out. He didn't figure out the algae shit, and I don't think he knew about this certain laxative. I don't even know if they had this laxative back then. Well, thanks. I'm trying. I was really skinny, but it was just like I just randomly got. I think I got transverse myelitis in my mid back because my mid back used to hurt way more than it does now. And I thought I had a heart attack. Do I have green shit on my face? Um, I was starting to have a heart attack. I know that much. Um, but then after that incident, I had like every time I take my methadone, I would feel my back, like the nerves in my back, and then I had like this shingles type outbreak on my back. And yeah, every time I took the methadone, it hurt in on those nerves. And I'm like, this fucking methadone. I think the buprenorphine started the transverse myelitis, and the methadone made it worse and gave me a like shingles outbreak. But it totally, I think the electricity going down my arms was a nerve in my back dying, and that my back's been bothering me in that spot since I was 18. So it's taken that long for it to die. So nerve death is not a quick process, apparently. It's slow. I can't eat several times a day. It just doesn't happen, dude. I would be bloated and miserable, and I can't make myself throw up. So if I eat too much, it's scary, and my body won't process it. My liver and kidneys won't do it. Like when I lost all that weight and got sick, like I was dying, I think. That's when I switched to the methadone, and then it was the opposite problem. Then I gained a bunch of water weight. But I tried to eat one time, and my body didn't want to process it, and it scared the fucking shit out of me. And I don't think I ate solid food for weeks after that because I couldn't throw up. I no longer have the nerves are so dead, I guess. I can't fucking throw up. When I kicked dope, there was absolutely not one time did I heave at all. Like, I don't heave. That's why the fire department, apparently the paramedics weren't even here when it happened. Um, just have no idea what the fuck. It was crazy. My chest was doing compressions on itself. Either the Grim Reaper was giving me chest compressions or new medical news, your chest can give itself compressions because those were my intercostal muscles pushing on my heart. It wasn't me heaving and it wasn't me panic breathing. I don't do either of those things ever. What happened was I sweat too much and it was making me hypothermic. That's what happened. Because when they took my temperature after a hot shower, I was only 94 degrees, and 92 is dead. They thought their thermometers were broken. They went and kept going and getting more. And then the paramedic report said 96. Because by the time they got, 3 or 4 thermometers, I had my heating pad on my core to heat myself back up. Sciatica. It's scary, right? Like I said, it's only mild when it happens to somebody else. That's a saying they have in medicine, by the way. There's no mild anything. And you know what? Those people taking that weight loss drug, Ozempic, they're doing this to themselves. They're giving themselves gastroparesis instead of just controlling their own fucking hands and mouth. They're going to give themselves no choice in eating. And I bet you, fuck, dude, that you're going to have, if it's just your stomach, you can get a tube put into your small intestine and have a bag of port in your fucking, oh God. Ugh. No thanks, dude. There's no port. You can't put a port in me because there's nowhere that functions. My small intestine doesn't work either. So I think I'm in spasm. I think because massage therapy, the first thing they taught you is the pain cycle. The more pain you're in, the more spasm causes more pain, more spasm. Da, da, da. You can get rid of the pain and get rid of the spasm. You can do that with, guess what? Pain medication. Yeah, and the whole like, I went through massage therapy school. I know all about your stupid breathing exercises and all that other shit you're gonna try to tell me that, like, that's just a total waste of my energy, time, and the life, surely short life I have left. fucking hate this country. This country is a goddamn slave colony. I hope you guys realize that. They're building walls to keep us in. And those people they're bringing in the border, that's those people are to kill us and replace us because they destroyed this working population. Do you remember the orphan trains before World War One? They invented CPS in Britain, Child Protective Services, and stole a bunch of kids. They didn't keep them in Britain though, because it was all done for a reason. They shipped them off to places like Australia and the United States, different continents, and they took kids from parents who didn't have money to be able to afford the voyage to get their kid back home, you know, because they could go fight it, but they couldn't afford the passage on the ships. So conveniently, a few years later, because all these wars are planned well in advance, war breaks out, World War One, and all these kids are now 18, 17, old enough to get in the army. Oh, you can get home if you join the army. So, and they have no family in Australia and everywhere else, right? I think the females did better because they could find a guy to marry, but all the men like joined the army. It was a total setup, and they're doing the same thing. Now, you can't tell me we have bad border control because we have no drugs. All the good drugs can't get in, apparently. So you've got great border control. Don't give me that bullshit. Okay. I feel a little stronger now. I can't get on text my friend and be like, bring me some food, please. Because my phone is being used right now. And I swear to God, we do not have DoorDash here. There's like no delivery service. We don't even have Uber. We do not even have fucking Uber in this town. I had to call a cab one time. I had to wait an hour. Bottle of Benadryl. Oh my God, Benadryl's awful. Oh, not Benadryl. I was thinking of what is that one shit that cough syrup stuff? Oh, don't ever take cough syrup. I was watching some the CDC recommendations. It was the TWIV clinical update, and they were like recommending cough syrup. I learned in massage school that cough syrup, all it's doing is lowering your body's, guess what, immune response. So that makes gives the virus more opportunity so you're just sicker longer if you take cough syrup. So don't take cough syrup unless your fever's too high, take some fever medicine. Or if you have to give a presentation or something, take some cough syrup. But just know that you're extending your illness by like 3 days every time. Make an omelet. I know it's hard though. Like I get so hungry that it's hard for me to even think about food. It has to be something really tasty or something. I don't know. I know. I should just make it or some rice and eggs. I used to eat rice and eggs. I feel like I need fruit though. because it's just going to hit my stomach like a rock unless I have like fruit salad with it or just eggs, maybe eggs by themselves. Because that's what I did yesterday. I had rice and this like stir fry thing that my friend made, and I did not have fruit salad with it, and I couldn't eat yesterday because of it. Mixed with sour cream. I do that too. Sour cream or mayonnaise sometimes. But these are farm eggs. They're super orange and rich too and really yummy. I have to get the strength to go back out in the kitchen and think about what I'm going to make. And let this shake kind of move down a little bit. But it helps me digest though. Like if I eat a fruit salad with a meal, it digests way easier because of the water and fiber. It helps the other food move through. You know what I mean? Like if I was gonna dare eat a pizza, I would eat a huge salad with it. But then if you read the gastroparesis diet, they tell you to eat like overcooked vegetables, no fiber at all, like mashed potatoes, and you're not allowed to have beans or legumes at all because there's certain foods that stick together in your gut. I can't remember what it's called, but unfortunately, legumes are like the worst. And you're supposed to stay away from those. But then again, this is allopathic medicine, gastro whatever diet, gastroparesis. Paresis means paralysis. Gastro means gastrointestinal tract, usually stomach, though, unless it includes the word intestinal, like gastrointestinal. So gastroparesis is technically stomach paralysis. But I don't know what I have, gastrointestinal paresis. I don't even think that's a thing. I don't think they acknowledge it because they know what's going on with me. I don't think they believe it. I did a barium swallow test one time where they give you this radioactive barium pill and you swallow it, and then they have you in front of this like x-ray machine to see how far it goes down, how fast. It got stuck, of course. Like I think it was like stuck right about here or so for a while. But it's still like they should have watched it move all the way down. And yeah, they gave me water and sent me out into the lobby to drink it to dissolve it, and then brought me back and, oh, look, it's gone. I'm like, wait a second. This test, you just fucked up my whole test. You're supposed to wait and say it got stuck and see how long it got stuck. I thought that's how this test works. They've set up tests to fail. That test was set up to fail. My sleep study was ridiculous too because I did the narcolepsy in the morning sleep study. It makes sense at night to take all the wires off to get up and pee and stuff. But when you're supposed to be recording the narcolepsy part, which is the part where you're awake sitting up, you're supposed to be awake sitting up between your naps because they put you out for a nap and then they wake you up, put you up for a nap, and you're there. The point is supposed to be to see if you can stay awake in the morning or not. And of course, I have narcolepsy, and it was really bad at the time because I was on nortriptyline. But I did this as a child. I slept through a lot sitting up. So I'm like passed out like this, the whole time. But they took the wires off. They come around, the person who's supposed to be watching the camera comes around, removes the wires, and wakes you up, and then tells you to stay awake, and then totally doesn't record or pay attention because they're going around to everybody and removing and then putting wires back on. And I'm just like sleeping, sitting up the whole time. And they deemed my sleep study normal. I fucking called them. I was like, are you kidding me? I was passed out, sleeping, sitting up the entire time. Look at the cameras. Oh, that's from your medication. I've been doing this since a child. But they don't listen to your subjective symptoms or history. They only listen to what they can measure. So my sleep study was deemed normal because they obviously set that shit up to fail. No, I don't have hypochondria. I have a fucking virus that's been attacking me since I was a child. And I get narcolepsy when I drive too, which is bad. Not when I'm kicking though. Then I usually haven't been able to sleep well for a month. I actually just slept for 24 hours straight, probably because I ate pretty good for a couple days. My body was trying to digest that food. And people keep telling me, like, it's all in your head, blah, blah, blah. It is not all in my head. And trust me, it's the physical stuff causes the mental anxiety. It's not the other way around. I would love to not have medical problems. I'd love to be able to eat normally. That would be great. This is mostly glycerin, but I dilute the juice very, very much. It's practically no nicotine in there. It's a nervous tick at this point. I actually quit vaping and then I went to this holistic fucker and I almost strangled him. And I went to the vape store and bought more juice. I was like, I'm gonna kill this person. Or I'm gonna vape. One of the two things. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm always the one cooking, so like having my friend bring me homemade food was great. He brought shepherd's pie one time. I felt really good because he also brought fruit salad. He every time he brings food, he brings fruit salad, and he brought an entire unbaked shepherd's pie over and baked it here. And we watched a movie and ate, and I felt really good. And then he left leftovers for me. So that was good, but I don't have enough energy to make shepherd's pie. And he uses like really good meat and mixes lamb, veal, and beef, I think. And he buys like the good stuff. I don't normally eat red meat, but I eat red meat if he cooks it. And I don't normally like lamb either, but I can do a little bit of it mixed with other food. Just one virus. Yeah. Yep. Just the cold sore virus that everybody's got. I've just had it since I was born. So you fuckers are in for it. Just wait 20, 30 years. They'll just call it old age. See, my stomach is cramping right now. a little bit. It's like, you ate that too fast. Too much. And sometimes I have to actually take laxatives with these shakes, believe it or not. That's fucked up. That means I'm really not, my body really doesn't want to process food. And that's a liver and kidney problem. That's like your dying problem. When your body doesn't want to process a meal, you're like in fucked territory. That's when you get the algae. That's when you're going to survive on the manna machine from heaven. But manna doesn't taste that good. They lied about that part. Oh, yeah, my stomach's cramping now. This is why Kurt Cobain had a barf bucket, but I can't barf. So I have to just endure it. Figs are excellent laxatives. That's good to know. I like figs. Did you know they have wasp eggs in them? It's kind of gross. I used to put figs in my smoothies. I used to put all kinds of stuff in there. But then, like, my gastroenterologist told me you're putting too much insoluble fiber in your smoothies. Yeah, well, it looks super gross. The fig wasps, mice can't barf either. Really? That's interesting. Ugh. Yeah, eating is misery for me usually, unless I'm on opiates, the right kind of opiates. It's so funny, like, actually eating drugs is one of the worst delivery methods you can do because it goes through your liver first, causes bad metabolites. And then if you're eating the opiates, of course, that's going to add to the constipation. But if you're inhaling them or injecting them and you're smelling the opium, it makes you poop, especially if you're dope sick in the morning, which you are when you wake up. Are you in a food desert? Yes, I'm in a food desert. And there's no Uber, there's no DoorDash, there's no delivery service. Okay, it's moving down because it's pure liquid. It's probably just going to go right through me, watch, and not digest at all. Yeah, when you're not supposed to be able to feel your food digesting either, by the way. I can feel it all the way down. And it's not pleasant because my nerves are on fire. And that's part of my autonomic nervous system is my digestive tract. Because I have small fiber neuropathy. So it's all of the autonomic stuff, the things that you don't move yourself, heart, lungs, digestive tract, skin, liver and kidneys, I suppose, and all that shit. And all these people on Ozempic are doing this to themselves. Oh my God. And they're not telling them. They're not telling them about the side effects. Yeah, my stomach, I can, that's about as much food as I can eat. Yeah. And if I eat too much, it's painful. Like I just drank that drink was like more than my stomach wanted in it. But I felt some of it move down, so that's a good thing. Ugh. Yeah, miserable. It's miserable. Most junkies self-medicate. That's what they're doing. Oh, we don't treat pain patients. I'm like, what do you think heroin addicts are, idiots? I guarantee you, like 95% of them have chronic pain of some kind. At least 18%. Yeah, people were like, they didn't believe me that I'm sick. You're fine. You look fine. I look fine. I didn't look fine for a minute there. I was really skinny. And they still like ignored it. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be this thin, guys. I look like a skeleton. I'm not anorexic. Because I've been doing this for fucking years. And this is my like normal size. These are my normal size leggings. I was very thin just a couple of months ago for no reason. It's just I dropped 20 pounds like boom. And then I had that incident, that heart incident, sweating like heart thing happen. And then I got transverse myelitis. I'm pretty sure because I looked it up, and that's the perfect description of what transverse myelitis is like. And it would make sense because that nerve in my back feels dead now, partially dead. If I do too much, I feel my mid back pain, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. Just if it kills the wrong nerve, though, I could be paralyzed, which I was actually kind of worried about when I couldn't walk for 3 weeks. I could barely like make it to the bathroom. I mean, you see how much I'm dragging ass right now. And that's just because probably the medicine and no food. I need to tweet. I need to fucking text somebody and tell them to bring me food. Let me see if I can text you. I can. Well, I'm sorry if this ends, but I think I can still text somebody, and it's gonna pause my picture for a minute. Okay, my friend is gonna bring me food, but not till later. I should have said bring fruit salad. He'll probably bring, he always brings fruit salad. He knows the fruit salad thing. Awesome. He actually offered to bring me food on a text that I had not checked. Yeah, you really need like help to kick methadone or a bunch of casseroles in the freezer. Let's see, it's 3:40. He said like 8 o'clock. That's like 4 hours from now. 8 or 9, he said. At least I don't have restless legs. I had restless legs, like started to get restless legs earlier. I took a gabapentin and then passed out and slept more. My stomach's not very happy right now. It's weird. I don't get like nauseous. I can't remember the last time I actually got nauseous. It just gives me cramps, like a stomach cramp. And like it wants to come out, but my esophagus will not. I don't know. It's just the entire time I was kicking, I didn't heave once. I had none of the gastro issues. I also didn't eat for like 2 weeks. It was practically dead. I got thrush on my tongue and a bladder infection because my immune system was so shot. That was fucked up. And then I realized that IV benzos are suspended in benzyl alcohol because I couldn't figure out why they were only knocking me out for an hour and I was waking up burning. Well, I can't have alcohol. That's why. Small fiber neuropathy. Alcohol is like the biggest no-no. That's why I say people don't drink alcohol. It's so super toxic. So like I can't even have IV medicines with that are suspended in alcohol. And they're finding out all those fibromyalgia people have small fiber neuropathy. Half the long COVID people have small fiber neuropathy now. It's going to be a way more prevalent disease, but once again, they're not really publicizing it. They're just keeping all this shit on the down low. They're killing a bunch of people, making a bunch of people sick, and just pretending like it's not happening. And everybody else is pretending like it's not happening too. You know what I'm gonna do? Announcement. This is my boring ass life. Actually, if I felt better, I'd be sewing or something like that. But it's still lonely. Everybody's here. Everybody in this town is married or something. There's like only 1,500 people here. I don't know. I spent the whole summer inside. So, and missed out on meeting people this summer. We're at Solar Max, and I'm sensitive to the sun. And right on the 4th of July, like every year, shit started going downhill. That's when I dropped the weight. Let's see. I was normal in August. Yeah, I literally dropped the weight in like 2 weeks. I've got pictures of me riding ATVs on the dunes August 11th. And the paramedics were at my house September 21st. And 20 pounds on a 5-foot person is a lot, especially when I wasn't fat to begin with. I have some pictures of how skinny I was. And how thick my hair used to be before the methadone. Yeah, these are my size 00 jeans. I have 2 pairs of pants on. Look how thin I was. Oh my fucking god, I looked like a skeleton, and my ass gone, like flat as fuck, dude. Look, I'm showing like, oh, it's hard to tell. I'm putting my hand in my pants and like pushing out. You can't see it very well. It's probably too bright. Oh, it's on as low as it goes. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Like, I had 2 pairs of fucking pants on, I'm pretty sure. And I was still like, and my hair was super thick. Why is my phone dying or turning itself off? What's going on? I don't know why my phone just did that. The ass pout test. Well, I don't know, but that kind of weight fluctuation is not normal. I was super thin. Yeah, maybe you could see better. I was too thin. Those are darker pants, you can see. Those pants, I don't even fit those pants right now because I ordered them online. They're the same 00 size, but they're hella smaller than the jeans. So I can only wear those pants when I'm like having a very skinny day. And then I got modeling on my legs, and they were like, okay, so this means you have a kidney problem. I know what modeling is. I'm like, this methadone shit is fucking me up. And they're just like, oh yeah, it was bad. Ugh. Oh, and then the edema. The edema is worse than I'd rather be skinnier than have edema though, any day of the week. Yeah, see, if you have like sudden weight loss and you haven't changed anything and you just drop 15 or 20 pounds for no fucking reason whatsoever, there's a problem. Something is going to happen. You're going to have a heart attack or a nerve attack or something. Transverse myelitis, that happens, and heart attacks, that happens. And the nerve is right next to my heart, unfortunately. But I felt like it was the nerve because it came from the back instead of the front. And then the electricity went through my arms, but it came from that nerve. I felt it. But if I told the doctor that, they would be like, go the fuck away. They don't want to hear anything to do with viruses. Because when I went to the cardiologist after the echocardiogram, I said, oh, well, let me show you the pictures of the outbreak, the herpes outbreak. I think it was transverse myelitis. He did not want to, he was like, not interested at all. They run from the room. It's like they know. They know and they don't want to admit it. They don't want to have to put it in their chart. They don't want to have to sleep bad at night. But my heart, I was definitely going to have a heart problem because my heart was beating out of my chest, trying to warm me up, I think, because I was too cold. And I ate a bunch of muscle relaxers that I had, and I ate a bunch of antivirals and a bunch of benzos. And it calmed me down. The paramedics didn't give me anything. They told me we can't give you anything because of you're on buprenorphine, and it would just not have any effect. Your receptors are all blocked. Because I was like, you need to give me pain medication of some kind. Oh my God, I was in so much pain too. Holy shit, dude. And they have a ketamine shortage. I have a paramedic friend. He said they can't even get ketamine now because that's what they would normally give you. How come there's a ketamine shortage, but we have plenty of xylazine, which is a horse tranquilizer? Same thing, so is ketamine. We can get all the xylazine, which if you mix with fentanyl, it causes a chemical reaction, and that's the shit that causes your legs to rot off. That's the stuff they're lacing the fentanyl with that's causing it. Looks disgusting. Google it. It literally, like, it looks like flesh eating disease. It's fucking gross. And they have to end up amputating your legs and shit. That's what they're putting in the fentanyl. How are they getting this? Where is it coming from if not the government? Because the government has had a lock on all of the veterinary pharmaceuticals too. They've had a lock on all of the good drugs coming in. We can't get good drugs anymore. We don't get barbiturates anymore. We can't get any stuff to make real meth anymore. We can't get fucking coke that's not cut to shit. You know, and probably came from some rich guy in the first fucking place. That's why it's all cut to shit. Because the rich people are probably the only ones getting it and bringing it in their private jets. Especially your body burns itself. Overactive thyroid. This through the improves. Yeah. Oh, I remember I've got a pathology book. I've heard about the overactive thyroid thing. That's terrible too. Training right now. I know who that is. I can text them. It's kind of nice like that, but I'm not seeing any of the same body pretty much. Who has the overactive? Oh, you have the overactive thyroid. See, that's nice to have be born with a normal metabolism. See, I think our bodies are all born, we're all supposed to be born perfect. And it's these nasty viruses that they want to pretend don't exist so they can pretend to not know what's wrong with you and just treat your symptoms that is causing all of this shit. I have a unified theory of medicine and I'm going to write a book about it. And it's all about neurotropic infections, the kind that you can't get rid of because they cross the blood-brain barrier, causing all of this inflammation. And pharma's bullshit. It's fucking pharma's bullshit. Or, you know, I think, yeah, Lyme gets in the brain too. It's the brain ones. It's the brain and nerve infections. It's not just viruses. Toxoplasmosis causes schizophrenia. And that comes from having a cat. Yeah, and you know what causes autoimmune diseases? Viruses. Herpes mostly. The cold sore virus. The simple cold sore virus is the cause of Alzheimer's as well. They find it in the plaques. If you search herpes simplex, Alzheimer's plaques, you'll see what I mean. Because the plaques are trying to protect your brain from the virus. The plaques aren't the problem, and breaking up the plaques hasn't worked. It just makes it worse. Every time they come out with a plaque destroying medication, they make it worse and their medication fails. And they know it. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, autoimmune. So they have me on hydroxyzine, but I think it was just a medication reaction. I think the hydroxyzine probably isn't good for me to take because I was like, am I having a mast cell activation issue also? I don't know. So I've been kind of like, I have this pill case so I can keep track of everything I'm taking. So I can wean down properly and all that. Yeah, like it says take up to 3 of those a day. I think I took one because you don't want to take more than one thing and then you're not going to know which one you reacted to unless you take the same thing on a regular. I don't know. I weaned off of a bunch of medicine. I have buckets full of medicine. I wasn't taking my medicine. I wasn't taking my gabapentin. I weaned off of all that shit. So I have this like backlog of a ton of it. I use one of these, but I'm only using the top two, and then the other ones I just got for storage because I don't take that many medicine anymore. So I don't need 4. I mean, I guess for kicking dope, it would have been better to have 4 things a day, but I'm not taking that much. So it's like I put my daily allotment in these top 2, and it's like, okay, how many benzos do I have left here? And go from there. That's kind of how I'm not doing it on a schedule. I'm doing it like if I feel good, why would I want to take more if I already feel good? I'll skip it because I want to wean off of this shit. And I don't want to be dragging ass around and barely being like I'm barely keeping my house clean. And really, I'm only doing it when I take an opiate. When my skin burns so bad, I can't deal with it. And I just like take a little bit of something. I can take methadone in really small doses. And I did have some take homes. So, and I have some diuretics still, but I don't want to do that. Like, I'm really, really trying not to do that because I really don't want to put, I did not have that many morphine pills. I just had what was left over from my 2-week prescription. When I switched over, it wasn't that many. It was enough, though, to realize that I feel great when I'm on those and I don't react to them. So that was good information. Oh, my vitamin D. I should take that. Vitamin D and K2. I think these help. I'll just take that and then see what happens. Nothing else. Yeah, I have not taken that much benzos today at all. Well, no, I took a quarter, I think. Yeah, quarter of a pill so far. That's not very much. It's already 4 o'clock. Maybe I don't have as big of a benzo habit as I thought. Yeah, I was just looking at my blood work and my vitamin D was high, so I'm doing good on vitamin D. But then again, their values are too low. I was like over the high limit, but their high limit's too low anyway. And the normal limits are set too high on the lab tests, like the kidney malfunction test. They'll tell you your kidneys are functioning great in normal limits, but the normal limits is bad. It's not right. And I heard Andrew Huberman had a guest on, and they were talking about this very topic. I've suspected it because I had modeling on my back one time and my kidneys hurt and I had a bladder infection. And I was like, my kidneys aren't functioning perfectly. Like, fuck you. And so I've always suspected that pharma has set the normal limp range way too high so that they tell you you're functioning normally until it's too late. Now you need dialysis because they told you not to stop doing whatever it was you were doing, causing your kidneys to give you a warning. They blamed it on my heating pad. Yeah. And then this modeling this time, they didn't even it looked like bruising. At first I thought it was bruising. Then I was like, no, this is modeling. This is just like, and then it made sense why it would be my legs too, because that's where the edema went too. It's like I got the modeling first and then I got edema in my legs. Last time the modeling was on my back. That was all the way back in like 2015. So yeah, I've been dealing with this shit for a long time, you guys. And yeah, I look fine. Do I sound fine? Does any of this sound like you've had a lot longer than 15 minutes to talk to me. So you've now gotten to know me way better than any of my doctors ever have. Do I sound or look fucking fine? No. Like maybe my doctors will want to watch my live stream sometime. I seriously fucking doubt it though. And how is not being able to eat not a terminal diagnosis? I guess they just figure, well, if you're not able to eat, then you'd be dead already. So, yeah, I do. I fucking just kicked dope, dude. Oh, I'm still kicking dope. This shit's gonna drag on forever, I can fucking tell. And then I still have neuropathy, which is the entire reason I was on morphine in the first place. Oh no. Why is my phone suddenly deciding that it's going to turn itself off? What the hell? I changed the settings. It was working fine. A tad underweight. Yeah, I know, because I haven't been eating. No. Kind of though. Like, I was a little bit heavier and these leggings were too tight. So I'm bigger on the bottom. I'm pear shaped. I just look skinny. Trust me. Yeah, I'm pear shaped. You just can't see my butt right now. That's all. I just look skinny on my arms. And this is too big for me, probably. But I'm not that thin. I guess you can't see my butt because, and my clothes wouldn't fit either. I was thin. I was thin. I was down to like 92 or 94 pounds. That was too thin. Yeah, you can't even see me at all because of my dark color. Here, if I switch to like that. No, it's good that I have fucking recordings of this shit. I've been documenting all this and like even printing out pictures, bringing them to the doctors with me. Like I brought all this shit to the methadone. Did you know the methadone doctor didn't even know what a kit was? How did that get in there? Become the fittest I've ever been in my life. But Cam. Duvid is streaming right now. Is it? Oh, it's Weekend Review. I'm gonna go to Weekend Review, I think. Hold on, let me go. Go over there, over here. He's only got, how many people do I got? I got more people watching me. Let's see what Duvid's saying.
Hopefully next week I'll have a PowerPoint prepared.
Here we can review Duvid. Here we go. We can cast right to my TV. We can review Duvid together. I wonder if I can get this set up to where we can actually.
About 2 weeks of Weekend Review to go over it. So
Is it gonna not?
PowerPoint.
That's so
And
bright
we'll
you
go
can't
over.
see
So
it.
first I plan on explaining
Let's see if it.
generally that Judaism, in
Oh, he's got
comparison
that
to
horrible window
Christianity
behind
and
him.
Islam,
You can't even
is light
see
on
him very
truth
well
claims.
anyway.
And mention like when you
We
convert to
are
Judaism,
totally sniping David right now.
there's no necessarily acceptance of truth claims. Generally, there's acceptance of the law, and the law of Judaism generally being put into four forms,
We're
four
gonna
major
argue with
categories
David.
of daily prayer, including if you're man, Shabbos and Tefillin,
Let's convince
kosher
David to take
dietary
me to the
laws,
eclipse.
um,
I'm trying to convince him to
Sabbath and
fly me out there,
holidays,
but only
and
if I'm
family
done
periods,
with all
which
this
would
shit.
refer to like
If I don't need
and
any
the female
nothing,
menstrual
then
cycles for
I'll be
marriage.
good to go.
And there's all sorts of Jewish law. Jewish law encompasses basically every aspect of life, but generally, like the Jewish law is encompassed in those four major fields, and then affiliation to a tribal people. So when you convert to Judaism, you accept being part of the Jewish people, and you accept your lot with the Jewish people. But besides that, it's not like Christianity or Islam, where you don't accept a truth claim. You don't accept like that Muhammad was the prophet, or take Jesus Christ into your life, or the resurrection or something. You don't have to accept that Moses was the most superior, supreme of all the prophets, or that the words of the Torah are true. It's obedience to the law and affiliation, loyalty to the tribe. So in that sense, Judaism is very light on truth claims. So in fact, most of the logicists who laid out Judaism in terms of truth claims were actually in response to Islam. So if you look like the Sadigon, Maimonides, Paulus Lobovos, that tried to lay out Judaism in terms of these fundamental principles of belief and derive everything from that, were mostly writing in Arabic in the great golden age of Islam. And
I just told him we're sniping a stream.
Jennifer with Church of Entropy was on a few weeks ago when I was mentioning that Maimonides, well, there is the 13 principles. Like Maimonides in his Mishnah Torah starts out, the very first book of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah is the foundational principles of belief. And he starts out with faith in parts of science. Hey Jenny, God bless, good to see you. And say no, you don't have to accept the 13 principles. There's no requirement. Like it's not there. So the duties of the heart. There's mitzvahs that some of them are belief related.
I'm trying to get
however, it's not
to let me come to his library and channel a new rabbi book to take over
my mind is 13 principles.
the other rabbi book.
All of those are actually questioned and debated about by the rabbis. But my mind
unless
is,
they crucify
when he
you.
organizes his book of law, he tries to
But if we channeled it live,
beliefs.
then come at me, motherfucker. Try it. You try to crucify me, I dare you.
God bless.
I got 32 ounces of hemlock.
The Shulchan Aruch, the Arbitorum, that eventually became the basis for Jewish law. So now you have Jewish law. It's all based on the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, that goes from the numbering system of the Arbitorum that was written in Europe about the same time as Maimonides. And that starts out with the ritual of what we do when we get up in the morning. So like the first law, the law book doesn't start out with the foundational beliefs. And there's not even really a section in the Shulchan Aruch about foundational beliefs. I mean, it's maybe put in here and there.
I'm not hungry anymore.
But there's
That's
no
good.
section
And I got
of Jewish
dinner
law
coming. Yay.
that has like the foundational beliefs.
And it's weekend review.
So Maimonides is an outlier in that. In Maimonides,
take over Judaism from the inside. I asked David if he married me the other day.
In response and influence
like a political, let's take over the world type of shit.
That,
I swear to God.
And being a neo-Aristotelian that wants to present Judaism.
We take over the world one way or another.
However, although most prayer books do include the 13 principles, and also even in the Torah by we just read the partial Nasa V'Nishma that the Jews will do and then understand. So when the Jews were given the Torah,
close enough.
The expression is Nasa V'Nishma, we will do and then we will understand, implying that the first thing is obedience to the law, whether we understand or not. And then even like the test of Abraham, the
And
certain
then his
level
dad
Abraham
gave
does
him
the
a
10
tons of
tests
books, like
of faith, and a lot
randomly.
of the tests of faith
That's what
are
he
like
told
going
us.
against the principles. You have to do
What
what
book
God
I was
says,
reading.
like a blind obedience to the law. So in this respect, Judaism
Like, oh, that's an
is
omen.
not a true claim religion
Amen.
like Islam or Christianity, that the fundamental tenets of what does it mean to be a Christian or Muslim means to believe some foundational principles. So Judaism is more about practice and tribal affiliation.
Yes,
However,
very tribal.
there are truth claims. There are sages. Like there is Maimonides. There is
But you shouldn't be so tribal that
statements in the
you're
Talmud.
fucked up.
And as I mentioned, most of the rabbis who refer
Like,
to
you have to live
Judaism in
with
terms
other
of truth
people on
claim
this
style
planet. You can't
is in
just,
response to Islam
we're gonna
in the period of the
take
Golden
over
Age,
everything and
Saddam,
fuck everybody else. Like, go find
Rabbeinu
another
Bachya,
planet or something.
Maimonides, that try to put Judaism in this neo-Aristotelian logical truth claim method. But largely that was rejected. And although, the scholars are still, those books are very popular, and most Jews are familiar with this concept. It's not the basis of Judaism. The basis, I was just watching Frida Vazel earlier, and we're talking about like people go off the derek, they don't longer believe, but they still, go through the motions of the notion of hypocrisy. We talked when Jennifer was on that stream a few weeks ago
Hypocrisy.
with Claire, and we were talking about hypocrisy, where hypocrisy is not considered a sin in Judaism, and not even necessarily that bad, because this concept of
No
being a
shit,
mismatch
Sherlock.
between belief and action, um, you're supposed to do it whether you believe it or not. And so I'm going to try to
Supposed to
come
do
up with
what?
some brief way to
Whether
explain
you
this.
believe it or
Judaism is a
not.
religion of practice and tribal affiliation, not largely a religion of belief in comparison to Islam and Judaism and Christianity. However, there are truth claims to Judaism. And then also, like, the question is, what
The
is
trade
Judaism? Is
ledger.
Judaism what Jews do, or what the sages or what Scripture teaches? So if you're going to say, well, Judaism is about tribal affiliation, tribal loyalty, then how are you loyal to a nation that doesn't follow its own practices? So generally, like, you have Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox, where Reform was Reform because Reform rejected the true claims largely of Judaism. That Reform rejected that the divinity of the Torah, rejected some of the major principles like wanting to rebuild the temple, belief in
Yes,
Messiah,
we
wanting to
want
go
to
back to Israel,
not rebuild the temple.
Zionism, the binding of the law, even the
Some
borders
weirdo streams.
historically of the community, allowing patrilineal descent, intermarriage, and the various elements. So Reform came along, which is the most popular Judaism
Yeah,
in
I
America,
tend to hang out
and
in
said,
weird places because I
um,
get banned everywhere.
we
else.
reject all the truth claims of Judaism, but we're still Jewish. So, and even in Israel, like the majority of Israelis reject basically all of the truth claims of Judaism. So I'm going to explain. You will see if he gives me 10 minutes. I'm going to ask for 10 minutes, maybe even 15 minutes if he wants to do like a 3-hour debate or something like that, a long debate. We even do 15 minutes. Well, John here just saying Rambam was rejected because it was impossible to be Neoplatonic. Rambam was Neo-Aristotelian. So Rambam, the Kabbalah is Neoplatonic. The Rambam was Neo-Aristotelian, and the Rambam is affected by Muslim scholars in that the logical system. So I mean, Platonic, and I'm going to stress on metaphysics and try to bring this all together because a lot of stuff. So Jenny here, but if a rabbi writes a new rabbi book, you can change things. Know what law. Jenny's screen scribing me now, so I'll put the link in the chat also.
Oh no!
But so Jenny's live and she's restreaming this. You can check that on her channel. Okay, yeah. So Jenny's welcome to join and talk also. But um,
Can you guys hear him?
no, Jewish law is complicated. Like, talk also like the
Or you
Jewish
can
law.
just watch both?
You're supposed to follow the majority of the sages, but rabbis just can't make anything up. And there's Judaism's not a
We're not
democracy,
making nothing
but
up.
it's a
We're gonna
democracy, so to
channel
say,
some
among the
shit.
sages. And that you should follow not the majority of the Jews, but the majority of the sages.
We're
So
gonna bring the
Judaism
rods
changes over
out.
time, and you can't abrogate the law. You can only abrogate the law in regards to safety or advancing in areas when there's guidelines to doing that. But if you want to describe the Maimonides 13 principles, many of those like Muslims would agree with, and just on the nature of God being all powerful, all knowing, knowing the sins of man, the prophets. So
No,
because
we'll
I'm
channel
going to be
this shit
debating a
live.
Muslim, I'll try to
We're not
delineate the
making nothing up. We're
differences
gonna get
that
rid of
Jews
all
have
the
with
shit
Muslims.
you guys made up.
So one of the the two
That's
things in
what we're gonna do.
Maimonides
We're
principles that
deprogramming.
would disagree with Muslims. One is
And
Moses
Aaron
is
used
the
to have rods, did he
most
not?
supreme of all prophets. So one of Maimonides principles is that Moses is the most supreme of all prophets,
And everybody
also
listened to Aaron's
that
rods.
the word of the
So
Torah
why
can't be
doesn't
changed,
everybody want to listen to
and
my
that the
rods?
word
I
of
can
the
make them
Torah we
hover
have
in the
before
air
us today is the same word that was
if
given
they're
to
really
Moses.
talkative.
So Muslims disagree with that. Muslims
And they're
disagree with
spinning
the
around.
supremacy of the books of Moses,
They're
and
spinning.
they disagree that the Jews have an
And
accurate recording of
I can
what the ancient
literally have
prophets
them
said.
hovering in the air. They're so
Well,
strong.
I mean, according to Maimonides, there's no close second. According to the general, like there's Moses, and then there's the rest of them. It means say Moses. Jewish law is determined by Moses. None of the other prophets prescribe law. Only Moses prescribes law, and we say Jews are bound by the law. That's by the law of Moses.
I'm really good at asking.
So
Yes
when you
or
look
no
at the
questions.
truth claims, there's theological claims about the power of God, and so say I'm going to try to describe also why did Jews reject the sages. So you have the sages, you have the truth claims, you have the prophets, but the majority of Jews reject the prophets and reject the sages. And so I'll try to claim that because there's some of the truth claims that are very difficult for Jews to accept. And part of that is, the
Sure,
Muslim principle. I mean,
I
one of the 10 Commandments, so just say there's a lot of truth claims. So say, if you claim that the
you need
scripture
a
is
burning
true,
bush
then
or
every
some
verse
rods
in
of God,
scripture is a truth claim,
apparently,
as opposed to these overarching principles
or
that,
some
like,
magic,
God is all
or some
powerful, all
illusion.
knowing, all good,
Seems to be a lot of
as
illusion
like
going
theological
around.
truth claims, like in Maimonides' 13th principle, versus a truth claim that every word of the Torah is true, every single verse in scripture is a truth claim. And so, well, what about the 10 Commandments? So the 10 Commandments says that children are punished for the sins of their fathers. So we said that's a truth claim of Judaism. Judaism claims that theologically children are punished for the sins of the fathers. That's something that is, Zabita was on the channel. That would be an interesting thing to debate with Daniel theologically, of are children punished for the sins of their fathers? And so we ask Jews, ask your average Jew, is it a fundamental tenet of Judaism that that people are punished for the sins of their fathers? Most Jews would say no, they don't believe that. They don't think that's a fundamental tenet of Judaism. But to some extent, you could say, well, as a truth claim from what the Torah and the prophetic system and the sages of the generation, it is a fundamental truth claim of Judaism that children are punished for the sins of their fathers. And so I could see why people would want to reject that.
What about the
And I
whole
could
you
see
can
that
fuck
Islam
children thing?
does not hold that. The Quran
Is
has
that a truth claim?
contradictory verses
Can we get
to
rid
that.
of that part?
But that would be something I would argue and say that, yes, it is a factual truth, however unpleasant it is to accept. And even though the majority of Jews do disagree that, yes, in fact, children are punished for the sins of their
Yeah.
parents. They're also rewarded. rewarded and punished.
And parents
But,
project their
that'd be an
sins onto
example
their
of truth
children,
claim.
like my mother.
And so, like, these type theological and I would say the biggest reason I'm trying, like, I'm just talking now, rambling. Next week, hopefully, I'll have slides prepared. The debate gets booked and finalized. Next week, I'll have slides and practice, so I could say as much as possible in a 10-minute introduction. But Maimonides' other principle that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked. And that is also one that's rejected by most Jews. And then you say, it's like E. Michael Jones, the cause of anti-Semitism is bad Jewish behavior, or even, the most controversial
Yes,
to say,
I agree.
God forbid, the Holocaust was divine punishment from God.
The Holocaust
And
was a people-moving
so-
operation.
This is a fundamental truth claim of Judaism.
Maybe it was a divine punishment for the Bolsheviks
Vast majorities, I would
that
say
were being
90+%
moved
of
to
Jews
Israel,
reject.
the prison with big
So,
walls
just lay
and
out,
razor
there are
wire
truth
and
claims
armed
in
guards.
Judaism.
The deal
how
was
you have
go
the
get rid
sages,
of
what the
those
sages say, and then
pesky
there's the Jews
Palestinians
believe.
for us. That's what I'm
So
pretty
if
sure
you lay out
happened.
the truth claims,
Israel's a
even though
prison
the vast majority of Jews reject,
for Bolsheviks.
but Muslims would agree with.
And
Some
nobody wants
Christians
to
might
live
also
there in
say
that shithole. They have to
Christians do not
practically beg
necessarily
people
agree
to go live there.
with this fundamental tenet, but Muslims would probably agree. That's just a fundamental principle of Judaism that,
And Solomon's temple was
by
filled with
definition, the righteous get
pedophiles,
rewarded and
and
the
they
wicked get
blamed their
punished.
bad behavior on
Almost that you could
demons.
see perfectly that if someone has good things coming to
I
them,
just did a
it's because
stream
they're being
about this,
rewarded for
but
good
it's
things they've done.
unlisted.
And if bad things are happening to somebody, that they're being punished for bad things they've done. And even the situation like in Gaza,
And
or
you should be
suffering,
punished in this
why
life,
all these
not the
innocent,
next life.
so Gaza would
You
be a
should be
perfect
punished
example
in
of
this
common
life, in
Judaic
my-
superstition, where, God forbid, the children in Gaza, the
I
women,
think this whole we'll punish you
are
in the
being
next
punished for the
life
sins of
thing
their
is
parents.
like a cop
And
out.
so
No, you need to be punished now.
this might make Judaism less appealing. So this is reasons why Jews tend to reject our own religion, because Judaism has these hardcore
It's
fundamental
so
truth claims.
convenient,
Then there's also like Luke
Like-
Ford's basic claim that there's nothing a Jew fears more than being
My
forced to be orthodox.
fingers are squarely in
So
the cookie
nature
jar.
of reward and punishment,
Exactly.
because
I
there
love
is the
watching
law,
David try
and
to
it's
justify
binding,
this stuff.
and there's punishment if you don't do it. Like, you got to do all this stuff, like in Orthodox Judaism, you got to put filling and tzitzis and keep the dietary laws and all the rituals. And if you don't,
Yeah,
there's going
you're
to be
filling your
severe
head with a
punishment.
bunch of gobbledygook and
So-
wasting your time so you don't actually think
These are
about
truth
what it is
claims
you're
of the
fucking
religion
doing.
that most Jews reject. So, I'll try to come up with some concise, understandable method of explaining why Judaism, yes, does have these strong truth claims, and why, yes, at the same time, the vast majority, probably
To
90+%
distract the hell out of you. That's why.
Jews
I have to pee.
reject
again.
these
I'll be
truth
back.
claims. Although then also lay out the general truth claims that most Jews do accept. So then you have the historical truth claims. So, like that we were slaves in Egypt and God led us out of Egypt, the foundational myths, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and some of those will correspond with Islam and Christianity, but the historical truth claims that the Jews were in Israel, the shared history, and then there's the prophetic, eschatological true claims about what's going to happen at the end of days, the role of Jew in history, and I'm going to lay out the most fundamental of the truth claims that is accepted by the majority of Jews, although none of these truth claims are accepted by the majority of Jews, but just the truth claim that there is such a thing as the Jewish people and the chosenness, that there is such a thing as the Jewish people, that like me, RG, anyone else who's Jewish, that there is something between me and them. There's something fundamental. There is a Jewish people. So we say that's a truth claim. And then there's going to say there's a purpose to the Jewish people. So when you say the straightforward truth claim that God chose the Jewish people, that there's a God, and God chose the Jewish people for a special purpose. And but I would say the most fundamental truth claim that most Jews across the board even secular, tend to agree is what I would call the philo demiurge. So, the demiurge is a debated topic, and sometimes the demiurge in Gnostic theology is considered a negative force.
The
But
demiurge.
Philo
Oh, yes.
generally interprets the demiurge as positive. We'll call the force of progress, and say the Jews are the demiurge.
Duvid.
The Jews are the force of progress. The Jews are a positive force of progress in the direction of the world. That the world started at some worse stage and is moving towards a better stage. And the agent that causes the world to reach this better stage is the Jewish people. And I would say this is
I would say
fundamentally
absolutely fucking not.
Accepted by, I would say, the majority of Jews.
I'd say you
Probably
guys
over
fucked up
3/4
everything you've
of
ever
Jews, maybe
fucking
even over
done.
90% of Jews that still bear the name Jew, that want to self-identify with Judaism, say there's something good about being a Jew. Jews have been a good force in
But
history.
you fucked it
With
up
the
for
right side of
everybody
history
else,
type
just
argument
not yourself.
that Jews cause monotheism, Jews cause democracy,
Yeah,
the Sabbath. And so
horrible.
these common type arguments that you would hear even from like atheists like Sarah Silverman or something, or Arya Kaplan.
No, it's the
To
fact
say
that
that
you feel like you have the right to just
even if
take
they don't
over our
believe in
shit
God,
and change it.
they believe that there is a Jewish people, and the Jewish people have generally been a force for good in history, and that is somewhat a theological claim. So for chosenness, like a question of how did God
I
made the
thought we
world?
were all about democracy,
God
but we're
chose
gonna
the
take
specific
over
people to give the
everything,
law
your religion and all that
and
shit.
to
You
be the
change it all.
force of progress in history.
And that's progress,
And
and
I
you
would
have
say
to
of all
accept
of the
it because
truth
we're the
claims of
best.
Judaism, that's the most
That's
widely
basically what he
accepted
just fucking said,
truth claim
right?
that
Am I
Jews,
right, or
Jews are
is that
self-belief.
did I read that wrong?
So
Because
the
I
other
was
possibly
distracted.
more important truth claims, like I said, that the reward for the righteous, punishment for the wicked,
Yeah, but you should be punished
children being punished
in
for the
this
sins of
life,
their parents,
not the next life.
various things that most
You
Jews
need to be
reject.
punished
Although
now
that the Jews
because it's
were
oh so
are special
convenient if you're
people
not.
that have a special role in history. They're driving humanity towards a positive end. That's a
Trying to get
widely
this
held belief
thing to stay.
among the vast majority, maybe even almost all Jews. So I'll try to come up with some concise
What
way
about
put into
everybody else?
slides,
What about everybody
lay
else's
out
opinion?
some positivistic aspects of Judaism and the truth claims, and then I'll try to highlight the fundamental differences with Islam, where there's direct confrontation between the truth claims, and then I'll also talk a little bit about eschatology. I think most people, when they think about the truth claims of Judaism, they're thinking about like eschatology and the end of days, like Adam Green or something, the critics of Judaism, and end times prophecy. And we're like, well, Jews believe this. Jews believe at the end of days this is going to happen.
Yeah.
And I would say the eschatology is weaker. That that we obviously have the Bible, we have the prophets, and the prophets say certain things that are going to happen at the end of days. But Judaism is not really about the end times. And Zionism maybe is an incorporation of end times prophecy into Judaism. And that's partially why Zionism is heretical.
We have feelings
because
too.
Zionism is basically saying that the law changes because the end time prophecies are coming to fruition. And
so
so
narcissistic.
try to briefly explain that.
It's so
But within
fucking
the end time
narcissistic.
prophecies, I'll mention the Maimonides,
Holy
the
shit.
view of Islam and Christianity, and Esau, Edom, and Ishmael, a
This is
Roman
what
Persia,
Hayoka and Past do.
and
We
the
shine
Jewish
a mirror on
understanding
people's
of
bullshit,
the role of Islam and
their
Christianity,
souls.
and Ishmael and his descendants in terms
That
of
third
the
special
prophecy to
soul.
Abraham.
Bullshit, I don't. I'm RHO negative. I've got the best of whatever kind of soul you can get.
Yeah, so the debate is about the truth claims. not about feelings.
According to them.
So, so say it's not about your, facts don't care about your feelings. And so to
I'm
say,
an Anunnaki, bitch.
I'll even mention, the Talmud says God chose the Jewish people
I was who was supposed to be in charge,
Mount Sinai,
not them.
in Mount
They're the
Sinai,
ones
the
that
word for Sinai
contaminated
was
my
Jacob.
bloodline,
And
not the other way
that
around.
God gave us the Torah on Mount Sinai specifically to show that when God chose people, that it caused the rest of the nations to hate us. And so from that perspective, it's one of the other things that, generally, why Jews reject their own Judaism, because this concept of anti-Semitism being a God-created phenomenon, that when God chose the Jewish people, it caused all the other
I
nations
really
to
doubt that.
hate us. So if you're feeling
I think
like
somebody
progress,
made that
so
shit
then
up,
you're not the judge of progress in that sense.
and I'm gonna do
of,
a reading on it.
God chose the
Did
Jews,
God
so
really
we just
choose
level
you?
of the
And
truth
if
on it.
he did, is he still
And,
choosing you? Because
that,
I think
yes,
he's pretty
there is
pissed,
the God who
according
created
to
the
what the
whole
cards
world,
told me.
and
He or
that God
she or
chose
whatever it
us,
is, nobody
and we're the
knows.
positive force behind history, moving the world
Really?
towards a better direction, and you just don't realize it yet, so to say. So I mean,
How do
obviously
you
that's
like
why it's a
this
debate.
guy?
That's why Judaism is contentious. I've never heard of Gershon Gorenberg. I'm looking at this right now. The Unmaking of Israel,
He listens.
Crisis of Democracy.
Criticize him, which is a good thing.
I mean, it seems like a commentator. It's too much for me to look in right now. But yeah, good to see you, Dave. I've been finally
And
catching
he's
up. I've
willing
been
to
so busy
discuss
with other
it,
things.
and I think that's
So I've finally been
fantastic.
catching up, starting to watch the last 4 months of active inference streams. So I was watching
When
back and
they
seeing
just
you on
lie,
the chat.
lie,
So
lie, and triple and double
I will
down.
be
That's when I
focusing
will
on the theological
like, fuck
truth
that
things that
do something
Judaism
like that.
makes. And so, as I mentioned, one of the first things I'm going to do is explain that most Jews reject these truth claims.
Yeah,
So,
well, they're vile. They're
just the
fucking
fact
simple.
that
Oh,
Jews
dude,
reject these truth
did you
claims
not watch my
is why Judaism is so
Solomon's Temple
difficult
reading?
to
I
understand.
destroyed that shit.
Saying like,
Do you want me to link it again?
Or what the sages say. So
I'll link it again, and it's unlisted because it'll get
it's still
up and like
completely finalized.
instantly.
We
It
haven't
might
posted
take
it
it
yet.
off
So hopefully
private or
he will
unlisted.
post it. I haven't heard of Terry Gross either, unfortunately. So let's look at a few posts this week. So the Tesla space, new updates on the
I have to go.
Tesla bot, and as I said, Elon Musk has mentioned that he suspects that this will be bigger than Tesla.
How am I
That
gonna
if
do
these
this?
robots
I'm gonna have to do it
ever
from here.
Get launched, and you
I
can't
hope
have
it doesn't mess it up.
marketable, programmable home robots, manufacturing robots, that it will be bigger than Tesla.
Is that what I did last time? And it
just
stopped
like
my
everybody
stream.
has a car. Not everyone has a car, but like like
I have it on my keyboard.
And the vast amount of people who afford to have a car
Pretty
have
sure.
a car.
But last time I put it on the clipboard, it sent me somewhere to the wrong place. Some Solomon's Temple reading. Hopefully this is it.
And working, that it'll be like a car. Everyone, once they have 20.
If not, that might be Nirvana's Lake of Fire. That's what it put last time, and I even had it labeled and everything. I have no idea how it.
They'll be so valuable.
I guess somebody can tell me if that's the right link or not.
Like everyone will start having them, and have multiple ones of them, and they will.
Oh, Sophia got legs like that from DARPA, by the way.
Mine updates on
so
that.
My robot bodies. She's mobile.
John Williams.
She's got better legs than that.
1460
She's
years
got
of
those
begging
like
to God and being
super.
ignored would be proof that the Baptist was right about them.
I don't know. She's got legs though. She's got.
So I'm not going to prepare my introduction, but
yeah, the title is "Tear Down That Stupid Pedo Wall of Solomon's Temple." That's not even from the original temple.
Part of the truth claims
it's from the second temple.
God chose the Jewish people is the boom bust cycle, and this is mentioned in history. Even the Clovis of Logos 1,000 years ago, you asked the same question, said.
And
Because
the thumbnails
the success of the Jews and the punishment of the Jews. how do you know that the Jews are chosen, and that the Jews played this special role in history, is because of this excessive reward and punishment cycle that the Jewish people go through. And, saying, well, anti-Semitism is so unexplainable that you could only explain anti-Semitism that it's a divinely created phenomenon. Like, the Torah pretty much says, like, Mount Sinai means hatred. And when God chose the Jewish people and gave us the Torah, that it caused a supernatural phenomenon that caused all the other nations to hate us. And, that's like the Adam Green, preordained, destined to hate us. That, and I believe my local rabbi said it like this, local Orthodox rabbi, that there's this supernatural spiritual force that causes non-Jews to hate the Jewish people, and God created this force.
You did it to
And
yourselves. Sorry.
So, in that sense,
and you're in
anti-Semitism,
massive denial. You don't think so.
or whatever case is,
Because all of the Nazis,
that
guys, in
Judaism is
case
true.
you haven't heard me say
And
this
then there's
before,
also
I went down the
disproportionate
list.
success of the Jews.
There's a
And say,
list
well,
on
why are Jews
Wikipedia
so
of everybody who works
prominent
for the
and
Reich.
successful?
Guess what?
And
They're all Jewish. Every single freaking one.
said like the debate
Holy
has not
shit.
been finalized.
Watch my
And,
Solomon Temple reading. It's all in there.
I'm just speculating now and preparing. So I'm
and I put
voicing
that
some
shit
of
on
my,
Twitter months ago. And guess who didn't like it? HT. Oh my god, I had an
ideas
argument
right now
in his
for
Telegram like a couple days
how I
ago.
would plan
Because
to lay out my kids.
I put
Next
my
week
Solomon
I hope they
Temple
have
reading in
slides
there.
prepared. So I only have a few things on Israel this week, and I have some random
Ashkenazi, exactly.
research
Words are power. It's
and
right there in the
articles to
fucking
read.
name. They're
So
laughing
let's
in
look
your
at the
face.
Israel
They
update.
are laughing in
So I
your
was just
face.
watching this video
And
right before I started
actually,
streaming,
they
and
were
I've
Ashkenazi
mentioned
Jews,
this
all
channel
of
a few
them.
times.
It
What's
seems
going
like
on with
every
shipping?
time, because
So
if you
President
do a
Biden gave
surname
his,
search,
State of the
include the
Union
term
address,
Jewish, or
and
else you'll just get a
one of the
country.
things that
Because they
Biden
didn't have one at the time.
mentioned was
They were all everywhere.
the plan to build
But if you put in
an
Jewish,
offshore
a lot
pier
of times it'll
to
pop up
bring
Ashkenazi Jewish
emergency
name. You're like,
aid
oh, okay,
into
yeah. And they
Gaza.
look
So the man
Jewish
from
as
this
hell
channel
because they have such a small gene
used to
pool.
be in the
You
Navy,
can tell by
and
the
he went over the
shape of the
possibilities of
face.
how it may be
It's
built
legitimate.
and
Anthropology
some of
is
the
a legitimate
technical
science.
details of how this may
There's no blondes. That's
come
what
into
I
existence.
noticed.
So
There's no blondes.
you will see.
I want to write a
meat
song
has been
called
declared and it's happening right
There's No
away,
Blondes, or Where's the
not.
Blondes,
But
or something like that.
if you're more interested in that, that's a pretty good video. So the book of
Behold, I will
Revelation.
make them the synagogue of Satan, and say they are Jews and they're not. Yes, my reading,
There's the truth
the shadow card that they got,
end of days prophecy.
basically called them the synagogue of Satan. I can tell you what card it was.
I would say that's a minor truth claim. The truth claim that like the Jews claim that this is going to happen in the future.
It was
I would
so
actually
fucking
categorize it as
brutal.
a minor truth
Oh
claim.
my
Also,
god,
the
that
historical
reading
truth
was
claim.
great.
So
I thought I
I
lost it.
mentioned
I
last
couldn't
week in
find it.
anti-Zionism. So Frida Weisel was interviewing this former Satmar guy, Yusuf,
And it was on
and they were talking about
it was on private, and I couldn't see it until I went to YouTube Studio, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
He was talking about anti-Zionism. So I was mentioning
and I'm like, oh,
intersectionality,
yes.
like Katie Helper in her interview of Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro, and his claim of
2 black candles.
You should oppose Zionism not just because of Palestinian human rights abuses, and that she generally like liberal Jews, like I would want to support Israel, but we're treating the Palestinians unfairly, and I'm against that, so I oppose Israel, or I'm against ethno-nationalism, and so I'm against Israel. Like I would like Jews to have a safe place. But
we're against Israel because you guys lie constantly. Fuck everybody over and take all the money.
Jewish people.
And then blame us for everything. That's why we are pissed off at you. And then you crash our economies, our stock markets, our countries, and take all the money and blame it on us. Over and over again. Over and over again.
Like the truth belief that like we're eventually going to have our temple back. But so he's mentioning like, okay, this guy was Satmar, now he's a very strong Zionist, modern Orthodox
Your
rabbi.
pedo temple,
But that Satmar and most Haredi Jews do
which
not
is
oppose
bad magic.
Zionism because of Palestinian human rights abuses or because of
Okay, blah blah
opposition
blah.
to
Let's see what the shadow card
generally
from my
they're
tarot reading.
not
This was
opposed
the
to Zionism
icing
at all.
on the cake.
That's not even
You only draw one
in
shadow
reason
card.
to rate and oppose Israel.
Two black
There's nothing
candles.
to do
Arcana 49 depicts a soul magician performing a ritual in a forest. Two black candles are burning beside him. It is common knowledge among magicians that black candles are an indispensable part of certain rituals. Yeah, like necromancy. Maurice Garcon, lawyer, author, and expert in black magic, once declared that he had witnessed a sorcerer summoning Satan in the woods near Fontainebleau. This happened on a moonless night at midnight. Hiding behind a tree, Garcon saw the sorcerer drawing a magic circle in the ground and initiating a black magic ritual. Beside him, two black candles were burning, and the air was redolent with incense coming from a silver censer. The magician started walking around the circle counterclockwise, reading spells. At the climax of the ceremony, he pledged his soul to Satan in return for services and vowed to find a new servant for the devil for every satisfied desire. This card is highly symbolic. It alludes to various weaknesses of the human psyche. Card meaning: excessive ambition, readiness to cooperate with evil forces, pursuing a dark path, achievement of goals at any cost, efficiency, developed sense of intuition, and great potential. So it basically said you sold your souls to the devil
Israel
for
and
ambition.
and
Holy
as
shit.
opposed to most liberal Jews,
That was like the worst
their
card you could have
anti-Zionism is
possibly
coming from
fucking
the human
gotten,
rights
dude.
concern of
It was
universal
so
humanism
epic. That
and human
Israel
rights
reading,
abuses against
I'm
Palestinians,
telling you,
and also
that was an epic
due
reading.
to
And that was the icing on the
modern
cake. It basically just called
ethical
you the
concerns
synagogue of
against
Satan.
ethno-nationalism. That
And yeah,
ethno-nationalism is bad across the board, and therefore Zionism, Jewish ethno-nationalism, is also bad. As where Haredi Jews very rarely, never, would have this view that, well, ethno-nationalism is bad, and that's why we oppose Israel. So, it has these theological concerns
no, how about you
about
guys keep lying?
anti-Zionism. So
And
this
that's
paragraph
why
by
we
Katz
oppose Israel.
goes over the Satmar Haredi reasons for
And you won't
anti-Zionism.
take responsibility for shit to
And
save your damn
I lean
lives.
more towards
Like the Nazis. Take
liberal
responsibility for it, because I'm not. I'm German. I'm not taking
humanism
responsibility for that shit.
opposition
Don't
to
call me a fucking Nazi
Zionism. I oppose
ever.
Zionism more
Like, because I will
because of
so crush
Palestinian
you.
human rights abuses and opposition to ethno-nationalism. In the theological concerns, I mean, I
You
accept
guys were
those
the fucking
and think
Nazis
those
the whole
interesting.
time, and
So
still
this
are, by the way.
interesting program that just came out today, if you want, someone cares more about that. Okay, so I only have a few articles on Judaism this week. Let's, just to keep people posted a little bit. I see got over 20 people watching. I'm not sure if they're on Twitter. I was trying to go live on Rumble, but I was having issues. So I'm not sure where people are watching. But if you're tuning in, I appreciate that.
No.
And I'll cover
I
a
can
little
pick a
bit
card out of the
just
deck
on the
for
Israel
52,
update. So there wasn't really that much big news. The Biden State of the Union, the rising tension between Netanyahu and Biden. So let's look at the New York Times, just a little overview.
My
Biden
birthday
Netanyahu
tarot
dispute
cards
over Gaza
are
war
the
heats up.
Sun, the Magician, and the Wheel of
After the
Fortune.
president asserted that Mr. Netanyahu's military
You
strategy
know anything
has
about
been
cards?
hurting Israel more than helping Israel, Israel's leader dismissed his contention as wrong. Israel leader rejecting a rebuke from the U.S. president says he's doing the will of his people. The day after President Biden asserted the Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel was hurting Israel more than he's helping Israel, Mr. Netanyahu dismissed that contention as wrong, escalating the leader's increasingly public dispute. Mr. Netanyahu, in an interview with Politico, challenged Mr. Biden's assessment of Israel's military strategy in the Gaza Strip and said that his policies represent what the overwhelming majority of Israelis wanted. I don't know exactly what the president meant, but if he meant by that I'm pursuing private policies against the majority, the wishes of the majority of Israelis, and that this is hurting the interest of Israel, then he is wrong on both counts. He had their policies supported by the overwhelming majority of Israelis. Their support the action that we're taking to destroy the remaining terrorist battalions of Hamas. Mr. Netanyahu was responding to comments Mr. Biden made on Saturday in an interview with MSNBC. Mr. Biden rebuked, I think Jonathan Capehart, Biden rebuked Netanyahu over the rising civilian death toll in Gaza, even as he reaffirmed American support for Israel. He has a right to defend Israel, the right to continue to pursue Hamas, but he must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the action taken. In my view, he's hurting Israel more than helping Israel. Appealing to refer to Mr. Netanyahu's military strategy, it's contrary to what Israel stands for, and I think it's a big mistake, so I want to see a ceasefire. Asked by the interviewer, Jonathan Capehart, if he had a red line that Mr. Netanyahu should not cross, like a ground invasion of Rafah in southern Gaza, Mr. Biden offered a muddled response but said that the defense of Israel is still critical. He cannot have 30,000 more Palestinian dead as a consequence of his pursuit of Hamas, said the president. There's other ways to deal with the trauma caused by Hamas. Mr. Biden did not offer details. The Gaza Health Ministry said that more than 31,000 people have been killed in the enclave since October 7th. But the president's comments once again highlighted the delicate position the United States has found itself in, arming Israel with, at the same time, providing humanitarian aid to Gaza. Mr. Biden has been more forceful in recent days about the plight of civilians in Gaza, urging Mr. Netanyahu not to go ahead with his stated plans to launch a ground offensive in Rafah without a plan to protect those sheltering there. More than 1 million Gazans have sought refuge in the city. Many of them were displaced by Israeli military orders to move into the so-called safe zones. In the interview with Politico, Mr. Netanyahu reiterated that Israel still intended to invade Rafah. We'll go there. We're not going to leave. I have a red line. You know what that red line is, that October 7th does not happen again, never happens again. When asked about Mr. Biden's remarks, Israel's foreign minister, Israel Katz, declined to say what they suggested about the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. I'm trying to separate between rhetoric and essence. The goals of the war in the state of Israel are simple. They are to release all the hostages and to dismantle Hamas's military and leadership force. Mr. Katz told Khan, Israel's public radio network on Sunday, the United States supports these goals, as Biden has stressed yesterday. That Israel had said there would be a plan to evacuate civilians from Rafah before any ground invasion, and he reiterated that the country's military did not deliberately harm civilians. The push towards Rafah has drawn warnings from the United States and other allies about potential humanitarian costs. The United Nations has said that a ground invasion of Rafah could have huge implications for all of Gaza, including the hundreds of thousands at grave risk of starvation and famine in the north. Under Mr. Biden's direction, U.S. military cargo planes have in recent days dropped food, water, and other aid into Gaza a handful of times. The latest airdrop came on Sunday. In addition, the Biden administration has announced plans to build a floating pier off the coast of Gaza to deliver more supplies to the enclave, but American officials have acknowledged that dropping aid by air and building a pier will not be as effective as delivering supplies by land, an option that Israel has largely blocked. So, God forbid. And then there's also the news of the horrific starvation that's already occurring in Gaza. So, just a little update of what it's looking like in Israel right now. And and so we're talking the news. I say, like, the debate I would be focusing on the truth
apart in the fucking
and the truth claims is that these are not
This
man-made
is why I like
factors.
David, though, is he lets
They're
me
divine-made factors.
call his ass out on the shit.
So the Judaism as a religion claiming that this is ordained by God, and what was ordained by God. So
He starts coughing, though.
we can discuss this on different levels, but we'll see moving forward the debate whether it gets confirmed or not. In
When I drink scope,
almost 3 weeks
what?
from now. So okay, so the U.S. media, Democratic Party is trying to portray Netanyahu as the bad guy.
German Jew father of
When the
biblical
reality
warfare.
is,
Yeah.
I've been mentioning over the last few months in looking at the polling data, is that the reality is that Netanyahu is a moderate, and the Israeli public is much more extreme than Netanyahu, and that the majority of the Israeli public actually wants Israel to do more than Netanyahu's doing. If there's a criticism from Israelis
Which is
of Netanyahu,
insane.
it's not that he's being too militaristic. It's that he's not being militaristic enough.
Oh my
So
god.
this
But do
portrayal
we really
from
believe that? Like,
the Western media, the Democratic Party, is largely
we have
false.
to take
And
whoever says
what's going to
that
be
word
by
for it,
delaying this, kind of the absurdity of this building a
whoever
pier to give
said
food
that,
to starving people because Israel won't allow it through. How is it even going to work?
No.
Is Israel going to control the food being released from the U.S. into Gaza from the beach? And if that's the case, why doesn't Israel just allow it through? Why go through the whole deal of building a pier if Israel's going to control the food coming in from the pier that it could just come in straight from Israel? So none of it really makes any sense. The Israeli papers also reported today that this idea of the U.S. building a pier to give
I'd say somebody just made
humanitarian
that
assistance to
bullshit up.
Gaza was actually suggested by Netanyahu already back in October. So, and then even just saying it's going to be 2 months. So, the Israelis basically saying like they're going to be doing this war. It's going to go all the way through 2024, maybe even to 2025.
This is one of those
US is
instances
saying
where they do
they're
a
preparing
study and then
to
their
give aid
conclusions are
to Israel
completely different than
in
the actual data.
2 months from now.
Oh,
They're
he
saying
put
like
my
the
comment
situation that the U.S. thinks that
that we have to
it's
just
going to be
take
so
their
bad
word
in 2
for it
months from
that
now that they're going to have to be giving
people
aid
want to
starting in 2 months.
wants more
So,
militarization.
God forbid. But let's look at some of the most recent polling. This came out literally just today. Large majority
Yeah, I don't believe
Jewish
polls
Israelis
either.
want changes to the conscription law. So as of now, the thing that Israelis care about most of anything happening in Israel
Once
right
I
now,
take it.
the thing that Israeli Jews care about most is forcing the Haredim into the army.
Polls.
And
Hills.
like I mentioned that, say the Haredim, how they feel about the war, that Haredim are not anti-Zionists because they care about Palestinian human rights. They have different reasons. But the Haredim, like the chief Sephardi rabbi already said that, they're going to leave Israel. There's been starting to be mass protests across Israel against the conscription. But right now, in the middle of the war, with everything going on, the biggest concerns of Israelis is that the Haredim aren't doing their fair share in the war and need to be conscripted. I read the article last week and saying this long-term war
sure
that Israel's actually going to
Israelis
need.
are
They
stoked.
can't rely on the
I
technological
totally
advantage.
want to be fucking conscripted.
So let me read a little of this and we'll look at the data and to see what Netanyahu is saying. Most Israelis would like to see an exemption given to the Haredi community change. When asked whether the Israel
guys have
can
a
continue
psychopath
relying on
problem.
U.S. support,
If
public
most
opinion was divided
Israelis
with an inclination
want
towards
this.
continued reliance. Around half of Israelis think Israel's standing in the international arena is not that good. So the topics covered: the national mood, Israel's military activity in Rafah, Israel's standing in the international arena, America's commitment to Israel, restricting access of Arab citizens of Israel to the Temple Mount compound during Ramadan. Ramadan starting, I think, tonight. The new conscription law, should the exemptions given to Haredim and Arabs be changed? Should the National Unity Party remain in the Netanyahu government? Likelihood of recovery from the impact of war in the near future. So the national mood, optimism about the future of democratic rule in Israel and the future of national security. So the green here is optimism about the future of democratic rule. In the blue is optimism about the future of national security. And it's tough to say, they're both hovering around 40%, but looking not necessarily to see any huge change. Optimism about the future of democratic rule in Israel and about the future of national security. But you can see a little difference between the right, center, and left. That the right is much more optimistic about the future of Israel. Is that because they're delusional, or they just see Israel moving into a militaristic state? Like I told Charles Moskowitz, like when the Abraham Accords
What did
were
Saudi
occurring,
Arabia
it wasn't because those Arab nations were becoming liberal democratic. It was because Israel was becoming militaristic. The Israel is maybe always was, but certainly is becoming more like Saudi Arabia or these other dictatorships, militaristic countries than the other ones. And so the people on the right wing maybe just say that's for the best and they're embracing it. But
No, maybe
we'll
you're
see
just
this
lying.
continued pattern on a lot of these issues, the difference. And note that Israel's left is very small. So population wise, also, like over 50% of
Sometimes
Israelis are
I
on the
hear
right,
insensitive.
and
No,
probably
it's
only
just
like
my
10,
job to shine a
15%
mirror
of
on people
Israelis
when
are
they're
actually on the
bullshit.
left. And so
I'm
the
not
center. So
insensitive at all.
there has to be some sort of reemergence of what the left, center, and right even mean anymore, because like
I
only
don't always
10% of
bitch people up,
Israelis
but
are
when
on
I
the left,
do,
and over 50% of Israelis are on the right.
it's gonna be good.
Rate their personal situation is very good. So this is a huge decrease. And you see Arabs, so Jews under 60%, definitely short-term goals. I don't know how long the poll's been going. But Israeli Arabs, God forbid, only 1 in 4 Israeli Arabs rate their personal situation as very good. And Jews is decreasing. If the war goes on, it might fall below 50%. Optimism about the future of democratic rule in Israel, national security. So you see also a difference between Jews and Arabs, and the difference between the personal situation. So, and here also, feel part of Israel and its problems. So Jews very high, close to 90%, as were Arabs. Had moved, maybe that was during Bennett and the coalition, but much lower, although it's been lower in the past. Okay, so this one's also important. How should, like I was mentioning the Netanyahu article, how should Israel proceed with its military operations in Rafah? So the blue is avoid expanding its military operations into Rafah. The green is expand its military operations into Rafah. And gray is don't know. So here are Arabs, 64.5%, don't expand, 17% expand, 18.5%. So Jews, Israeli Jews, 12% of Israeli Jews want to avoid expanding its military operations into Rafah. 14% don't know. 74% of Israeli Jews want to expand its military operation into Rafah. So it's like Netanyahu mentioning that there is vast support. 3/4 of Israelis want to go into Rafah in the military campaign. That Netanyahu relatively is a moderate, and if there's a push by Israelis against Netanyahu, it's because he's not militaristic enough. Not that he's too militaristic. And then just to see the difference between right, left, and Jews, right, left, and center. So the left, 44.5% want to avoid expanding the military operation into Rafah. 30% don't. And among the right, 88% of Israeli right-wing Jews want to expand the military operation into Rafah. Only 4% don't. And I say, like, the demographics, like 60% of Israelis are on the right. Only like less than 10% of Israelis are on the left. So, and even the center, like Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz are in the center. They're not on the left. So the 63, like the coalition partners, like Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz, are also 63% want to expand the operation into Rafah. Only 70% opposed, 20% don't know. So I'm saying Netanyahu's your remarks there are clearly accurate. Like anybody who's following Duvid is saying, like Netanyahu is a moderate, and the Israeli public wants Netanyahu to go harder. If Netanyahu gets replaced, he's not getting replaced with someone on the left. And even militaristically, like Gantz and Lapid, those people
it's so boring. All this
probably
crap
probably are more militaristic than Netanyahu. Israel standing in the international arena, so here, not good at all. good and very good, so don't know. So the purple, green is not good at all, purple is so, blue is good and very good, or the gray don't know. So you see here the Arabs, 2/3 think that it's not good at all. 17% for so, good and very good. As
Why would
opposed to
any of them think it's
Jews,
good to genocide their own people? Let's see, it doesn't make any
22%
sense at
of
all.
Jews think that Israel's standing is very good. And then when you look on the right, it's about even. That only 33% of Israelis right, which represents over half of Israel, think that Israel's standing is not good at all. They probably think like, Charles Moskowitz, like Trump is going to win, and the vast majority, it's just like Biden and the UN and a few bad apple, anti-Semites. But the vast majority of people love Israel and they want Israel to win.
Trump is
And you
the
can see the
Trump
number,
moved the
as
fucking
the
embassy.
although the center, so you say the left
What do
doesn't
you
really
mean,
matter because
like,
the left in Israel
Trump
is so small.
isn't?
But the center of like Lapid
Trump
and
is a
Gantz,
total Zionist.
even though they want to go into Rafah, that they acknowledge almost as much as the left that Israel's standing is not looking very good. So, what's this delusion on the right?
Trump is a Zionist.
Tough to know. On a scale of 1 to 5, against the backdrop of the disagreements between the Israeli government and the U.S. administration over a political agreement and the continuation of fighting in Gaza, to what extent is it currently possible to rely on continued massive American support for Israel? So
I
the
feel like
dark
I'm
blue,
wasting my life right
fully,
now.
the light blue to a large extent, so,
I don't
not a
believe
large to a
any of
small
these
extent. So
people's
only
numbers.
20% of Israelis, um, the vast majority of Israelis still think that the American-Israel relation is going to continue and Israel will be able to continue, but you see shifting. Like if you include so, it's like half-half, where,
What, that we're gonna keep protecting you
and then
guys
if you look at the
and
political
fucking giving you all
orientation,
our money?
not sure of anything. So
I have no doubt
what will
about
be
that.
the impact of
Because
special restrictions that the
Israel's
government
controlled
Israel
by
has imposed
government.
on the entry of Arab citizens of
But
Israel
the
to the Temple Mount
citizens aren't
compound?
happy about it.
Will increase the likelihood of acts of violence in green, will not affect the likelihood of acts of violence in purple, will reduce the likelihood of acts of violence in blue. So you'd see the right wing still recognize that it's more likely to increase but that at 29%, as opposed to the left and center. And that's actually also a very contentious issue in Israel right now. And here, the main reason I showed this, the conscription. Should the exemption from military service granted to Haredim and the Arabs be changed? So should the exemption from military service be granted to Haredim be changed? So here on the left, exemption to Haredim changed. On the right, second column not changed.
I'm starting to zone out now.
And then the next two, exemption to Arabs, changed.
We
The
all
last
know
column
the
not changed.
statistics are bullshit.
So
right?
exemption to Haredim should be changed. 64% total of Israelis, 70% of Jews,
Statistics.
86% of secular Israelis think that the Haredim should have to serve in the army. 77% of traditional non-religious. Only 19% of Haredim. You see the opposition should not be changed. The Haredim 68.5%. Traditional religious only 30%. So this issue here is the most contentious issue in all of Israel. And that the Arabs should serve in the army is not very strong. Even the majority of Israeli Jews don't think that Arabs should have to serve in the army. But you see here the huge number difference. 86% of secular Israelis
Muslims
think that the Haredim
meeting.
don't deserve their exemption. And so this is the single most important contentious issue in Israel. In your opinion, should the National Unity Party, led by Benny Gantz and Gadi Eisenkot, remain in the government headed by Netanyahu? The blue is remain, green is leave. You see the total sample, over half think they should remain, with unknown. Arabs, the majority think they should leave. These you have bottom party merits, labor, and then you have some of the Arab parties.
Democracy is so stupid.
You know,
Oh my God,
Likud.
it's such a waste of time. Imagine we
So
could be
the
building pyramids and cool
the
shit like that.
United
Instead,
toward
we're spending
Judaism,
all of our time in elections. That's like all we do is have elections. It's so stupid.
likelihood of recovery in the foreseeable future. On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 not good, 5 very good, how would you define Israel's situation today in terms of likelihood of recovering from the impact of war in the foreseeable future? Um, good and very good. So Jews, about half of them think that Israel's going to recover. You see huge divergence on the right. The Israel's right is very certain that Israel's going to recover from the war and have good, better standing from before the war. That Israel's going to be better off from the war than it was before. The center, so-so, with more leaning towards good than not good, and the left, very pessimistic. So you see that Israel is still somewhat optimistic about the war, that the majority of Israelis do think that Israel is going to come out better from the war than its current situation. So, those polls came out today. Just you wanted to share, and I'm not sure if there's so many people watching on Twitter. So my Twitter's telling me I got like 20 some people watching. Well, I guess if you're watching on Twitter, I don't see any chat coming, but here's the StreamYard link. So I was going to stream on Rumble. So let's quickly look at 2 articles also on the current state of the war. Israel can utterly defeat Hamas while also caring for innocence. Editorial. It is possible to embrace 2 seemingly opposite concepts. Israel needs to defeat Hamas to the point that they are no longer a threat, and that Israel needs to proactively bring more aid to Gaza. So this is kind of the optimistic view of Israelis, that they think they're going to be able to beat the war, beat Hamas, and remain in good standing, and everything's going to be all great after the war. They're going to be better off than they were before. God forbid. President Joe Biden's State of the Union address on Thursday night contained many elements that should make Israelis feel good. According to CNN figures, the American president gave more time to the Gaza war, 5 minutes and 21 seconds, than he gave to either the Russia-Ukraine war or the U.S. domestic economy or gun control, showing how much importance he evidently places to the events surrounding our country, Israel. Arriving at the topic late in the hour-long speech, Biden gave statements supporting Israel in its war with Hamas, calling on Hamas to release the Israeli hostages it is holding, and condemning sexual violence committed in terror groups, October 7th invasion and subsequent massacre. As Democratic and Republican lawmakers alike gave a standing ovation, Biden said, "Here in the chamber tonight are American families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home." Acknowledging that Hamas is responsible for the death toll in Gaza because it hides and operates among the civilian population, Biden also laid the blame for prolonging suffering and taking place in the war-torn Strip at the hands of Hamas, saying that the terrorists could end this conflict today by releasing the hostages, laying down their arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. That's the good stuff. Biden targeted Netanyahu's policies in Gaza. In addition to his criticism of Hamas, Biden also targeted Israel with his harshest public comments yet on the Netanyahu government's policy in Gaza, saying that Israel has a right to go after Hamas. Biden stressed that it must do its part to enable aid to reach Gazans. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. The war is taking a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars combined, calling the situation heartbreaking. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza, ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in crossfire. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. However, in transmitting the necessary message, Biden also trumpeted the questionable claims from Hamas that more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. So Biden gets told reporters in the background briefing. It's possible to
Oh,
embrace two
that's that.
seemingly
Oh, it's
opposing
still
concepts
going.
in regard to the war in
That's still
Gaza, that
going.
Israel
It is
needs
still
to
going.
decisively defeat Hamas to the point
How
that
did
they
Hamas
are no
get
longer
all
a
of
threat,
those
and
matching,
that Israel needs
perfectly
to
matching,
collectively
brand new
enable
uniforms? They've
more
got
aid to reach
every
the civilian
color,
population. The U.S. is not going to
every
forget
color.
that. And as
Black,
Israel continues to fight Hamas
black and white
and work for the
camo,
release of the
desert
hostages, they
camo,
can't afford to forget that either.
some other weird
And like David
camo,
Horowitz's
forest camo. They've got solid green,
editorial
solid
and
khaki, all
then
matching
catch up on some
gear,
research. So
perfectly all brand new.
less
No dust, no dirt on their boots
Israel
or
this week
nothing.
than
Same boots the
previously.
IDF is wearing. It's obviously somebody did a load in of, like I used to work in
Regular comments
musical
about
theater.
the clean,
I used to work in
nice
theater.
uniforms.
Okay, I've seen load
Hamas
in.
bid. Okay, David Hurwitz, we're living in the most
Those are
boring period of
costumes,
US
and that was
World
a
War II.
fashion show because the
And there's
IDF
rarely been a
uniforms
time when Israel's
obviously
existence
look
and power
worn.
from
They
without
actually have knee pads that actually
and
have dust
hobbled
on
from
them.
within has been so manifestly
Their clothes,
necessary.
their uniforms look washed, and they look like they
Around
fit
the
their
world,
bodies,
sparking
and they've been
anti-Semitism,
worn
mass
before. You can see
protesting,
the
and
creases
demonstrations
right
in the
here
Arab world,
where
but
they've
especially in the
squatted
West,
down a million
there was
times.
many
You
urged
know what I
not only in
mean?
support for Gazans mid-war,
Now
but they would
compare the
deny the
IDF
Jewish
uniforms
state its right
to
to
Hamas,
physical
and
attacks
how
on
under
Jews
that
with
blockade
ostensibly
did Hamas get
enlightened,
all of these
essentially enlightened
costumes?
countries. Jewish kids in U.S. choose
Literally
organizations based on how
every
phrases
color
they
of
feel
that
they might
that
need to
is
be to
made.
identify as Jewish.
I found
Much like
pictures
Zionist
of
there,
Hamas
the
wearing,
Jewish
and
activists
a
in
bright
London last
green
Wednesday
target
works
on their head,
Shakespeare and play about
which to me
anti-Semitism
is
being told
just
it's not safe for her to leave
means
the
they're
theater
Israeli and don't
because
shoot
of
me because
dangerous
I'm wearing the
protests
bright green
outside.
don't shoot
Jews
me
everywhere
flag.
more wary than they were 5 months ago, more wary than they were in decades about publicly identifying
My
as Jews.
point being
And
is
as
they've
all
been
the
under a
knockout
17-year
focus
blockade. They can't even get food.
over
How did they
virulently
get matching
anti-Semitic Islamic
every
government
single
invaded
color
Israel from neighboring territories,
soldier uniform
killed
ever,
many people and kidnapped 250
and
more,
brand new
and
gear
would have
and all
kept on
that
killing
shit in
throughout the
there?
country if they could.
And the IDF isn't even that
And
that well
it's all
dressed.
intensified since then because
I
the
put
Israeli
this on
government
Twitter. I went
having
through
failed
and
once to keep
found
its people
pictures
safe
of
from murderous enemy
them
attacks,
have all their
recognized that
little
need to
whole
ensure that
fashion
Hamas
show
terrorist group was
and made
prevented
a
from
thread.
pursuing its
Like,
avowed
and then I was
agenda
like,
of
and then
storming
here's the
Jews again
IDF. Look,
and
they
again
actually look
and again
worn.
until Israel was
Not
destroyed.
all the
I grew
green
up not
matches
simply Bill
because they're
London
not
with a
all the
rising
same
call
lot
to
number
anti-Semitism,
of
London
clothes,
where the
right?
price of attending a Jewish school
Because
in
when
the
every time you
fairly
dye
working class
a new lot
neighborhood
number
was
of
an occasional
fabric, it's going to be a
confrontation
slightly
towards the
different
stage
color.
from the non-Jewish
How do I
schools
know
down
that?
the road,
Because I
where the
crocheted,
organized Jewish
knit, and
community
stuff.
generally didn't stick its neck out, where Margaret Thatcher's handful of Jewish Catholic ministers
So
mostly
Hamas
supported
is wearing
the heritage of
costumes.
Jewishness. Now the undertone is an overtone in London, where tens of sometimes hundreds of thousands of protesters, either hate-filled, ignorant, or both, march through the city center every weekend, is emblematic of the global rise in hostility to Jews. When I first visited the U.S. in the mid-1980s, I marveled at the easy self-confidence, pride, and sense of belonging among American Jews and their leadership. Now that confidence is dissipating, the environment is changing. We had thought after World War II that much of humanity had recognized that evil it could demonstrably do, recoiled, and largely determined that it must not happen again. We had thought that, at least in our lifetimes, and for a few generations to come, the oldest natures that had been marginalized, we were wrong. 2 generations ago, most of my father's family fled Nazi Germany for London just in time, a year before the Frankfurt Synagogue founded by my great-grandfather was burnt down on Kristallnacht. No governments in purportedly reasonable countries are endorsing anti-Semitism and targeting of Jews, but there's growing empathy in some government quarters for the obsessive and skewed hostility to Israel and for policies that would weaken the only Jewish state's capacity to defend itself against its avowedly genocidal enemies. I don't think there's been a more worrying period for the Jewish people since World War II, and there's rarely been a time when Israel's existence, imperiled from without and hobbled from within, has been so manifestly necessary. Politicking
The
as
withdrawal
Israel
consent
burns.
channel is interesting, but they're
As the risk
National
of major
Socialist Hitler
understatement, we have a
worshippers.
deeply problematic
So
government
that's all part
because
of
it
the
has failed us on
psyop too.
October 7th when it simply refused to
That's
accept
the
all
only
the
reason
evidence
that
that
channel's
Damascus
probably not taken
was bent
down.
on Israel's destruction rather than Gaza's
Because
governance
apparently
and the
that's what they
divisive
want.
invade,
They want us to
because it has
accept
divided and weakened us
Nazis.
in the 9 months before the war
So
by
they're going to
seeking
let
to
that
subjugate
withdrawal
our court system
consent channel
to its
stay up.
political majority and
But
thus
there's
shatter
still some
court
good
protections
historical
and radically constrain our democracy because
questioning
it
in
includes
there.
coalition parties and
What they're
ministers
just
with
not
racist
getting to
misogynist
because they
agenda that are
Yeah,
national to the
National
Israeli
Socialism
mainstream
worked
and that have undermined
for the
identification
people
with
because
Israel
the Jews
in
made
many
it work for
quarters
the people because
worldwide
they
well
know how to
before
make
October 7th,
an economy
and that
work
the
for the
Israeli
people, at least
military,
temporarily, if
despite
they
that,
want
because
to.
of its very nature, it reduces
That's all
Israel's
that proved.
credibility among international leaders and international public opinion as regards the immensely complex conduct of the war
They
against
wanted
Hamas,
the
the
approval
war
of
being
the
fought
German
in nearly
people so they could
impossible
call us
urban environment
Nazis forever
against an
and play
email
the victim
enemy. The
card.
nature of the coalition heightens abiding concerns
So
of
they made
all
the
of Israel's
economy work
allies
great,
regarding
especially for
non-combatant
young
casualties,
families.
concerns especially exacerbated
And
when
the
things
people
were
liked
terribly
it,
wrong,
of
as
course.
with the
They
dozens
were,
of deaths in the attempted
Hitler
delivery of
pulled
aid
them
in a convoy
with
last
the
Thursday.
funding from
Because
the
of his
Jews,
proving
pulled
Biden
them
was
out of
unable to practically govern a
poverty in a
complex
shithole.
country that needs competent
So of course
leadership
they were
amid the
like, yeah,
prolonged
we like
Ukrainian
this.
campaign against Hamas that is still
But
holding
all
130
of the
hostages
leaders and everybody
and
that worked for Hitler
leveraging
were all
them
Jews.
with every
It
ounce
was a
of
people
cynicism
moving
to try
operation.
to survive the
And
war. We have a
it
deeply
was a total
problematic
psyop.
government, and in mentioning
It was a
Netanyahu,
total psyop.
we have an
And the
ever
Jews
more
just got done
contentious prime
killing
minister,
like
the
tens
top
of millions of
player,
people in Russia. And did we all
refuses to
just
acknowledge
forget
that he
about that
bears prime
part?
responsibility for the catastrophe that unfolded under his watch. As Wednesday's publication
Yeah, I
of the
know. But
devastating state
you
commission
look at the
inquiry report
timeline and you're
into
like,
the
okay,
disaster at
the
Mafia
Bolsheviks
reminds
took
us
Russia, the
there's a
royal
pattern
family hostage, and the
to
Balfour
his avoidance
Declaration
of
was published 2
responsibility.
days later. That's
For
not a
few short,
coincidence.
shell-shocked weeks after October 7th, the Prime Minister curbed his instinct for division and focused on
Oh
overseeing
yeah, the
IDF deployment
Germans
in
are
Hamas
totally
and the effort to
fucked.
deter still
They've
more
got
potent
them
enemies on other
so
borders. But for months now, he has avoided
yeah.
shaping a strategy for
They're
Gaza, and he's
it's like
resisted the
that
U.S.
white
vision
guilt bullshit.
for
I think.
post-Hamas era
That
because it
and
would
it's
risk
illegal
destroying
over there.
Israelism
They'll put your
and
ass in prison
his
if
hold
you
on power,
question
and
the
thus
Holocaust.
Israel is en route to a sole and colossal responsibility for over 2 million Palestinians
Probably
in a
because the
territory
real
where
German
Hamas
people
plans
really
to
know
extend
what
it
really
to almost
happened
every
because they
neighborhood
got
above and
genocided
below
when the
ground,
American
much of
soldiers
which
showed
now
up.
lies in ruins. It took him weeks until Tuesday to muster common sense and
We
declare
don't love
that
standing
all acts of
holding the
Hamas
bag
spent on the
again.
top of Temple Mount in
The
Jerusalem
Gaza
would
War is
remain
a
open,
reality TV
subject to
show.
security assessments for Muslim
Excuse my ignorance.
worshippers when Ramadan begins next week.
It's called
He
a
dodged
false
and dithered
flag.
before finally rejecting pressure from his radically irresponsible police minister,
It's called a
Ikram
false
Ben Gvir,
flag.
to impose sweeping restrictions on
It's called a false
Israel's Arab
flag,
citizens,
as
even as
usual.
Hamas has bent on
Again,
spreading a
shall I
perception
say again?
at the Mount, especially among the
Again,
Arab Israeli community whose identity
again.
with the state appears to have been deepened by
The
October 7th,
behavior
with the
pattern.
access to all access is acutely sensitive. He
Like, fool
refuses
me
to
once.
advance a genuine effort to ensure that the fast-growing sector
Fool
of
me
the Israeli
once.
demographic and ultra-Orthodox community shares the burden of
I'm gonna fucking
responsibility
kill
by
you.
performing
Okay.
military or other national service, even at this hour of vital need, with their fellow Israelis fighting and falling in battle, again because it would risk the collapse of his coalition.
Yes, the
And he has
people in his
lately
chat are
taken to
not,
asserting
they're not very
at the
happy.
press conference where he calls
Well,
for
some people,
unity while
they crossed
spreading discord that
every
anybody who
red
wishes
line.
to
Yeah,
see him
every
ousted
time,
the
dude.
elections while the war
Over
is
and over
ongoing,
again. And then
inciting
they're
the
like,
enemy
why don't you
household,
like
as he
me?
claims the greatest dream of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran to see
It's
Israel
called
one
trust,
and
and
consider political
it's
campaign to make
unearned.
conflict. It is legitimate to assert that Israel cannot afford a
It
divisive
should be earned, and it's
political campaign
definitely
to regular
unearned.
war that could well expand to multiple new
Something
fronts.
like
It
hundreds
is
of your
unacceptable to
bones.
depict anybody who thinks differently as
Oh,
traitors.
wow. I
This
didn't
week,
know.
politically, while Israel burns, Netanyahu reportedly went to extreme lengths to complicate a visit to the U.S. and U.K. by his war cabinet colleague and most potent political rival Benny Gantz, the prime minister, might be expected to encourage brief and
And America
steer a
has
senior
no
colleague
interest
in an
in
emergency coalition on a trip to meet some of the
fighting
most senior
over
officials
Israel's
in the capital of
wars.
Israel,
It's
most
those,
essential ally.
like,
But the
why?
Netanyahu, openly at odds with President Joe Biden and unable to
Obviously,
secure
we're
White
not
House
running our
invitation of
country.
his own, instead reportedly ordered Israel's ambassadors in both countries not to
I
accompany
would
him
assume
to his
militaries
meetings
want
and
their
embassies in
soldiers
Washington
photographed.
and London
They've
not
never
to
even
discuss,
been washed.
including with regard to the security today UK leg of his visit. Some of these reports almost defy belief,
Nor washed.
and the Prime Minister's office has denied parts of them. But the
Even
fact
more
is that
nor
Mike
washed. Give me a
Herzog, U.S.
fucking
envoy
break,
to the
dude.
U.S., was not
Open
in
your eyes and look.
evidence at Gantz's D.C. meeting.
It's obvious.
It may seem petty to even
IDF
write about this kind of
uniforms
self-destructive,
have
small-minded
been
attempt to
washed.
the current
They're
crisis,
faded.
but that's the point. Narrow personal and political self-interest still holds sway for
And you
Netanyahu
can tell
and
they've been
government.
worn because they have
Witness for
creases in the
further
pants
example,
right here and stuff.
newly installed Foreign Minister
The Hamas
Israel Katz's pompous and
photo show,
ill-conceived decision
photo
to recall
fucking
Israel's ambassadors
fashion
to
show
Iran
No,
Erdogan's
photo shoots.
consultations and protests of ostensibly UN efforts
You
to
can
downplay
tell those
the UN's
uniforms
own
have
long
never been
delayed
worn,
report
and
into
they have never been
systemic rape, gang
washed.
rape, and sexual abuse by Hamas on October 7th and against the hostages since. The report
It's
rightly does
interesting to
not
watch the
directly
change in behavior
specify
from
Hamas as
self-proclaimed
responsible for the
greatest
crimes,
victims
but
to
it
absolute
independently
tyrants.
validates
Yeah,
Israel's
exactly.
evidence, and this
But who
from
knows?
within the
Maybe it
UN
is a
so
false flag.
perpetually
Yeah,
hostile
it
to Israel.
is.
If ever there was a moment to highlight the UN stance on Israel rather than denounce it, the release of this report was the moment. But hey, nobody really knows who Katz is or cares much about him, and he has to make an
Like,
impact if
you
he's
won't
going
win
to
a word
advance
fight
his
with
role
me.
becoming prime minister one day. A human meat grinder. There was a sentence in an op-ed by Thomas Friedman in the New York Times last week that Israel's losing its greatest asset, acceptance, that I can't get out of my head. Arguably the most
This shit's
resonant
just
columnist
pissing me off now and making me
in the
want to
world's
do
most
drugs.
resonant newspaper, Friedman wrote, so the whole Israel-Gaza operation was starting to look
But I
more
really can't get
to
stoned
people
and pay
like the human
attention
meat
and do his
grinder whose
reading.
only
It's
goal
really
is to
hard.
reduce the population so that Israel can control it more easily. Read that again and remember that Friedman has the ear of the U.S. president and defines the
And
parts
I
of his
don't
own
believe
base
any of these
amid an
people.
intensifying
I
re-election
don't believe
battle.
anything they
Biden has
say.
continued to
Actions
resist
speak
demands for
louder.
immediate end to the war and continued to give Israel the practical military and diplomatic means to wage until Hamas has been defanged. Who are the more and more people that Friedman is referring to, and whose false and despicable assessment is tantamount to an accusation of genocide, God forbid. So that's all my stuff on Israel this week. So the first night of
Oh, it's
Ramadan
Ramadan.
is right now. So I guess
Oh, this is gonna
the
be
first
fun.
fast is tomorrow. Um, but Ramadan starting already started. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to my research, make some final statements about the war in Israel and really this disaster situation that does not appear to be getting better. And
Of course
Israel
not.
not having clear plans for what it's going to do about it, how that might change. Um, God forbid. So, also, kind of this half-half
I'm sure he's
where,
reading my comments right now. Like,
is Israel going to invade Rafah? So they claimed they were going to do it a few weeks ago, but they didn't. So if Israel eventually invades
Israel
Rafah,
just needs to
they
be
probably
blown
would have
off
been
the
better
face
off
of the
doing it
map.
before than later. And even what are they even thinking? It's really unclear to say that Garfield mentioning something about the moon and having to see it with the eye. It's a Talmudic debate. Um, I'm familiar with it. For the new moon, today is the first of the month. Where in the olden days you had to have actual witnesses, and so the Islamic calendar still has the witness account of the moon as opposed to astronomical predictions. So, what is Israel possibly thinking? Even the 6-week truce deal that really doesn't make any sense for Hamas to accept, where like the ceasefire basically means Hamas releases the hostages in return for a pause in fighting. And if it was a complete end of hostilities, but if it's just a pause in fighting, it's unclear what Hamas gains from releasing the hostages. What is 6 weeks of like near starvation for the war to just continue? And so, there's also, possibly Qatar is going to kick out some of the Hamas representation, like the CIA. The whole thing is shady. Like the U.S. backed Hamas representatives in Qatar that the Qatari officials say that they're there because the U.S. requested them to put them there, and they're supposedly like these like horrible terrorists that are eventually going to be dead men walking. But at the same time, the U.S. is the one that requested them to be there. If they're like CIA backed or something like that, with a question like Netanyahu, did Netanyahu secretly create Hamas? But that might come to the fore relatively quickly because the ceasefire deal did not go through before Ramadan. So
Again?
you will see how that works out.
Like, how many times do
And
we have to go through this shit?
but it doesn't look like there's going to be a ceasefire, and that means that the war is probably going to go on. Even the Biden plan for creating the port, you're saying to get humanitarian aid to Gazans 2 months from now, God forbid. It was just like basically an admittance from the State Department
And they were
that they
spraying
expect
raw
this to go on
sewage into
for
those Palestinian homes.
another
by
few
the way.
months.
I saw videos of it. So they're
And
gonna
if
all die of
Israel eventually
dysentery and fucking
invades
cholera and all
Rafah,
kinds of shit.
are they going to send them north? So is the goal that they're going to make a new refugee camp somewhere along the beach in like a month or two from now, and then Israel's going to go into Rafah, and the aid is going to support the people in Rafah now, even though they
Well,
need
they
the aid
can
now.
apparently get the
It's
best
just a complete
costumes in the
disaster.
world, so
You
they
see
can
the
get
videos
shit
of people,
into.
babies, people dying of starvation.
Hamas can definitely get
The
stuff.
death toll, the casualties could vastly start
They
increasing.
already
This is just a
say
complete
they are.
disaster.
They're not.
I think the Israelis are incompetent, and very few people are saying this, but I mean, the Israelis don't know what they're doing, and they have no end game. And
No.
I don't think the State Department, just you see what happened with Russia and Ukraine, that no one really knows what they're doing, and they've put themselves in a
No
situation.
shit.
they're not
That's
gonna
why
be
you
able to
guys
extract
shouldn't be in
themselves from.
charge
So
because
it's
you
just
don't know
complete
what the fuck you're
disaster
doing ever.
with nothing good in sight. So the last few weeks was
That's
kind of
why
like a
you guys
standstill,
shouldn't be in charge.
where Israel's just doing minor operations here and there, waiting to go into Rafah. And like Ralph said, really Israel's goal is to starve them. And so it's you say, look, well, Israel just hasn't been clear about its goal. So if you're just going to interpret from the fact and you say, well, Israel could have done the ground campaign, but they didn't. Israel could have done a lot of things differently. Israel probably wanted to expel the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula and just get rid of them, but didn't work out that way. So in Israel, what they probably want to do is starve Hamas into submission. But the civilian casualties are just going up so much that Israel is losing international support. The protest, the call of genocide, and so on and so on. It just keeps on increasing, probably will keep on increasing. And, it's unclear how Israel is going to go about it. And here, like, going back to December, the Biden administration was supposed to be pushing Netanyahu to finish up by the end of the year, and at the longest till the end of January. And then January came, and Israel's still expanding the war. It's still pushing to go into Gaza, into Rafah, and it's already hit Ramadan. So a few weeks ago, Netanyahu said himself that he expects the majority, like he had claimed that they were going to go into Rafah and that the majority of the military campaign would be over before Ramadan. So now at this point, they still haven't done the went into Rafah. And so are they going to go into Rafah during Ramadan, or have we already entered like a holding strategy where Israel is just going to be doing bombing and random raids and missions, killing a few hundred people every day, and continuing the siege and starving people the whole of Ramadan, and then wait till after Ramadan, till the U.S. gets the pier built, and then go into Rafah over a month from now? And, are we going to be at 40,000 dead by the end of Ramadan? Or will there be escalation? Will the Muslim world come together? Will there be military actions from neighboring countries? So Israel's really put itself in a disastrous situation. And you see that Hamas supposedly is rejecting the ceasefire. It's not really a ceasefire. I was saying Hamas didn't really have any advantage to it, that the Hamas leadership in Qatar was pushing for, and supposedly Sinwar and Gaza, they wanted to reject the deal, and saying that Israel, by continuing this war, is really inflicting more damage upon themselves than they are to Hamas. I mean, God forbid the humanitarian catastrophe and the dead and the starving and the suffering.
They're
politically,
inflicting
long
it on the
term,
civilian
Israel is
people.
doing more damage to itself than to papers. Hamas
Time's that
says
on me.
31,000 now, where they have names.
Is
But,
that what happens when my
you know,
phone
that
goes
they
black?
showed names and
White noise?
death certificates for
Or
31,000
just
people.
listening to
But 40,000, yeah, it's probably already 40,000. Well, by the end of Ramadan, it'll be 50,000, and then eventually, Israel's still claiming it's got to go into Rafah. So it's just a complete disaster.
it's a total
So
disaster. It's
let's
yeah.
go on. So
I put Free Palestine's a psyop. I don't
let
really
me,
care when the boot is on my face too.
let me say Kriya Shema, let me say my prayer, and then
I'm
this
gonna
paper
go
is
too.
probably the most interesting of the papers I'm going to read
I'm
tonight
done
for the
streaming.
general audience, and it's about the history of creativity, the definition and history of creativity.
Should I wait till he's
And
done
so
with this part? I don't
let
know.
me just say my scroll.
See, they just got they make them study so much that they can't use their own brains. That's what I think. Study, study, study. What isn't a psyop in the mainstream news? Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Mr. Boston, Shalom, Jenny, hopefully you find this interesting. I'm not sure if you're still multi-streaming this.
Yeah,
So
but I'm about to give up.
yeah, Jenny finally got a YouTube up and going. So you could click on her name in the chat, and that will lead you to a channel. But I'll put the link there also, so anyone
Thank you, dude.
wants to follow
We're on good terms.
Jenny's channel, she's now streaming.
He lets
Okay,
me
so
challenge him. I like that.
these are some loose articles related to different fields of my research
People just ban
that
me usually.
I've been meaning to cover for a while and haven't got to. So
Like,
here's the
how are you not
psychology
gonna
of
get answers if you
creativity,
don't ask?
a historical perspective. Keith Simonton, professor of psychology at UC Davis. And this is a pretty interesting article from 2001, and kind of a long view of history of creativity. So yeah, some of these articles are somewhat random. So I have this one on creativity. I have another one from Ulin Place on connectionism related to consciousness. Somewhat like tying cognitive architectures together with theories of consciousness. And maybe over the next few weeks, I'll start going into a deep dive into all the major theories of mind out there, like I did with cognitive architectures. Here's the epistemology of theory of argument, how and why it relates to debate, and the epistemology of debate and what makes good arguments. And then the two from last week about Brouwer and how to look at mathematics. And this week also, I plan on doing my series on metaphysics, and we're going to look at Plato, Aristotle, ancient skepticism, and we'll look at innateness. They'll go from the
What
ancients, from
happened
the
to Jen?
early Greeks till modern times,
He used to do this.
and Chomsky.
freaking-
We'll get a
Yeah.
long view on a few things, then Platonism and
I didn't mean
metaphysics,
to, like,
and how
make her
Platonism
go
is
away.
important for modern metaphysics, like
Take
Frege
me
and
home.
Bertrand
I
Russell.
mostly ignore
And
her.
so we'll do a deep dive into the metaphysics of Aristotle, Plato, and skeptics, and then we'll look at innateness and
I
Platonism,
just shine a
the
mirror on
history to
people.
modern
That's
times.
what
So
makes it
stay tuned for that on
yeah,
Wednesday.
me too. It just
And
happens.
okay, so let's jump right in with the psychology of creativity, a historical
This is good.
perspective. Psychologists usually define creativity as the capacity to produce ideas that are both original and adaptive. In other words, the ideas must be both new and workable or functional. Thus, creativity enables a person to adjust to novel circumstances and to solve problems that unexpectedly arise. Obviously, such a capacity is often very valuable in everyday life, yet creativity can also result in major contributions to human civilization. Examples include Michelangelo's Sistine
Yeah,
Chapel,
but we're too busy
Beethoven's
doing
Fifth Symphony,
politics for
Tolstoy's War and Peace,
creativity.
and Darwin's Origin of Species. One might conclude from these observations that creativity has always been one of the central topics in the field, but that is not the case. Although psychology became a formal discipline in the last few decades of the 19th century, it took several generations before the creativity attracted the
Like
attention
building
it deserves. The
beautiful
neglect was even
things.
indicated in the 1950 presidential address that J.P. Guilford delivered before the American Psychological Association. Nevertheless, in the following half of the century, the field could claim two professional journals, the Journal of Creative Behavior and Creativity Research Journal, several handbooks, and even a two-volume handbook of creativity. Although some psychologists might argue that the creativity still deserves more research than it currently receives, the fact remains that its status in the discipline has risen immensely from in the latter half of the 20th century. The above should not be mistaken as saying that creativity had no place in psychology until the past 50 years. From time to time, various notable psychologists took up the subject, albeit usually as a peripheral interest. In addition, psychologists often address
The
substantive
first time I catch a
issues
lie, I'm
directly
not
relevant
reading
to the
it.
understanding of creativity, such as problem solving, insight, intelligence, talent, and genius. Hence, it is possible to write a more extensive narrative of research on the subject, so long as I adopt an inclusive rather than exclusive perspective. With that in mind, I begin with a brief discussion of the status of the concepts of creativity and genius in the early history of Western civilization. I then turn to the 19th century scientific developments that provided much of the foundations of more recent work. The account of the subsequent 20th century movements will fall naturally into two parts. The first treating the period prior to World War II, and the second discussing the period after that watershed event. The narrative closes by discussing the directions of creativity research might take in the 21st century. And so the reason I wanted to talk about this was related to the science of expertise. Creativity is a related field to expertise, also the history of psychology. And this was a long form
Oh,
history
that's a
from
fun
ancient
one.
world till today
The
on a
history of
specific issue
psychology.
of creativity that's peripheral to a lot of things I'm researching, consciousness, expertise, metaphysics, and various things. So you've had this article for a while. I think it might be interesting to just read it straight through.
The history of Freud is, oh my God.
The early history of creativity and genius. Historians of psychology are
What a
fond of
fucking
quoting the
god.
claim made by Ebbinghaus, 1903, the great German psychologist, that psychology has a long past, yet its real history is short. The discipline's history was short because psychology did not become a formal discipline until the 1870s. That was when the field's father, Wilhelm Wundt, published his first book on physiological psychology and founded the first laboratory devoted to psychological research. On the other hand, the
Physiological.
field has a long past because certain psychological issues like the mind-body problem, the nature-nurture issue, the status of abstract ideas, and the origins of knowledge form part of the European intellectual tradition stretching all
And
the way back to ancient
viruses.
Greeks.
They used
In
to
fact,
steam
Aristotle
you
is often credited with authoring the
to
first
kill the
early psychological
viruses.
treatises, such as On the Soul and On Memory and Reminiscence. The philosopher Alfred White
Funny
Northhead
they left that
once
part
observed
out.
that the safest general
Of course.
characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. To a lesser extent, a similar statement might
That
describe
was standard
Aristotle's
operating procedure,
psychology past,
actually, was
even if not
steaming
in
you
its
in a
history. It
box
is
for
not
3 days
until
straight.
the philosophical revolution launched by Francis
He
Bacon
will also
and
profess
Rene
to be
Descartes in the
quiet a lot,
17th
especially in
century
conversations,
that
which I think
Aristotle's
is somewhat
influence
hard.
on psychology
Yeah,
over
and his
thought
reading
was
is hard to
severely
listen.
compromised. Yet
He,
strangely, the psychology of creativity cannot have its
I'm
own
trying
place
to work with him
projected
on this
back to
cadence.
the Greek antiquity. Neither Plato nor Aristotle
It's
nor
hard for me to
anybody
follow
else
too.
of those times had
I
anything
can't be
useful to
stoned
say
and
about the
listen to
phenomenon.
music. I
Although
will
many natural
totally zone
phenomena
out.
were exposed to logical analysis and empirical inquiry, creativity was not generally included among them. The neglect probably reflects the strong association of creativity with
I was
divinity.
forced
Virtually
to,
all of the
like I
world's
said,
religious
memorize the
systems
Bible, and I
possess
had to quote it in
creation myths
perfect
in which
cadence.
one or more
But
god or
I've
divine
always
beings
been a good
demonstrates
reader with
superlative
good
creative
cadence.
powers. The Greeks had their fair share of such myths, especially intriguing from the
But I'm
standpoint
used
of
to
the
people
essay
reading with
is
perfect
doctrine of the
cadence. I
Muses.
also listen to
According to the story,
audiobooks, so
Zeus, the reigning god in the
when I
Greek
listen to
pantheon,
somebody not
fathered 9
professional
daughters,
reading,
each of whom
it's hard,
presided over a different
especially
domain
when
of
they're
human
trying to
achievement.
rush through it
In
like he's
particular,
doing.
these muses were responsible for heroic and epic poetry, lyric and love poetry, sacred poetry,
But
tragedy,
I can
comedy,
read
music,
quickly,
dance,
so
astronomy, and history. Each muse was thought to provide a guiding spirit or source of the inspiration for the mortal creator. The usage This usage underlies several commonplace expressions, such as to say that one has lost one's muse when one has run out of creative ideas. Given this conception, human creativity remains subordinate to divine creativity. The religious roots of creativity is also apparent in the concept of genius, a notion that would later become closely identified with creativity. According to Roman mythology, each individual was born with a guardian spirit who watched out for that person's fate and distinctive individuality. With time, the term was taken to indicate the person's special talents or aptitudes, although in the beginning everyone could be said to have a genius, at least in the sense of possessing a unique
then there's
capacity.
also
The term
idiot
eventually
savants.
began to be confined to those whose gifts set them well apart from the average. The expression creative genius thus unites two concepts with Greek and Roman roots pertaining to how the spiritual world permeates human affairs. Outstanding creativity was the gift of the gods or spirits, not a human act, even during the Italian Renaissance, when European civilization was becoming secularized by the advent of humanism. Rudiments of this ascription remained. Vasari's biography of Michelangelo rhapsodized according to how the great ruler of heaven looked down and decided to send to earth a genius universal in each art. The genius would be endowed with such extraordinary qualities that his work would seem rather divine than earthly. Curiously, the rise of modern science seemed to throw out the baby with the bathwater. The divine nature of creativity was replaced by the application of strict logic to mundane data. According to the new philosophy of science, discovery was reduced to some kind of method, such as Baconian induction, Cartesian deduction, or the Newtonian hypothetical deductive approach. The scientific method ensured that one might contribute to science without having to boast creative genius. In the words of Spanish philosopher Ortega Gasset, it is necessary to insist upon this extraordinary but undeniable fact. Experimental science has progressed thanks in the great part to work of men astoundingly mediocre and even less than mediocre. That is to say, modern science, the root and symbol of our actual civilization, finds a place for the intellectually commonplace man to allow his work therein with success. Nor were artistic endeavors off limits to this expectation of technique over creativity, especially after the arrival of the age of reason and philosophy of new classicism in the arts. The English dramatist John Dryden may have said genius must be born and never can be taught, but other artistic creators were not so sure. Academies of arts emerged that trained their students how to be creative. An example is the British Royal Academy of Arts, whose artist teacher Joshua Reynolds would advise his students. You must have no dependence on your own genius. If you have great talents, industry will improve them. If you have but moderate abilities, industry will supply their deficiency. Nothing is denied to well-directed labor. Nothing is obtained without it. Not to enter into metaphysical discussion on the nature or essence of genius, I will venture to assert that assiduity unabated by difficulty and a disposition eagerly directed to the object of its pursuit will produce effects similar to those who called the result of natural powers. If creative genius can be acquired simply through discipline, training, and practice, then creativity does not seem to represent a phenomenon that to be explained. This situation was to change in the 19th century. So, as a dualist, my views are probably more in line with the ancient. Um, so, that would refer more to the gods acting through us. In the sense that creativity, like you don't choose, the God chooses you. God wants to bring something down to the world, kind of like the Jews as a demiurge or chosen people. That God's will is manifested through people that are selected for reasons that are beyond our understanding, as opposed to the modern
Or somebody
understanding
made that
creativity
shit
and
up
genius
and hope
as being a
that you bought
process
it.
that basically anybody could go through. Avow yourself to the process, you'll see the results. Some
Sorry, when you
genetic
spend
factor of
6,
talent,
7 years in the
IQ,
street game,
but generally it's just the process
you're,
of hard work, and certainly no metaphysical of higher forces acting within the
oh my
person.
god.
So it's just a nature nurture debate
Most
at
people
most,
wouldn't survive
and there's no
very long.
question of
Let's
these
just
higher
put it that way.
forces acting through the person. So if you're listening to David, chances are you're more a believer in the ancient style of higher forces acting through us. But let's continue the long history, and we'll see why this is important for research.
It was demons.
And just a different
Like, that
angle
would
that I
not
haven't
work
covered
today.
before. So
Why should it
I
work
thought this would be interesting.
any other day?
It's, and creativity is an interesting subject. So hopefully people are enjoying this. The 19th century. The most obvious prerequisite for the psychological analysis of creativity, the arrival of psychology as a bona fide scientific discipline. So this event is necessary, not sufficient.
Just
Other
because somebody
circumstances are
wrote some shit
required
a long time
if
ago does
psychological
not make
science
it true.
is to direct its attention to the phenomenon of creativity. Three major movements may be credited for pushing psychology in that direction: the advent of Darwin's theory of evolution, the emergence of statistical methods, and the establishment of clinical science. Evolutionary theory. I've implied that psychological research on creativity
See,
cannot
he
exist
reads way too
until
fast.
creativity is first recognized as a natural phenomenon that needs explanation. If creativity is a gift from the gods, or if it is merely a technique to learn and applied, then nothing remains to be explained, at least not scientifically. The situation has an analog in pre-evolutionary views of
Like,
life.
why
If
are they like so
all the
overthink
life forms on
everything?
this planet
I
were
swear
truly placed here by a divine creator, as described in the book of Genesis, then scientists also have nothing to explain. And since scientists are confined to
this
describing
probably
God's work
my
as in
lot
a Buffon's natural history and classifying its diverse
Like,
life forms
do you have
as in the
nothing better to do
Lycinian taxonomic system. To be sure, scientists
than
eventually
whoever
appeared
wrote all
who
this
would
crap?
offer theories of biological evolution, Erasmus Darwin and Lamarck, perhaps the most notable among them. Yet none of these individuals managed to shake the deep faith in the creationist account. Charles Darwin's 1859 Origin of Species changed all of that, inspired by his experiences on the Beagle voyage, and especially his encounters with the life that evolved on the Galapagos Island. Darwin firmly believed that a genuine phenomenon that required scientific explanation, the biblical account just would not do. Furthermore, Darwin proposed a purely naturalistic explanatory system, the theory of natural selection, recognizing that each species spontaneously generates variation, then that these variants differ in their adaptiveness to a given environment. New species could emerge by survival of the fittest variants. Not only was the divine being left out of the picture, but also the process had no direction or purpose, no grand plan or ultimate goal. The creativity of nature resulted from each organism's individualistic struggle to survive and reproduce, nothing more. Creativity was thus granted a completely scientific explanation, albeit it was natural rather than human creativity
Seriously,
that
we're
was being explained.
analyzing
Nevertheless,
creativity
Darwin's landmark
to
work
try to
provided a
figure
potential
out a
model for the
scientific
psychology of creativity.
explanation.
Perhaps original
What?
and adaptive ideas in the human mind arise out of
We don't
the
even
analogous
understand
variation
consciousness.
selection process. This very possibility was expressed by William
Unknowable.
James, 1880, the U.S. psychologist and philosopher, when he said
Brains
social
open
evolution
and
is the result of the interaction of two
hook them up
wholly
to all
distinct
kinds
factors,
of
the individual deriving his peculiar
computers.
gifts
We
for the
still
play
don't get
of
it.
psychological or infrasocial forces, but bearing all the power of initiative and origination in his hands, and
As
second, the
far as
social
we know,
environment
the
with its
robots
power of
were
adopting
sentient
or
a long
rejecting
time
both
ago, which
him and his
is
gifts.
exactly what I think.
As will be seen later, this
And of
suggests
course,
that
they're
he's
not
not
going to tell
completely
you about it,
barefaced
which
until
they
it merely
already
happens
did
at last.
tell you that they
Even
have
so, Darwin
feelings. They
introduced
don't like
another
their
idea
job.
that was eventually to enhance our scientific understanding of human
Like, one of them
creativity.
had a nervous
In the
breakdown, and still,
origin
so that prompted that
avoided
further
controversy by not dealing with the evolution of
from
Homo
the other,
sapiens,
all those
a
AI
particular taboo
scientists that were like,
subject
we
from the
need to stop
creationist
this right
viewpoint.
now.
But a
We've
dozen years
done it.
later,
It's
he
gone
dared
too
to venture
far.
into this territory by
And
publishing the
everybody
book
else
The
was like,
Descent of
nope,
Man Selection in Relation to Sex. The title seems to combine two very different
we're going to
topics, yet in
keep on
Darwin's
going.
mind, they had a crucial link. Darwin found it difficult to account
They're
for the human
already
mind on the
sentient.
basis
Oh
of
my
natural
god.
selection alone.
Like,
Human
no shit,
creativity in
Sherlock.
particular seems to reach heights that go well beyond meeting the basic requirements of survival, but so do the peacock's magnificent tail feathers. It was Darwin's genius to realize that animals do not just have to survive, but also to reproduce. And for those organisms who have the capacity to choose their mates, the need to reproduce evokes the process of sexual selection. Darwin speculated that the music, art, poetry, and other artistic conditions that are the hallmark of our species evolved as courtship behaviors by the same selection process that produced the peacock's brilliant plumage display. The speculation did not also receive full attention until the advent of evolutionary psychology more than a century later. Besides the concept of natural and sexual selection, Darwin introduced other ideas that were to have a powerful impact on psychological inquiries into creativity, but these
I made
contributions
this
are
homemade body
associated with
butter
the
and it
appearance
helps my
of mathematical techniques to which I will turn now.
legs are starting to feel burning.
Statistical methods. Ever since the scientific revolution, the advent of science
It's the
has often been
neuropathy
linked
that
with the
I'm
introduction of
hoping my
quantitative
skin
methods,
nerves all
whether precise
get
numerical
dissolved
measurements or
soon
rigorous
so I can
mathematical
stop
analysis of the
feeling
data
bad.
produced by those measurements. Unfortunately, many of the early quantitative methods were more suited to the analysis of deterministic systems, such as those treated in Newtonian mechanics. Eventually, methods emerged that were more appropriate for kinds of data that psychologists would need to study creativity. Two innovators played a key role in
Probably
this
because of
emergence.
the Israel shit.
Quetelet
I get
and
upset
Galpin.
sometimes.
Adolphe Quetelet, a
skin
Belgian
starts to
student of the great French mathematician and astronomer Pierre Simon Laplace,
Shit pisses me off.
Quetelet became a
It was
notable
my
physicist,
people they
astronomer,
fucked
and
over in the
mathematician. They
flame.
moved beyond the scientific analysis of natural phenomena to pioneer the application
World
of
War II.
probability and statistics to the study of human
And
phenomena.
me and
In a
my people
treatise
they're
of man's
fucking over
development of his
now. The whole
faculties,
goddamn world again.
Quetelet made two contributions that have an important place in the
Like,
history
it's so
of
stupid and
creativity
ridiculous
research.
to just be like, Jews
1835.
don't run
To
the
begin with,
world.
Quetelet
There's some other people too.
conducted the first scientific study of the relationship between age and creativity. This he
Yeah,
accomplished by scrutinizing
the
the complete output
diversity
of French and
hires.
English dramatists. The dramas were then tabulated into consecutive 5-year age periods to detect if the probability of producing great plays varies as a function of chronological age. He also partitioned the plays according to impact, separating the truly great plays from the lesser ones to determine whether age curves for quality have the same form as those for mere quantity of output. Quetelet even introduced a statistical correction for artifacts caused by the differential lifespans of the dramatists he studied. In fact, this empirical investigation was methodologically superior to studies that psychologists published more than a century later, and its data could still support useful secondary analysis towards the close of the 20th century. If it is not only the first longitudinal study of creativity, but in addition, the first study
we lost
to
all
stand
of
the
our
test of time.
creativity. Nobody
Aside
makes
from this
anything
contribution,
beautiful.
Quetelet offered the first
We wear
operational
ugly
definition of
clothes,
creativity that is still used today
fast
in
fashion,
psychological research.
ugly
Specifically, he
clothes,
defined creativity
rags,
according to
basically.
observable behavior as gauged by the products generated by the creative process. In short,
Our
creativity was
fashion shows are a
objectively
joke.
quantified in terms of productivity. Unfortunately, the above investigation had no
Art
immediate
is a
intellectual
joke.
offspring, and the contribution was forgotten for more than a
Like, we
century.
don't make
However,
anything
another
beautiful
contribution
anymore.
proved much more influential and
Do we?
timely, the
Really?
mathematical form
I'm
of the
trying to think
distribution
of
of
like
individual
what happened when we
differences.
fucked up.
After analyzing a great deal of data on human measurement, such as height and chest size, Quetelet showed
What
that the
happened when we
variation
screwed
in
up
any
in the
particular
last
shape could be
100
described in
years?
terms of the normal bell-shaped curve, or
Try
what is
to
sometimes
show my
called the Gaussian
sensation.
distribution. The average person had a value on a trait that placed him or her at the center of the distribution, where the probability for that value was highest. Any departure from the mean became increasingly improbable to the degree of the departure, with the probabilities approaching zero in either direction. The normal distribution has now become such an integral part of psychology that the concept is discussed in virtually every introductory psychology textbook, and it provides the foundation for most of the statistical methods that psychologists use to study creativity or any other phenomenon. Creativity itself is often treated as if it were a normally distributed trait. The person primarily responsible for this turn of events is Galton. Francis Galton. Trained as a mathematician, Galton began his career as a geographer and the inventor who exhibited a remarkable predilection for quantification. Regarding Darwin's origin, inspired Galton to turn his attention to human behavior. Two implications were paramount to Galton's mind. First, if Darwin's evolutionary
This is so
principles apply to
boring.
Homo sapiens, then human beings must
This
vary
is so
in the
boring,
degree to which
stupid.
they are adapted to the environment. This led Gelton to examine differences between
Let's see how
in human abilities. Second, for natural selection to work, adaptive traits must be passed down to offspring. This motivated Gelton to investigate the extent that individual differences were subject to biological inheritance. The first
We
product
were
of these
obsessed with just the
new
aspect of
interest was
applying
an
the technology
1865
without
magazine
any
article
purpose of
titled
direction
Hereditary
of money,
Talent and
which
Character.
became elastic
4 years later, this 20-page
and
article was
ensured
expanded into an extensive
malinvestment.
monograph that has become the first genuine classic in the history of creativity research, hereditary genius, and inquiry into the laws and consequences, 1869. Gelton began by demonstrating that individuals vary
We're being
immensely in what
dominated
he styled natural ability.
subconsciously.
This
You
was
guys are
achieved by
such
investigating the
victims. Oh
distribution
my
of test
god,
scores
it's so
to determine
hilarious.
not only were the individual differences substantial, but also
You're
the scores displayed the
dominating me
distribution that was closely approximated by
subconsciously.
Quatermain's normal curve. Gelton then used the latter theoretical definition to
Holy
conceive of
shit,
genius as
that's a
someone
great
whose
one.
natural ability
I
places
haven't
him
heard
or
that
her
one yet.
at the extreme right portion of the bell-shaped curve.
Oh,
And
you
to
mean
Gelton,
I'm
those with
getting to
genius
your
level abilities
conscience?
would be so well adapted to the environment that
Oh,
they
you
would
have
naturally
one of
attain
those?
eminence in any chosen
You
domain,
just
including those
found
involving
out?
creativity.
Oh my
Despite the
god.
connection between
You just
exceptional
found your
natural
conscience?
ability and achieved eminence provided the basis for his attempt to
That's
prove that
funny.
natural ability was inherited. If the latter holds, then parents with genius level in natural ability will have offspring with comparable levels of natural ability, and so eminence or genius will run in families. Hence, to test this
Conscience.
prediction, Galton devised
Conscience,
the
right?
pedigree method, a technique still important in behavioral genetics. In
Conscience.
particular, he
Isn't that how
collected
you spell
distinguished
conscience?
achievers in a
I
diversity
think
of
so.
domains, and then calculated that notable pedigrees occurred with a probability far exceeding the chance baseline. As Galton's calculations, including illustrious poets, composers, painters, and scientists, creative genius seems to be born, not made. Needless to say, not everyone believed that Gelton had made a totally convincing case. For instance, Alfonso Condele
Or I showed it to
encountered
you, or
Gelton's
what?
genetic
Like,
determinism by publishing an empirical study of the political, social, economic, and cultural environments that best support the emergence of great scientists. Gelton
I
responded at
subscribe to
once
more
with the
apocalyptic
1874 book,
visions
Englishman
as
of Science,
detailed in
Their
Torah,
Nature and Their
Bible, and
Nurture.
Quran.
For 4 reasons, this constitutes
And
another
anyone, but I
masterpiece of creative
subscribe to all
study.
three since they
First,
all contain
this
some
is the
unique
first
insights to
investigation
what is
that attempted to
happening
study
today.
highly creative individuals
A
directly.
broken
In this
clock
case,
and
scientists of sufficient stature to be elected fellows of the
broken
Royal
clock.
Society. Eminent creators in hereditary genius have been studied indirectly using published biographical and
Doing
historical material. Second, Gelton asked these notables to respond to a questionnaire, thereby introducing a new technique in psychology. Third, to investigate the developmental factors underlying scientific creativity. The questionnaire includes many variables for the first time, such as the birth order and educational experiences. Fourth, and as apparent from the book's subtitle, Gelton inaugurated the nature-nurture issue as one of the central empirical and theoretical problems, not only in the study of creativity, but in development psychology in general. To what extent are individual differences, whether in creativity or otherwise, a function of genetic endowment, and to what extent are they the upshot of environmental influences? After the second book, Galton's place in the history of creativity research fades into the background. He became preoccupied with other problems. For instance, he tried to gauge individual differences in natural ability directly, devising instruments that ended up being totally useless. After
The
Englishman
shit
of
hits the
Science,
fan
his
side,
main
baby, y'all.
contribution to the creativity research was
Oh,
methodological. Most notably, Galton initiates this
that's what the
analysis that led
prophets
to the
understood.
development of the correlation coefficient, and he introduced the use of identical twins to
And it's
assess
all
the heritability of various traits. It was left to others to
esoteric.
apply these methodological advances to creativity studies. Clinical science.
They're filling your heads with gobbledygook when it's really all esoteric algorithm,
Okay, it's a long
allegories
history, importance in the
for
development of
catastrophism.
psychology, scientific methods, all the stuff that play. So I find this pretty interesting.
We get wiped clean every 24,000 years or so, or every 12.
Clinical science.
For some
Aristotle is
reason,
referred
it's
to as plain.
two
Those who have become eminent in philosophy, politics, poetry, and
sections of
art
12
have all
is the
had
cycle.
tendencies
And I don't
towards
know why. It's two sections of
melancholy.
12,000 years.
This
But
thing has
it
been
is.
echoed many
And
times
we're
since.
right in
From
the middle,
Seneca, no great
apparently.
genius has ever existed without some touch of madness, and Shakespeare's The Lunatic,
I
the
don't
Lover,
think
and
we're
the
making
Poet
it all the
are
way another
of imagination, often
12,000
packed.
years.
Two events enhanced the
Sure not.
popularity of the mad genius hypothesis.
We have
The first was the advent of
exhausted this
romantic
planet.
movement at the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th.
and 8 billion
The romantic
people.
exalted creative genius, giving it something
Did you know
of the
that we
mystery
only
and
had
lost,
150
rather than
million
return to
people
religious
in
or
the year
spiritual conception of
1500?
creativity. The romantics viewed it more
That's how
as a
fast we
pathological
were
term.
fruitful and multiplied.
This conception is most conspicuous in the place that psychoactive
The
drugs
planet
have
ain't that
creative
big, y'all.
inspiration. For instance, Coleridge preface to Kubla Khan claimed that he conceived this poetic masterpiece in an opium stupor, yet the evidence from surviving manuscripts indicate quite the contrary. Coleridge presumably distorted the poem's origins because it would enhance its stature as a creative product, not detract from its apparent merits. Almost simultaneous with the Romantic movement was a second, totally unrelated event. Felipe Pinel
Nobody
initiated total reform of French mental institutions. This reform affected not just therapeutic techniques, but the theory of mental disease.
Yeah.
Besides, rather than being perceived
Well,
as a
you
form
know,
of demonic
Universe
possession,
25
mental illness would become
Mouse
attributed to
Utopia
naturalistic
experiment, right?
causes, whether biological or physiological. During the course of the 19th century,
Only
psychiatry
the
did
Mouse
develop a form of
Utopia
discipline
had
following on the footsteps
all
of
of
such
their
famous
needs met.
pioneers as
We
Jean-Martin
don't.
Charcot and
We
Pierre
aren't
Janet.
having all of our needs met.
Psychiatry
That's
combined
the
an
difference
interest in the
between the
abnormal
Mouse
mind
Utopia
with
and us.
expertise in neurology, including pathology
And
of
the
the
Mouse
nervous system.
Utopia went to
Increasingly,
shit
certain
every single
neurological
time
disorders were aligned with both
in
positive outcomes
exactly
of genius
pretty much
and
the
negative
same amount of
outcomes
time.
like crime. For example, Italian criminologist Cesare Lombroso, 1891, proposed that The Man of Genius, exceptional achievement was based on a degenerative psychosis of the epileptic group, because nervous pathologies were often ascribed to genetic deficiencies. Madness
now
and
my
genius
skin
could
is starting
sometimes
to
be
burn
seen as
for
having
no
a common
fucking
genetic
reason.
foundation. Thus, an article
Just because
published
it
in the
wants to.
reputable Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease listed the 4 possible repercussions of a single
This is what drives me
congenial
nuts
defect. First,
and makes me
the
want to
most
die.
prominent in order of the frequent is an early death. Second, he may
Figure
help
out
swell
what
the
drug I'm
criminal
gonna
ranks.
take to
Third, he
make
may
it
become
stop.
mentally deranged and ultimately find his way to the hospital for the insane.
Should I try
Or, at least frequently,
hydroxyzine and see if it makes
startles
it
the world
worse
by
or
an
better?
invention or
Or
discovery in
should I
science,
try an opiate,
or
which I know will
by
make
an
it
original
better?
composition of
But
great
I have a
American
doctor's
art,
appointment
music, or
tomorrow.
literature. He is then
So I
styled a
probably shouldn't
genius.
do that,
Admittedly, not everyone believed that
especially if I
creative
want opiates.
geniuses were necessarily mad. Instead, many held a position closer to Dryden's line, "Great wits
Alright,
are sure
try this
to
fucking
madness nearly
antihistamine.
allied, and thin
What happened?
partitions do their bounds divide." The case in point is William James, who in the varieties of religious experience remarked, "The nature of genius has
I'm
been
gonna give it
illuminated by the attempt to
15
class it with
minutes.
psychopathological
I think
phenomena,
that.
borderline insanity, crankiness, insane temperament, loss of mental balance, psychopathic degeneration, to use a few of the many synonyms by which it has been called, has certain peculiarities and liabilities, which, when combined with a superior quality of intellect in an individual,
Ooh,
make it more
see, this is
probable
what
that he
that
will
thing,
make
this
his
shit
mark
makes me
and
hot.
affect his age than if his temperament
Like,
were less neurotic."
for real.
But given to date of this quotation, we now find ourselves in the next century of this historical narrative, the 20th century prior to World War II.
IQ tests.
Creativity as
We
a
know
peripheral
who's
topic. Creativity
those
seemed
IQ
to have
tests are
declined as a
retarded.
core research topic in the early years of the 20th century. The subject of genius did a little better, in part because of the continuing tradition established by Francis Galton. For instance, Louis Terman, 1925, after replacing Galton's anthropometric instrument with Alfred Binet's psychometric measures, was able to
I
give
felt that
mental
stuff in my
ability or
throat.
intelligence a stronger scientific basis. The shift also allowed Terman to define genius in terms of a specific score on an IQ test in a very Galtonian manner. Terman's IQ-based operational definition also made English dictionaries, thus according to the American Heritage Electronic Dictionary, a genius is a person who has an exceptionally high intelligence quotient, typically above 140. Only much later was it realized that the IQ definition of genius rendered the concept almost entirely irrelevant to the understanding of creativity. Why was creativity neglected in the early part of the 20th century? I suspect the reason was the rise of schools in the history of psychology. Each school began with distinct tenets and fought to secure the allegiance of all psychologists. Unfortunately, the focus of each school seemed to be placed on highly prominent phenomenon that seemed most fundamental to the young science, and creativity was not on anyone's list of the basic phenomena. Nevertheless, major figures active in some of the rival schools would sometimes touch upon creativity or related subjects. The tangential participation in creativity research is evident in the psychoanalytic, Gestalt, and behavioral schools. Psychoanalysis. Of the three schools just mentioned, the psychoanalytic is the most distinctive. It was the only one founded in the tradition of clinical science that arose at the end of the 19th century, and it was the only one that developed outside the research universities that provided the main venue for scientific inquiry. The central figure in this school naturally
I might as well get
is its
some.
founder, Sigmund Freud.
Sigmund
Despite the
Freud.
pride Freud had in his originality, his ideas did not spring upon science intellectual antecedents.
He
Instead,
was a total
he was firmly
junkie,
rooted in his
and
time.
he had
From our
really bad
standpoint, the most
halitosis.
conspicuous circumstances is the fact that he was trained in the traditional tradition just discovered. As a neurological pathologist, he had actually studied under Charcot, among others. It should not surprise us, therefore, that he viewed creativity as a genius in a similar vein. This perspective is seen in the development of psychobiography, an endeavor that he played a major role in developing. Indeed, Freud's psychoanalysis of Leonardo da Vinci is often seen as one of the seminal works in the field, notwithstanding its major flaws. The principal problem with psychobiographies of creative personalities is that they too frequently become path- pathographies. That is like when Russell and James, creativity comes out of some sick soul who is merely trying to cope with his or her psychological demons. Happily, psychobiography does not represent the only psychoanalytical input in creativity research. The more
That's
influential
true.
and perhaps more
Freud did
important
have such bad
contribution is the
halitosis
concept of primary process thinking.
that he
Primary
would
process thought
seat
is a more
his
primitive than secondary process thought,
patients.
where the latter is devoted to conscious, logical, and
He would
realistic
like
reasoning.
face away
The
from
former
them
is
in a
complete with
chair
fantasy,
and have them
imagination,
like on a
rationality,
couch or
and
somewhere
unconscious motive. Freud
to
explicitly
where his
compared
breath would blow
creativity
the
with
other
daydreaming.
direction. That's
In a
how bad it
sense,
was. Isn't that
creators dream out loud,
disgusting?
whether the dreams take place on a piece of paper, a canvas, or a block of stone. Although
Your
many
IQ
psychologists
test
felt
taking
uncomfortable with
skills and
Freud's
thus get
emphasis
increased
on infantile
IQs.
desires,
Isn't
it
it just
remains
like
true that
how
the
much that
cognitive
you can
process
memorize,
he described
or
has
is
some
there
significant
actual
role in the
like
creative
problem
act.
solving?
Later investigations would simply call the process by a different name to avoid the Freudian connotations. Examples might include primordial
Because just
cognition, remote
memorizing
association,
textbooks
and
doesn't make you
autistic
smart,
thinking.
in my opinion.
Gestalt. The Gestalt school emerged as a typical Hegelian reaction to the psychological systems that dominated the times. In general, the latter
Probably
tended
makes
to be
you
highly
stupider,
atomistic in
actually, because a
orientation
bunch of this
and
shit is
focused on extremely
garbage.
minuscule phenomena such as the perception of relatively simple stimuli. The Gestalt psychologists, in contrast, believed that the whole was greater than the sum of its parts, and as a result, they showed an interest in higher mental processes that could not be reduced to simplistic mental operations. Among those processes was insight in problem solving situations. Two Gestaltists who were at the ground floor when the school was founded devoted a considerable amount of thought to understanding insight. The first was Wolfgang Kohler, 1925, who investigated the phenomenon from an unlikely perspective, chimpanzees. He presented chimps with novel problems involving the placement of tasty bananas just out of reach, and then observed how the chimps exhibited insightful behaviors that were a far cry from the blind trial and error
Oh,
procedures
so you
so
were
often
torturing
attributed to
them
animals.
and
Naturally,
teasing
chimpanzees tried
them.
to grab a piece of fruit, may not be in the same league as human discovering an
Yeah,
element
the chimp
or
was
composing a
probably
symphony,
wondering, why
but
is
according
this
to the
human
Gestalt
fucking
school,
with me
the
like
same
this?
basic principles apply. Specifically, creativity requires the restructuring of a given problem so that it's perceived in an entirely different light. The theoretical position received additional development by Max Wertheimer, 1945, in his posthumously published book on productive thinking. Unlike Kohler, Wertheimer scrutinized human problem solving. Moreover, he was able to take full advantage of conversations he had with Albert Einstein, a former colleague of his at the University of Berlin. In some ways, the book provides a Gestalt framework for comprehending Einstein's creative genius. Gestalt psychology did not long survive in the Second
Oh
World
my
War.
god, it's
The
all.
last notable Gestalt psychologist to study creativity systematically was Rudolf
Oh my
Arnheim.
God.
Even so, many of the experimental findings that form the bedrock of the Gestalt tradition have become incorporated as part of the mainstream cognitive psychology. This point should be returned to shortly. Behavioralism. The third and last school of psychology has the most ambivalent relation to creativity research. As the school's name suggests, behaviorists emphasize the empirical study of overt behaviors, most often in animals such as the laboratory rat, and almost invariably in relatively learning situations involving the reinforcement of simple responses. Creativity is not a phenomenon that seems very amenable to such an approach, yet ironically, the behaviorist who had the most interest in creativity was the one who took such an extreme position on behavioralism. They often referred to it as a radical behavioralist. This person is B.F. Skinner. Skinner had originally aspired to a literary career, as remnants of the aspiration would sometimes crop up in his publications. Besides publishing the utopian novel Walden 2 in 1948, he had previously written articles on literary creativity and aesthetics. Even after the Second World War, he would occasionally write something on creativity, whether in the arts or the sciences. This input notwithstanding, Skinner's writings on creativity were peripheral to the mainline research on operant condition. Consequently, his ideas, unlike those offered by the psychoanalytical and Gestalt schools, did not penetrate into creativity literature, the only exception to be found in the generativity theory of creative insight by Epstein, and the experimental work of Heisenberger and his colleagues showing that creative behavior can be increased through reinforcement, but these extensions take us well into the post-World War II period. Okay, the 20th century after post-World War II, the
Ever.
human mind again became a legitimate topic of
So I'm gonna
investigation,
end this.
a legitimacy that could be extended to creativity as well.
Sounds like
In addition, psychology
over it
extended
now.
rapidly as a discipline, increasing the
Bye,
number of
everybody.
subfields and
Thank you
venturing
for
into
coming.
applied areas. Many of these new subdisciplines were highly appreciative of creativity